Hello, hello. Yes. Hello, hello. Yes. Does it work? Should work. Yo, Stein. What's up, dude? Hello, hello. Yo, Stein. I'm gonna figure out how to do this, because I do not know how to do this. Copy group browser stream. Okay, I've never done this before. We're gonna do another podcast episode with Jslayer. Yes. Probably best not have playing around. Huh? Wait, was my ass showing? I really hope it wasn't. Huh? You saw the roll? Okay, damn. You saw my roll, dude? No, I don't care about that one. Okay. Just chatting. Okay. I'm in just chatting now. I think. Okay. Now stream together. How do I do this? Let me first change the name from Hoppy to there's something else on the bottom that bothers me. I do not know what that is. Huh? Yeah. Jslayer 211. Browser source. Twitch stream together. Yes. If you have any questions, if you have any questions, Stein, for later, feel free to ask them in chat. We're just gonna be chatting and stuff. Copy. So we're starting in 28 minutes ish. Or wait, or yes, 20? No, 18. Sorry, 18. I can't. Keyboard lag? No, no. Stream together beta. Okay. But also include mic camera. Does that work? Preview stream output. No, guests are shown. Dude. Okay, hang on. Let me just open the beer. Let me just relax a little bit. I do not know. What's this one? Oh, this is the three man. Yeah, I would love to do that actually with multiple people. It'd be dope. Okay, I'm a bit confused. I don't know. Oh, I have to turn my camera on there. Oh man. Camera on. Okay, hang on. Sorry, I'm gonna have to turn my thing off. Does that work? Turn camera on. Why does it not work though? I'm so confused. Group capture appearance. Okay, I would like to turn my camera on though. Deactivate. Okay. Turn camera on. Oh, okay. Damn, but the lighting and everything is a lot worse. But I guess I'll do it. Okay. Okay. Do a capture device. Oh shit. Okay, so it has my name already. I see. That's new to me. Video. I don't have to do that then. Okay, that's pretty cool that I don't have to do that. But now. Are you busy? Huh? Can you do me a favor? Can you try out the guest feature? Just turn off cam and mic if you want. I don't need that. I just need you to show up. I don't know how to request. Check. Get started. Okay. Requests are on. Oh yeah, okay. Plus. Waiting for guests to connect, okay. Getting ready, it says. Yeah, I can just mute it or something. Huh? Oh, it requires you to do it. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Going backstage. Yes, push guest. Okay. Oh, I see. Now it has that. Okay. Okay. Just yeah, you can mute yourself or whatever. I need to. Okay. Yeah. I've never done this before. I've never done this before. First time. Okay. So I need to crop it. And basically, I need to duplicate it. Copy. Browser. Okay. Okay, now I need to crop the original one. Bam! We did it. So weird. Okay, now I need to put the other one. This JS layer will appear there for sure. That's good to know, because now I can also have guests in my Twitch thing if I want to. Let's crop this. And this is how we learn how to stream, Stein. fully improvisation. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it seems to be working. Copy paste a couple things here and there. Shrink, enlarge. Okay, so I would have JSlayer like that. I think it's a little bit off. I think. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll leave it like this then. It's very strange. I've never done it like this. Do I still need you? No. No, you can go. I think. Oh. It's okay. Oh fuck, but now I can't. Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. Now I do the other one. Which solo. Okay. It's fun watching this right now. Yeah. Huh? No, it's okay now. Yeah. Okay. So if I am alone. Okay. So if I'm alone, I can do this. If I'm with two people, I do this. Yes. I'm learning. Yeah, I'm waiting for JSlayer to... Oh, no, I have to accept him first. Yeah, that'd be... If you weren't able to do that, that'd be horrible, yeah. It's crazy. Can't imagine a world where you stream and just allow strangers in like that.
Hey.
Sorry, you called me mid-sip. Hello. Yo.
So here's the thing. I had tested a little bit with it too, and I used it, and I kind of understand how it works. You don't necessarily have to. I've already added what I need to add to. I'm not going to stream, so let me deal with that first. I'm not going to stream.
Oh, you're not going to stream? Okay. Oh yeah, then it's really easy. Yeah, then I figured it out already. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if how it's going to be if you're live as well.
Yeah, you just invite me because I only have one camera. Yeah. And then I'd have to like really redo like all of my scenes and stuff in OBS to try to get it to work.
Yeah.
And it was just like, yeah, no, it's great in theory if you have multiple cameras, then you can actually do some stuff. But like, I only have the one, so I can't show it on both streams because I'm using OBS virtual camera. so I can have some cool overlays and background effects and stuff. So,
Oh, yeah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah.
so you'll see it when you add me. So if you're on the start streaming together thing, you can invite guests and just click my name. I'm probably on your list for mods and VIPs. So it'll be an easy way to just click me out of that group.
Yeah. Yeah, you can, what's it called? I just tried it out with Alpha because I also put my camera through the website and no effects or anything. So it looks I look a bit more dead than usual, but that's okay. Yeah. So I just had to figure it out. I am live now, by the way. I hope you know that.
I do not know that.
Okay.
Did you send me the invite yet?
Oh, I know that plus invite guests. There you go. Yeah.
And then on the right, you should see mods and VIPs. It'll be easier to just click me out of that list. Try to find me or type me out of it.
Okay. That should work, I think, right? I did not know that you can have your camera from how it is in OBS. OBS virtual camera.
Yeah. So, and that was the other part, was like, I'm using the scene. So I'd have to stay on that scene non-stop to feed you the camera feed.
Yeah.
Hey, virtual camera, microphone Yeti.
No pill order. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah. Oh, that's really awkward.
What's really awkward? I'm not new, am I?
Huh? I just figured it out before. Okay, hang on. I thought I figured. I had it cut because I did the testing with Alpha. Oh my god, I have to redo. But now it's this. Yeah, JSlayer's half of my face apparently. Hang on. Okay, now I need to find a way to. Okay, I need to crop manually again. This is awkward.
What happened? Did I blow it up?
Okay. Man. Sorry, I should have done this earlier. I thought I actually did it because with Alpha it worked, but now that you're in, it should work. Also, it says maybe it's different, but your cam might be mirrored. I have to check in a sec.
Here's the thing. It was, and I don't know how to.
Oh, I'm stupid.
So what I ended up doing to get the font to show correctly was I flipped the font, but underneath to be reversed. But the actual footage, it's like, to me, I don't think anybody would care that, I'm mirrored, but the text is, as long as the text is readable, right?
Yeah. It's
oh, it's reversed on your screen.
Yeah.
But it's good on so that's weird. Okay,
that's really weird.
Let's do this. So if you look at the stream together thing, it looks correct though, doesn't it?
Also, I hear you double. Oh wait, I mute you. Oh wait. So should I not be on Discord or should I be on this one?
Yeah, let's not do Discord.
Let's not do Discord. Okay, sounds good.
I think we should. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, first time for everything. Yeah. Let me bump you up.
Really long delay then, or am I not hearing you? Oh, you're muted there. You muted yourself on the stream together thing. You need to unmute yourself. That's why I can't hear you.
Oh.
I see the mute icon on your name. Top right. In the bottom, at the very bottom, you have where it says turn mic off. There's a mic icon there on the stream together screen.
I'm gonna have to call him. Hello?
Oh, let me fix that while we wait. Let's do edit. Undo horizontal flip. There we go.
Permissions. Installing it. Bruh. Wait, did you
still muted, bro? So you see the stream together screen? You have to unmute that screen.
But microphone. Bruh. Dude, how do I give perms to my mom? Oh yeah. Chrome. Tap site settings. Oh my god, I didn't think I would have this issue right now. Choose a mic, but the mic is not there. What do I do, man? Fuck. Am I blind or can I just not find it? Permissions. Where does one find the permissions stuff? Oh, here. Twitch, mic, allow. Okay, wait, maybe it works now. Maybe it works. Mic check, 1, 2. Does this work now? Oh, sorry. Why were you muted? What the fuck? Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah,
All's good. Oh my god, hell yes. Oh my god, fix. Yeah, I had to give perms to the website for some reason. It didn't work. So I couldn't find my mic. Okay, that's that. Can I try one thing real quick? Because I want to try that OBS thing that you were talking about as well, the virtual thing. Or is that a different thing that I have to set up?
What do you mean? Like, so like, virtual camera, you make a scene. So like, you see the scene that you have now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if you use virtual camera, it would show everything that's in that scene.
Oh, well,
So
wait, yeah.
If you wanted to choose your camera and say, okay, I want to use OBS virtual camera, well, the OBS virtual camera will display everything that you have on your scene at that time. So right now I have a scene going and it's showing everything that's on the scene. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense. So there's no way that I could do this right now with my own cam. I don't mind having it like this anyway, but...
Oh, you mean like add a background or something like that? Or,
no, yeah, because I wanted to do some light filters and whatnot, because right now it's not too... Actually, what am I doing? No, it's too complicated.
Camera,
yes?
If you right click on your camera, you can always apply a filter to your camera. So the whatever your source is for your video camera, if you right click and then choose filter.
Yeah, because right now I'm using the source for the website, but if I were to do it without, because I can, yeah, remember, because you have the same issue as that you had where you can only use one camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'll just do it like this. It's all good. Okay, hang on.
I accidentally maximize my screen, and
every
time I do it, I can't get OBS to come out of maximize mode.
Spotify.
Oh, this is cool. Let's see if this works. Hold on, I'm gonna try something else. Let me know if you hear this. Yeah, I think I saw your audio levels go up when it played. No, that's other music.
No,
Did you hear that at all?
No.
You didn't hear anything?
No. Complicated. Having technical issues, yes.
You're not receiving audio from my scene. You're only receiving video.
YouTube.
That's why.
Fireplace.
Got it.
Make it edge. This is really good though that I know now that I can stream like this, because the issue that I had with the Discord call is that if I were to alt tab to do something else or to check like a link, whatever, then it would turn off the camera from the person in Discord. So
Yeah, it's also really
good.
It's really good from a self-protection point of view too, because if I do anything inappropriate, I'm going to be the one to get banned. The way you're currently
really?
doing it,
Is that how,
the way you were doing it, you're responsible for everything that was being displayed. Now, anything your guests do through this means,
yeah,
they're responsible for it.
Damn, so I could get strangers and everything.
Yeah, you can have like subscribers and all that other stuff.
Okay.
Come join you, and with no repercussions to you for their behavior on their cam or what they're displaying, and you still have control over stopping the feed or not showing my camera and stuff like that.
So is really good.
It's really quite nice. That's why I was looking at it when I was reading it over. I was like, man, that looks pretty good. And the way I was thinking is, if I could stream, oh, you may not notice this too, but if you look on the left-hand side of where you see your followed channels in Twitch.
Oh yeah.
You look at your channel, you'll see it shows my icon next to it.
Oh, okay.
Plus one, and it also like if you mouse it, you'll see who's co-streaming with you. So I thought that was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Stuff that they're doing.
The one thing that I'm having issues with right now though is I do not know if your audio levels are okay or not. That's the one thing.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to check the VOD real quick. For 1 moment, and then we'll start. it. Sorry for being a bit late. I didn't expect to run into all these issues. Soul stream together thing is new to me. Okay, let me check this one.
Yeah, let's not do Discord. Brown or something like that. Or,
no, yeah, because I wanted to do some. Oh, it's actually
You're not receiving audio from my scene. You're only receiving.
Yeah, it's fine. Wow, crazy. Okay. All right, let me close this. Oh yeah. Okay, that's cool. All right, also on Hello Terraquan. Okay, so we're gonna start. I'm gonna act like we've not been here. I'm gonna do the starting. Oh yeah,
Before you get started with that browser source that you sent me. Don't send anyone browser sources. Those are your.
Yeah.
Don't do that anymore.
Yeah. No, yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
And you want to do the invites through this. That way, everybody keeps all.
Yeah, the only reason
private, and you're good.
The only reason why I did that was because of because you also wanted to stream. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. Well, and I trust you enough to not bamboozle me with that later on. Yeah.
Right? No, definitely not gonna bamboozle you. I think I can still stream it and get the source from here. So,
you have a separate one.
Right. So there's a copy browser source URL link in the bottom left corner, and I could use that.
Oh. Okay. I need to fix how I can do this. Okay, now it plays. Oh my god, perfect. Okay, everything's fixed. The only downside now is that I'm noticing that sometimes the image kind of freezes. The source. Yeah, the camera is freezing. What the heck? For both sides, by the way, because I'm also obviously you see that on stream?
Is it? Well, if you want, we can switch to a Discord call just for ease of use. And I mean, I'm using OBS camera, so it'll be the same either way for me.
Oh, okay.
I just thought from like a sense of I don't know what type of bandwidth this is.
Is it because of the Is it because of the fireplace?
Seems to be your fireplace seems to be playing fine. I don't know.
Why is it so lag?
Without the fireplace?
So I just tried without. I'm very confused. Okay. We tried. Yeah. Okay, we'll try it out. I guess. Try it out like this, and if it freezes, it freezes. It happens. I think it's actually fine now. It's no longer freezing. Maybe I jinxed it.
I think it's fine now.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna do the beer back screen. I'm gonna pretend that I've returned, so I can blah, 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 and all that good stuff. Okay. I'll be right back. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Wow, who do we have here? Welcome, Jslayer 211.
Hello. Happy to be here, man. How's it going?
Dude, I'm really happy to do this right now. Also, for people that don't know, Jslayer 211 is a new streamer. Started streaming recently. I'm gonna give him a shout out first of all.
Oh,
Welcome in. Oh, that didn't work. Jslayer 211. Welcome in, Zalzbab. Yeah, dude. First time seeing Jslayer, I think, right? Yeah.
oh.
But yeah. So I'm really curious. Like how's streaming been for you?
Yeah, I was really quite nervous to take it on for a moment because I had this concept of wanting it to be perfect, right? Wanting it to be just right, nail it in, dial it in, get everything all set up, and then through talking with you and other people, it's just like sometimes you just gotta get started and do it, right? So I was just like, okay, let's get it cracking, let's see what happens, and go from there. So it was just a matter of just getting that initial shove and start, and oh man, the launch of me streaming was, I'll say, you know, for my standards and what I was expecting was wildly successful and truly humbling. You know, just to have so many people come and be a part of the stream and hang out with me. So that was super nice. A lot of the people that I've met and just, you know, talked with over the course of however many years it's been watching your channel, like some of those same familiar names popping up, and that was nice too. So it was definitely, man, a great first start. Like I couldn't ask for better out the gate, I don't think.
Very different from what you first expected?
So I think what I first expected was it to be I don't know, I'll say more nerve-wracking, right? Like I expected it to really like kind of be jarring for me because I'm a social person. I'll say that. I am social, so I do enjoy chatting with people, talking with people, but I thought it'd be more like I'm on an island and I'm talking to the void, and it's like kind of weird talking to yourself because sometimes, you know, people will lurk, but you know, you're not really engaging with people who are lurking. And are the people lurking still there, or did they stop lurking? So you don't know. So sometimes it's really cool, but then it's like getting used to the feel of it. But I think I'm enjoying it. I know I'm enjoying it.
Do you notice? Do you notice as well that once you start streaming, that you just, I don't know, you become a bit different, right? Like you start talking, I don't know, or are you naturally a person that would end up talking to themselves in a way? You know what I mean?
So, I do talk to myself, but not out loud. Like, if that makes sense. Like, I'm always talking to myself or saying things in my head. I just don't move my lips in tandem, right? So, for me, I'm always like saying things or coming up with little remarks or actually going through conversations in my mind, even sometimes before I have a conversation with somebody else. So I'm okay with it. But then, you know, there is that desire to still want to engage with other people because I think it's a little weird these days because online gameplay has become a lot more solitary, I'll say, in some regards. You play these games and nobody's on a hot mic, nobody's really engaging. Like everybody's playing their single player, multiplayer experience. And it's a weirdly connected but disjointed experience. So I'll say I crave more of that. Oh, okay, we're gonna do this together. We're gonna go have this fun. We're gonna get the team together, have some laughs.
Man,
like
times have changed.
Oh my God, don't say that. I'm already like feeling old as can be. You start off with times have changed.
Times have changed, man. Not for real, yeah. Even the MMOs, massive multiplayer online, have turned into a lot, very much more solo-oriented stuff, which is crazy. I mean, we all come from the same MMO, but it's Elder Scrolls Online. It's very, very noticeable that there's a lot more interest in solo content and stuff, and just everything solo. People actually actively avoid groups too, That's also kind of crazy to me, because I remember being younger, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk about being younger, but being younger for sure, it's always been oh, who can help me with this, or who can I help, or whatever, right? And now it's just like, okay, but what's the best way of me getting a certain thing, but by myself? Like, there's no other people other people are no longer a factor in what people want. Yes.
Yeah, so
it's crazy.
that came with the gaming boom, right? So like,
yeah,
I'll say gaming it's at its height of popularity as far as how accepted it is and how accessible it is now. So back in the day, everybody was playing a handful of games at the same time, right? Like, so a game came out, the whole world was playing those, 10 to 20 games. Now you have thousands, hundreds of thousands of options. People are getting free games thrown at them every week. Here, take this game. And some of these are like greatest hits, right? Like, these are games you didn't want to miss out on. My backlog is stupid thick, right? Like, it's like you can't game enough nowadays. So it's unique because you introduce that what they call FOMO, is fear of missing out, right?
Yeah.
And you have this wave type of experience with all these new games that are coming out and they're hot, but the way we consume now has changed too. So, man, you can burn through a game. You're trying to satisfy speed runners at this point, right? Like, you got people consuming hundreds of hours of content in a week or two, so it's like,
crazy.
Now you have to make unbelievably expansive games. That it really does introduce quite a conundrum, because if you spread that game base so thin and everybody's playing over here and playing that and not want to miss out on this, not want to miss out on the new thing, now you have less and less of that player base. Say on ESO, we loved the game, it was fun, but the ebb and flow of the user base dictates how you need to garner that content, whether or not it's for engaging with, hey, you have to have these specific classes and somebody playing this, that, and the other. And you end up with a 40-minute DPS queue time and a millisecond queue time for a healer or a tank, right? Because nobody wants to play those roles, but you still need it because you built the game around it. So now you want to build around more of that solo type of adventure. And I don't know, it takes away ultimately from, I think, what I like to feel, which is that engaged community type of multiplayer aspect, where everybody kind of gets a party going and sets up, and it was a lot of fun when I played.
Speaking of that, do you also miss, because I definitely miss it, just the old way of getting together and playing, but actually like being there together rather than just like online and stuff? Because online's also good, of course, because
it's a mixed feeling.
Mixed feeling? Okay.
There's definitely you miss that in-personness, right?
Yeah.
But the experience of the in-person experience was so underwhelming that it just wasn't worth what you lost, right? So right now, sitting in front of my screen, I'm sitting in front of a 34-inch ultra-wide curved monitor with ultra-crisp display, and like, I got the great, well, I'm saying great, it's a great system to me. I enjoy my PC. And then I could go and play split screen on somebody's crappier TV somewhere with a controller that may not work very well. You get the crappy guest controller, right?
Yeah, oh my God, it's really bad.
You're trying to be performant on the screen that split with this person you're competing against who's peeking at your gameplay. Like, come on, like, are we really? So, no, I don't know. Like, there's certain aspects to it definitely you miss, but overall, was the juice worth the squeeze on that one? I'm gonna say no, and I'll definitely prefer to be online. And right now, with how ubiquitous webcams are, like, dude, everybody's got a webcam.
That's true.
How can we not feel engaged?
It's also different times. It's different times because right now, like, everyone has proper PCs to game on, and like you said, microphones are good as well, because if you remember early days of gaming, nobody had a good mic. You could barely hear, like, people would have a fan on and stuff.
Oh yeah,
it was really bad. Yeah, Stein said that's one of my favorite memories playing Mario Kart on the Wii. That was amazing. And you always get the worst controller. Yeah, speaking of worst controller, in my friend circle a long time ago, there was a very notorious controller that was so bad that the cable was kind of broken but still put together. And I remember it was my dad or my grandpa at the time, because obviously we can't buy a new one. So then they put like a bamboo thing around it. So they wrapped actual bamboo around it so it's like firm, and then they taped it so that it would stay straight as well. And then you'd have to be very lucky that it would still stay connected. Yeah, it was one of those controllers.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know. Like, I think console, you know, and I don't want to stoke any console PC war comments, but console, man, people were I'll say much more likely to be on a live mic when I was
Yeah?
playing console primarily. Yeah.
Okay.
This was so let me give you circa Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2 type of time frame when I was playing Call of Duty, first person shooters primarily. Man, the lobby was always lit, especially on a
Yeah.
weekend. Oh my God, it was like a block party. And I think that's what actually made the game so wildly successful. Like, they had this channel on YouTube, and it was all about people that you would catch on a hot mic raging after they got killed.
Yeah.
And man, that channel blew up, dude, because everybody was laughing so hard at like some of these responses from hot mics and everything after you kill a person, but also just some of the back and forth in the lobby. It was good. It was fun. I met some people that had clans and all this other stuff to further push social engagement.
Yeah.
But now I just, you know, it feels a little, like I said, a little less of that, but I still enjoy gaming to this day, man. And the backlog is just, it's getting deeper and deeper. Finding the time is the tricky part, right? So
Yeah.
if I were fortunate enough to be able to do this full time, yeah, I could probably keep pace with some of this stuff. But man, games are dropping every other week, and these aren't bad games. These are like
Yeah.
these are like AAA titles, AA titles, and even some of these great indie games that look really, really interesting. Now you've introduced me to Cult of the Lamb.
Cult of the Lamb, very fun. Yeah.
That game looks legit, man. I played, and not to run away with the conversation, but I played Enter the Gungeon was a game I was introduced to
Yeah.
by my stepson. And man, I played it on Switch. I got the physical copy. I love that game. It was very fun. And it was a overhead dungeon crawler. But it looked very similar to the way you've been playing
right.
Cult of the Lamb. It looked very similar to me.
Yeah.
In the way it felt. But that's more of a bullet hell game. Not really like the level of what you're playing right now. But
there was another game that I also liked playing. It was also a shooter, so it wasn't top down or anything, but it had like, it was a roguelite. Oof. What's it called again? Hang on, I'm gonna ask. Sorry, question. You remember the game that we played together? Shooter, make your own build, roguelite. No. Okay, I'm gonna have to find this. Sorry to distract. I will find this. It is called Gunfire Reborn. There we go. Gunfire Reborn. I can also highly recommend.
Dude, they just took it out of Xbox Game Pass.
Oh, they did? Oh no.
Yeah. It just left on the 31st. The end of this month. I thought I had recommended that to you, and I was telling you I was going to try that out. But
yeah, years ago I played it. Yeah.
Dude, I downloaded it and never played the dang thing.
Never?
Dude,
but if you have it downloaded, can you still play it? Or no?
No, they removed the download. They removed the download once they take it from Game Pass. It's gone.
Oh damn.
The cool thing is though, and I wanted to talk to you about this too, because I definitely put a pin in this for later, just to get your like thoughts on Game Pass now that you've been playing Game Pass for a little bit. But before we get into that, what I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Dang it, you made me forget already. Oh, I forgot just that quick. But no, I did want to give Gunfire Reborn a try, but I think that's a part of the challenge with managing this unwieldy thing called Game Pass. It is rough and
Too
tumble.
much.
There are tons of games. Like there's so many games you're inundated with that you do want to play, you do want to check out, and man, the time is not there to enjoy it all. So you definitely feel that fear of missing out. So now you have to start making choices. Which game am I going to play? Which game am I going to finish?
Yeah.
Always choices.
I'm trying to get it. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, got the German one. Oh yeah, Xbox Game Pass, man. So I definitely have to say that years ago when I first started streaming, I like always promoted Xbox Game Pass to other people. Not because of a sponsorship or anything, but I genuinely thought there were enough games there that's definitely worth the money. Because back then you paid like $1 for the first month or something, and then like what was it? Yeah, something like that, and then like maybe $5. Now I think it's $10 now. I'm not sure, but it's still worth it because over the years I've not actually had Game Pass active for a while, but when I did a long time ago, there were like a couple games that were definitely worth it, like Gears of War, for example. I'm just random games, Halo and all the usual stuff. That's always worth playing. But then when I recently got Game Pass, yeah, especially with Starfield having come out on it as well. What other games? I mean, if you like car stuff, Forza Motorsport, I guess. There's so many games with really high value on there right now that's definitely worth playing. I'm really happy to have purchased or subscribed to the Xbox Game Pass for sure.
So I just remember what I was going to say. So
yeah,
with Gunfire Reborn and any of those other games, and this is one of the other like good benefits of Game Pass. And I'm not selling it. I'm not sponsored or anything like that. I get that, like, it sounds like that when people start talking about it, but some of those good things are really quite good. But if there's a game that comes to Game Pass and you want to buy it, you get 20% off of that game.
Okay, like, this does sound like a sponsored deal. No, but it is good. Yeah, it is good. Yeah,
like getting 20% off of all the games that come through Game Pass, that's kind of a sweet deal. So even if I wanted to pick up Gunfire Reborn and they were warning us, and they did tell me that it was going away, I could have bought the game for 20% off before it left. So shame on me for missing the boat. But like it does give you a lot of flexibility in saying, okay, I wanted to play that game. I played it. I had the experience. I didn't care for it. I don't want to have it permanently, but it was cool. So you had the experience, and that's something nobody can take away from you, short of amnesia. But other than that, like, yeah, you get to have those moments. You get to enjoy the time you have with it. I do. So I came into Game Pass when it was cheaper.
Yeah. For Stein mentioned that it's really overwhelming as well, which I also agree with. Yeah, it's a lot of games. It's a lot of games.
Yeah, it's a lot of games. Oh, hey, Disabled One, welcome in. But yeah, it can be overwhelming. Like I said, the backlog is stupid right now. So I have games I've purchased, and then I have all of these games that they're constantly bringing in and out and rotating in and out, which is a good thing in my opinion because it keeps things fresh, right?
Yeah.
It keeps things from feeling stale. And sometimes for me, I'll go into something gung-ho, I'm all excited and I'm ripping and roaring out of the gate, right? And then I get bored with it and I'm ready to switch to the next game, right? So, yeah, that's what ended up happening with several games for me. But guess what? There was another stack of games being added to the library every month, and on top of that, they're adding stuff to the EA subscription as well. Which I think at the ultimate tier you get the EA. I don't know if you get EA on PC only, but anyway, it was like I get an EA Pass subscription and an Xbox Game Pass for all included. And I can play these games on my Xbox upstairs when I'm on my TV sometimes. So, yeah, why not, right? Like, stretch my dollar to the nth degree. So, I do like it.
Then, speaking of Xbox Game Pass, what games are you enjoying at the moment? And what can we expect
Oh,
on your channel as well?
okay. So I initially my debut was with Payday 3, and I anticipated maybe playing Payday 3 quite a bit with friends and engaging in that game, but I don't know, like it just didn't grab me. It didn't hold.
Yeah.
So when I looked at the concept and a lot of what was in the game, it was, hey, we have this, and this, but we're not going to tell you anything about it. You got to go figure it out. And it's like, oh my God, lack of information is not a level of difficulty, right? And that's part of a frustration for me, is that instead of creating, I prefer challenges that are complex, not tedious. So if the challenge is, hey, you need to figure out what series of skill sets to use to complete your task, great. But no, I don't want you to tell me, hey, you need to figure out what the skills do first. We're not going to tell you anything about those. And then you need to figure out which skill sets to use to actually accomplish the task. And it's like, not fun.
Yeah.
So again, this is probably like showing my age too much. I come from a time where games came with booklets, right? And in that booklet, it told you all of the buttons and controls and everything, and all of and even had little tips, right? So like I'd be playing a game, and people who didn't read the booklet would be like, hey, how did you do that? And it's like, oh, it's in the book, bro. But at the same time, like, I didn't have to go figure that stuff out. Like, that was just basic information. So if you think back to like Elden Ring, and they take you into that tutorial area, before you even get to the tutorial area, you are brought to a boss.
Yeah.
It's meant to just slap you.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, you didn't even tell me what the buttons do. Like, that's not difficult. That's not difficult. Like, there was no challenge there for me because I didn't have a thing to do in the thing. So it's like, oh, okay, we're going to demolish you and then tell you what the buttons do, which is like, oh, okay. So it's kind of like that thing with the butterfly in Lies of P, right? You're told to follow the first butterfly, but you're not told that you're supposed to kill the butterfly until it disappears. It's like, that's not difficulty.
Yeah.
it's just bad development, right? So I'm looking for more of those type of thoughtful games that really challenge the mind and the physical ability of actually accomplishing a thing, not the tedium of, oh, we just put it out there and didn't do a proper tutorial. So now that's heralded as like this new difficulty. And it's like, no, that's not difficult, bro. It's just lazy. Like back in the day, you used to have to come up with a great system to engage the user, get them started up and quickly, and actually take them through the basics. And if you didn't want to go through the basics, you could skip it. That's fine too.
I wanted to mention a game that I recently played was Exanima, which I'll show here as well. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but it's just a physics-based permadeath dungeon crawler. So when you swing, your swing actually has to connect in order for it to do damage, kind of thing. And then obviously it's very wonky with how you walk and stuff, because I mean, I guess, yeah, you can see it kind of here. But anyway, what was really interesting though, and that kind of brought me back to what you said as well, is the fact that this game had some puzzles that required you to actually be creative about figuring out a solution. So you had certain puzzles with levers that open doors, but they would close the moment you pull them. So you had to think of a way to jam them. So then you have to grab something else and then actually try to jam it in there with like actually moving like I used the plank, for example, with jamming a plank on top of the lever, that kind of stuff, which is kind of cool. And that's definitely I kind of miss that approach in games where like you can just be creative with figuring out things, for sure. This was obviously puzzle oriented, but it could also be combat wise, where like it's not necessarily like in Elden Ring, for example, you have the options of using all the kinds of weapons, and it doesn't really matter what type of weapons you use. If you want to make it easier, of course, then yeah, there's certain things that work better. But I miss that in games a lot, because nowadays in games I feel like everything is kind of handed out to you. Like I don't know. Like for example, if you have a boss fight, it's like, okay, here's a gimmick of this one weapon. Just use this weapon, press a button, and then the boss dies. It's like that kind of ruins it. I like the creative input of like figuring out a way of how to complete certain objectives. Yeah.
Absolutely. When I think about things like that, so let's take Elden Ring for example, and let's juxtapose that against something like Lies of P.
Yeah.
So, Lies of P, very linear, very handholdy.
Yeah.
Go down this road. There are some offshoots to collect items, and you can upgrade your weapons and mix and match to a certain degree. So it's very straightforward experience. Elden Ring, on the other hand, wide open world. Go where you want. Just do what you want to do. Go here, go there. And that, to me, was overwhelming in a sense. Just like saying Game Pass was overwhelming. Like, I felt overwhelmed with all of the choice and 90% of the choices being wrong, right? So it was like an artificial choice, right? Like, oh, well, you're level 1. You can go out and go to any part of the world and get slapped. You know, it was like you weren't going over there and just, owning the boss. No, it wasn't true in a sense that you could just go at level 1 and do anything. Yeah, you got some of these people who have put like a gajillion hours in the game who go butt naked and beat bosses and stuff with the stick, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm not trying to be a career Elden Ringer either. I want to play the game, I want to experience the game, and I want there to be somewhat of a happy medium between those types of experiences from, say, an Elden Ring and a Lies of P. So I don't want it to be so limited as Lies was, but I don't think I want it to be so falsely open as
I see.
Elden Ring was. So on my playthrough of Elden Ring, well, my initial playthrough when I actually got it going, I explored a little bit, and one of the first few chests I was able to open teleported me to the other side of the world. And I was in an area that was slapping the hell out of me, bro. I was teleporting me to hell as far as it's just like, what? So now, dude, I'm on the other side of this acid world where, every step you take is murder. So it was a little, like, okay, guys, I get it, I guess. But also there were things like, oh, well, everybody knew where the hub was, right? What hub? I never made it to it. I played through more of the game than I think I was supposed to before I knew about the hub. And I was like, oh, okay, well, let me backtrack and go get that, because these are the type of things that you can overlook, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't rest at the right waypoint. Oh, you missed out on this cutscene that was supposed to take you to this person that was supposed to tell you about this. Okay. So we need a little bit more than what they did, but I did love the world that they created.
I agree with what you said there, because also I've learned a lot about the lore and certain quests. I've learned that more from other people than I have from actually playing the game myself multiple times. That's the crazy thing, because there's no, like, I wish, because the lore is kind of interesting. To me, I'm not much of a lore person in general, but for that game, I do find it interesting enough to actually watch some YouTube videos about. But I did find out that, like, playing it myself, there were a lot of quests that you would just straight up skip or, like, did not know about, because you're not really pushed in that direction. So, like, there is a lot of freedom in the game, which is good, but I also feel like in terms of questing and to get you more engaged into the lore, that they should do a little bit better job with connecting things so that it makes sense as to, like, okay, now I have to go here kind of thing, because it is really, really free.
I like games that say, hey, you're about to go into the next chapter. Are you done doing everything you need to do here?
Oh, I see, yeah.
That's all you need to do, is let me know that, hey, this is about to jump to the next level. Any of these quests or exploration that you wanted to do, get it done now, because this world may not be the same by the time you come back to it in the storyline, which is fine with me, right? So I've been playing Sea of Stars, which was
Sea of Stars?
One of my favorite games. Sea of Stars. And it's a JRPG.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, yeah. You,
Really
you told me about that.
straightforward
Yeah.
game as well, right? Very
Yeah.
linear, but at the same time, wide open in exploration and very clear with, hey, this thing is about to change. What?
I clicked on the wrong link. I got into like some illegal key thing. Yes,
Yeesh.
by accident.
But no,
But
the game was very wide open. Like you get to a point where you can go and explore and check out all these different places. That was cool. But at the same time, they'd confirm before they went to that next area, hey, are you ready? Is your team ready to go on to the next chapter? And that would let you know, hey, if you want to do some quests, or you got anything you need to go check on, go do it now. And it was cool because I was able to do a lot of those side quests that I wanted to go finish and complete. And was like, oh, okay, great. That's my way of knowing that, okay, this is about to take me into a next phase. And it's a smooth way to do it without disrupting the experience of playing the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of miss that as well. Playing those more story driven games for sure. I haven't really done that in a long ass time. I think maybe I don't know. I don't know. Have you played Starfield at all or no?
I played like maybe 3 hours.
Not much.
I was disappointed.
Yeah, I still haven't played it at all. I'm slowly leaning towards trying it out.
I didn't. Let me say this. I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
But I didn't love it. There was nothing that was like, man, I want to go to every planet and scan every plant and every insectoid. No, I don't really like that didn't draw me so much. The environment, the ambiance they create and then the first mission or so, really good, man. The settings feel really real. But no, I don't know. Nothing just really stood out to me. Like, I want to do this every day. I want to come back to this every day.
Yeah.
But let me just.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'll.
I was just gonna read what Stein said, but Stein said what's also an annoying thing was when the tutorial was only given by text, no training, just text you need to read.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would partially agree for my own experience because sometimes I feel like I'm not being really that bright because it is being said what to do and then I just don't really do it. But there's also definitely times where it would be nicer to like have like a video up, like for example like a blocking mechanic in Lies of P, like a better show of like, okay, this is the exact moment of the iframe, right? Because that they don't really show you that. You just kind of have to figure that out. So something like that would be nice, yeah, where it's not just a text of like, hey, press this button to block. That would be nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird though. It's a mixed bag because for some people, like myself, in my day to day, I'm in IT, information technology, so I work with a lot of computers and stuff. But primarily, I'm an engineer and I break down technical documentation, right? So I'm looking at walls of text all day, right? So for me, looking at some blurbs of text, I can read through those very quickly, and move on to the next thing and be fine, right? But some people prefer a visual approach, which is absolutely okay. And even then, so some prefer an interactive approach, right? So you're actually doing that thing at that time. More times than not, though, I find when they do interactive approaches, you have so many blobs popping up on your screen at the same time that you're
That's also true.
to read.
Yeah.
In like a second and a half before it's gone forever. And it's like, dude, I don't know what was that? Like, it's like, okay, press A to jump. Bloop, 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 bloop. You can check this. You can look at that. And it's like, wait a minute, whoa, calm down, sir. I need to know what those things said. But yeah, I don't know.
I think MOBAs do it really well because with MOBAs, let's say Smite or something, you're brought to like a skill thing, right? And then you can see a video as to what the skill exactly does too at the same time while the text is there too. I think that's a really good approach. And it doesn't really overwhelm you with stuff that you have to learn because if you're done with that skill, you just move on to the next skill and then learn it that way. So I like how Smite does it, for example. Yeah, if you're new to Smite, that's really nice.
Oh man, so to get to your point about what type of games you can expect to see on my channel.
Yeah.
I've played a wide variety of games, and I found that I haven't played all of the varieties of games. So this year was my first soiree into Souls likes. I had not played Souls like games before. So it was like, wow, that's a completely new experience. And it's kind of exciting to have these new genres of gaming that are bubbling up to the surface to me.
Yeah.
Anew. So primarily I used to play first person shooters, which was fun. Great after work action, pick up the sticks, grab a shotgun and run into an arena, right? But now it's like, okay, I'm opening up my eyes to all of the different types of games, and I primarily will be a variety streamer. So I don't think I'll be married to any particular one genre or type of game, but I do want to explore more of those types of games and those genres that I haven't particularly played the most of in the past. So that being Souls likes, ARPGs, and right now I guess you'd call this a horde shooter, which is what I've been playing with Darktide.
Oh yeah,
40K Darktide, which makes me feel really reminiscent of Call of Duty's zombies and the alien type of play mode that they used to have, right? So it was very familiar to me in that sense. Like, you had these people who had to go through and do these little missions and survive and everything else, and you had to fend off these waves of swarms of enemies and bosses. Hello, Ken. But yeah, those are the type of games I'm looking to play. So you'll probably see a lot more of that. Right now, I'm kind of stuck in with Darktide. I've been enjoying that. But if you have any recommendations or good games that you know of coming out, or
good games,
suggest, I'm definitely open to it. And you know, I'm a game passer, so if there's a game on Game Pass that you play that you think would be right up my alley or I'd like, hey, let me know. I'm open to checking it.
Are you into card games at all?
Or no? I love card games. Dude, I play Hearthstone.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, true. Slay the Spire. I mean, you probably already played it, right?
I already played Slay the Spire.
Yeah, Slay the Spire.
Yeah. I
recently found out Monster Train because of that Xbox Game Pass as well. Monster Train was kind of dope too. Have you heard of that one?
Train.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Monster Train is basically like Slay the Spire. I really had a good time playing that. I'll show a bit on the stream now. But
yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah, so it's the same way with like get cards, upgrade cards, whatever, make your own deck type of thing, and then you play it, with the only difference being that you have to protect I don't even know how to explain this. But yeah, basically Slay the Spire-ish. It's really good. I can recommend it for sure. I will however say that it feels like it's a little bit less. It feels like Slay the Spire had like a child, and the child is very young in development. There's not much to it yet. But I don't know how long the game's been out for, but it's definitely enough content to give it a try for sure. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Yeah. And I really wish that there would be more games like that too. Yes, card stuff.
Also, if you're on Z's Discord, in the self-promo section, I added a link to my Xbox profile to be added to a friend. So if you do have the Xbox app or play any of the Xbox games or on Game Pass, you can add me there. That link will be good for about a week. And yeah, if you're looking to join up and play some games, I'm always open, man.
Yeah. Stein mentioned Medieval Dynasty.
Medieval Dynasty.
Yeah. Now I've actually seen gameplay of that before. I think from what I remember from reviews and stuff, people said that it was like a little bit too slow paced. But I mean, like, what are you gonna expect from a game like that, right? But if there's a co-op mode, that should be really fun. Sorry. Yeah. Have you ever heard of that game?
Oh, about to check it out now.
Yeah, starts out slow but gets faster later. Yeah.
Oh my God! Speaking of, dude, I ended up quitting out of Wo Long.
Oh yeah, how's that game? Damn, I've heard from that one.
It wasn't. So it's on Game Pass if you ever want to check it out. But the countering system. People talk about how tight the windows are in Lies of P, and they complained and they got it nerf, but I was like, dude, you have no clue. Like, you've never played Wolong.
Yeah.
Wolong, oh my god, you have to be, I mean, frame precise. Like, you probably have maybe 10 frames at most to hit
Yeah.
your it's gross. And their red attacks, their fury attacks, so like the fury attacks in Lies of P, you would just run away from them sometimes and they couldn't reach you, right? And that was nice. Not in Wolong, bro. Like, they teleport to where you are. So if you run, they will fly right to you and hit you 100% of the time. The only time you can get out of their way by not parrying it was line of sighting. And there were very few line of sight opportunities. So you'd have this boss jump up in the air and hit you with something that was likely to be like a one shot, right? It was so oppressive. I ended up learning a method to parry that would allow me to block as well. So if you hold the block and then hit the parry while you're blocking, if you don't land the parry, you will still block the attack. But the problem was the red attacks are unblockable.
Yeah.
So, if you didn't get that parry off, sad days.
Yeah. Have you played Sekiro by any chance?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I hear Sekiro was really tough, but
yeah, because I'm wondering what Sekiro is like versus Wolong then, because I don't know anyone that's played both.
So oddly enough, and I'm probably going to trigger a lot of people. This is a hot take here.
Okay.
I think Souls players are probably some of the worst players of video games. Like, the stuff that they've been complaining about in their games, I'm like, dude, that is not even a problem. This is easy.
Okay.
Like, so let's go back to Wolong, right?
Yeah.
People were like, oh, this sucks in this game and this sucks in this game. It's like, well, one, you're not using your weapon switch parry. So they had a weapon switch parry. So if you parried, it would switch your weapon and perform a counter attack at the same time. So people were complaining about not having enough attack windows because they were always either blocking or parrying. It's like, well, if you're using your parry attack, then you'd be switching into a stronger weapon more times than not, and also getting off a counter attack while avoiding damage. You're just not using the game mechanics. So the frustration for me became with a lot of the requests for nerfs and buffs and changes to games. I love that, you know, to some extent, those things can be dialed in. But again, games used to be, here's your game, play it.
Yeah.
Like, if you can beat it, beat it. If you can't, kick rocks, right? Like, now it's like, I can't beat the game. Make it easier for me. And it's like,
yeah, it's a bit crazy. Yeah.
No, no, like, stuff that's broken, great.
It's actually not even that big of a hot take that you had, because I also agree, because so obviously we've all read what people think of Elden Ring and all that other stuff and all other games that are similar to it. But when you actually watch an average person on Twitch play these type of games, you notice that a lot of times that people aren't really learning properly. Because you'll see a lot that they just like, they spam roll dodge, or like they actually try to hold block at all times when like you're supposed to, let's say, do a perfect block or something, but out of panic that they just hold block and then that's it, like they just freeze up. And I do notice that as well, that a lot of average people definitely do not try to learn there, so they don't really do that properly. They don't learn the way you should, which is like, if you lose, right, you kind of think about like, okay, you know, maybe this attack is like, let's say it's 2 attacks, then I dodge, or let's say 1 attack, I dodge, and then I can hit him once, right? That's how most people, I would assume, would think about it. Yeah.
Well, one of my personal favorites are the greedy attackers.
Yeah.
So these are the people who greed
I'm one of them.
so hard, and they get mad when a boss hits them back, and it's like, bro, like, what were you expecting? Did you think you're just gonna spam X the whole time?
Yeah.
Right? You're just gonna hold down?
Yeah.
Just W key enjoyer, left click only?
Yeah.
No, there are buttons to be pressed.
You know who the worst offenders are for that in Elden Ring? Magic people. Because they will spam all the magics they can and they will not do anything else. They will not roll out of the way.
Yeah. That's bizarre to me, because it's like, dude, you had to expect an attack coming back at some point in time, right? No clue. But I do enjoy the Souls games, man. The ones I've been playing. Elden Ring was fun. I didn't finish it. I gotta go back to it. But like I said, my backlog is so dumb right now. Like I still have The Witcher 3 to complete, and I really want to play that game.
I still have to play that too. Yeah, it's been years. It's been years. Like I've had it in my library. You too, probably. You already have it.
Yeah, I already have it. I bought it on sale. It went on sale the other few months ago, and I was like,
oh, okay,
I gotta get it.
Yeah,
So I had it on PlayStation, dude. It's so crazy. Redbox. I don't know if you guys have red boxes over there. The Redbox is a kiosk that would sit outside of most of our drugstores in the USA, and you could rent DVDs from it, right? So you can rent movies and Blu-rays and stuff like that. Well, then they decided to jump into games at one point in time, so you could rent games, and it'd be like $1 or $2 to rent a game for a day, right? So
that must have been a long time ago.
So dude, they were really in a position they could have been the next Netflix, but I digress. So they ended up selling some of their games and movies and stuff when they were rotating them out of stock. So I'd end up buying games from the Redbox dirt cheap, like $5 you buy a game. It was nice. So I ended up buying The Witcher 3 from them for $5. Never played it. Shame on me, but I had it. Well, I started a playthrough on it, and it was fun, but I don't know. I just never had time. Like I said, I started off so gung-ho with stuff, and then next thing you know, life. And you got all this other stuff to do, and you come back and like, oh, well, I kind of want to play this new thing that's out now.
Yeah. Yeah, and people have always said that The Witcher 3 is definitely part of the top 3, 10, whatever of best games of all time, even. And I've still never
so much praise.
Yeah, I've only played it for like, I think maybe an hour at most or something. And it's not because I didn't like it. It's just I had other stuff to do at the time too, and I never really get back to it. Yeah.
I played through Fable, and I love that series too, and I love the storytelling of Fable. It kept me in there, just wanting to see what was the next thing.
Yeah.
I want to get. I don't think it'll be appropriate for my channel for like story type of stuff, but I do want to play more community type of engaging games that really are like, okay, you want to play some games? I want to play some games. Let's hop in. Let's do some poker. Let's go do this. Let's go do that, or play something else, and really engage more with, say, my audience or whomever that's in the crowd to have a good time.
That is kind of, I will say that is kind of difficult. I'm not gonna lie, but it also depends on what you are as a person. Because for me, for example, it's hard because I swap games a lot, so that therefore people that would like to play certain games with me, they might not have the chance because they missed out on one day, and then now I'm already playing another game, for example. But if you were to actually like focus on more community games, I'm pretty sure that you could do it. Yeah, 100%. You could form your own community that wants to play games together all the time. For sure.
Oh, by the way, just gonna make mention, it looks like you turned on requests to join your stream. You probably don't want to have requests on. People can join request to join your stream.
Yeah, they can request, but I still have to allow them, right?
Approve it and everything. Yeah, but
I'll pause. Okay, there you go. Yeah,
banner.
There we go. Ask Jay Slayer what the best console controller is, and why is it actually a Nintendo 64? Wait, did you talk about that before with him?
Okay, best console controller, hands down. The hot take, but facts have to be. Just have to go with the facts. It's GameCube.
GameCube controller. GameCube controller. What? But it's like, what?
Trolling, bro. Trolling.
Like, oh, you troll? Okay, I was about to say yes. Like, huh?
GameCube had the worst controller.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Controllerdom. The best controller. You're probably not gonna guess. Any guesses?
Xbox controller, the Duke.
You think Xbox? Okay.
No. I'm assuming because I don't know.
64. Wow. No.
Yeah.
That was a 3-pronged nightmare. Best controller, hands down.
60.
Dreamcast.
Dreamcast. Wait.
It was the best.
Dreamcast controller.
It was on its way to having, man, like if they had if they had the right layout and improved on that just a little bit more, it'd have been so good.
Isn't this basically a Switch?
Controller,
or no?
Look at that controller. So all it needed was a secondary stick. But
yeah,
here's the thing. And look at that. Look at the save card on that controller. Do you see that, Z?
Save card?
Yeah, scroll up a little bit. There was you'll see the little card sitting next to it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah,
there's a little card sitting next to it.
Oh yeah,
that was a little display screen.
Yeah,
and it was actually a controller too. So you see the little buttons on it. You can play games on that screen. So you also could put that on a keychain, right? And you take it with you, and then you and your buddies would have like, what do they call them, Tamagotchi monsters and stuff, and you could fight your little buddies at school or whatever with your controller memory card. Dude, that was so fun. Also, this solved part of the problem we had in the discussions earlier, right? Your buddy looking on your screen. So, hey, we're playing a football game. You're watching what play I picked. Well, they actually integrated it into the controller. You could pick your play on your controller.
Oh.
So they didn't see what plays you were picking, right?
Damn.
So it was really ahead of its time. Like it had that familiar shape that most controllers have all adopted now. So like they just soften up some of the edges, add another thumbstick, and that probably is the best controller known to man. I don't know why no one really bought the idea of having a display on the controller taken from Dreamcast. That was a win. I don't think the touchpad on the PlayStation controller makes sense to me at all.
I never understood that. Yeah.
Like, oh, I need to aim. Let me use my touchpad. No way, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody uses the touchpad for anything. So it's really the most wasted space on a controller. I didn't care for the thumbsticks being like right next to each other. So a lot of the times you'd either have thumbs bumping into one another or something like that. Dude, I can tell you how Dreamcast died. It broke my heart. That was one of the best systems ever. It probably was the best system that I will see in my lifetime because it was so innovative. This was around the time where consoles were making that switch from dial-up, which was the old 56K modems, into broadband. And you could play online with high-speed internet connections. Oh, it was crazy. Man, I was one of those people, I was an early adopter because I've been in technology over 20 years now. I started right out of high school into IT. So I loved it. And man, I got on the Dreamcast and I played high-speed matches and multiplayer, played Phantasy Star Online with all these people who were in the lobby playing soccer together. Like, it was so socially engaging. The thing that killed Dreamcast, however, was also the internet. Dude, it was easy to hack. So everybody was bootlegging those games. Imagine a gaming console where, like, as soon as the game came out, there were files online that you could download from a torrent and just rip it and go play it. And I'm not even talking about playing it offline. You play it online too. So they weren't realizing those sales that they needed to from the games to keep the whole company alive, right? So a lot of these companies, they give the hardware away, right? Basically, they're taking a loss on the hardware in hopes they can recoup on software sales, right? So it's where they plan on making the money. At least that's what was the old model.
Yeah.
But when you give the hardware away for next to nothing, you spend all the time and energy on innovation, but you don't reap that reward from the software sales. You're kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the Dreamcast. It was one of my favorite. I love the OG Xbox. OG Xbox probably the most underrated. Like,
yeah, I think no, I agree. I 100% agree.
Pretty close with Dreamcast. Like Dreamcast was, everybody loved it. Okay, when 2K was a thing, that was when 2K came out, and that franchise just blew up the sports scene. Everybody was playing 2K on Dreamcast. It was just everybody was doing it. But I thought they had a lot of good innovation in what they were doing with the Dreamcast. And
I like it a lot. This idea of the controller and stuff. I actually did not know about this. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, wow.
The oldest thing that I remember was I think this one. I'm not sure. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Super Nintendo Entertainment System. There you go. Yes, that one or the this one. Nobody seems to know this one, but the Atari Lynx. I don't know. Do you know that?
If you had to make me choose between SNES and something that was circa its time, it's definitely going to be Sega Genesis.
Genesis.
The 6 buttons. Yeah, they put the 6 buttons on the control pad, and that was a game changer because if you play any fighting games, there was light punch, medium punch, heavy punch, right?
Yeah.
You had to have those 6 buttons on the face for a fighting game. So this was the closest you came to like having an arcade stick, right? Without without spending the extra
I see here now. Yeah,
this having those 6 buttons was kind of a game changer for people who like fighting games. So fighting game players definitely gravitated towards the Sega Genesis controller.
Yeah, I see. For me, it's always been okay. I never grew up in an arcade kind of thing. Like I have gone to arcades when I was younger, but I never quite understood the whole the fascination for the Street Fighter, those controllers. You know what I mean? Those actual arcade type of controllers. I've never really understood because, I mean, I would just prefer a controller like this. No. What makes that other controller so like almost a requirement?
Look at how small the stick is on that, right? So the stick on your controller is really small. That's why they sell longer thumbsticks. So on my controller, I have a raised thumbstick. This is much taller than normal.
Yeah.
It allows you to have greater level of control on how much you put into that direction. So if you look at those fighting sticks, they're really quite tall. So you had a lot of control on how much you put into those motions, right? So you could do some really finite, like just small flicks to hit your combos pretty quickly because they were directional inputs, right? Fireball motion, reverse fireball motion, back forward, like all that type of stuff. And then they got even more into it with, you know, like down, back, forward to actually do a longer jump, right? So like it got really nuanced, and games that were wildly popular in the arcade were fighters. So Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, all of those fighters, they were really like, dude, the lines with people with stacks of quarters. You wanted to be the arcade hero. Oh, you didn't grow up around that time, but I can tell you, it was fun to see these dudes sweating it out at the arcade, like who's gonna be the best of the best in your area. And man, those guys put bank rolls into these machines but it was a quarter, so it was so cheap. Like it was cheap fun entertainment for young kids at a time when systems and stuff like that weren't just readily available in the home. Right now, you can pick up a controller like now.
Man,
like, I'd rather have this. And it's like, but that didn't exist.
That's true. That's true. Didn't think of that. Yeah.
It's like, I'd rather have a high def television. Yes, they didn't exist. So these big cabinets, right? These arcade cabinets, they didn't have flat screens in them. They had big ass tube televisions in them.
The Wii controller was also brought up by both Stein and Alpha Drum. I don't know. Have you had a Wii? I've never had a Wii.
I got one over there right now. My kids had it, but let's go take a look at this because I don't recall it, but I remember it being pretty close to trash. Yeah.
I called it a nunchuck. Oh, I just typed in the search because I didn't know if it was that. But
that is like it looks like what I would expect a TV remote to look like in a nursing home. Like it's just.
But it's true,
like,
though.
Dude, it should have all nurse button on the bottom of that controller.
It does look like that.
And you have
Hospital bed.
You have the attachment there to control your what do you call it, the little motorized car. You can drive your little motorized wheelchair around with it. This is definitely nursing home approved. No.
Yeah, that's definitely
Yeah.
The Wii controller is definitely not it.
Oh my god! Look at it. You got the safety strap on it in case you fall down and can't get back up. Look at that. No.
I'm a really big fan of the Switch. Do you have a Switch? Oh yeah, I remember the story. Yeah, I remember the story as well.
So I'm not that big of a fan of the Switch. I'm actually quite a Switch hater.
A Switch hater, even. Okay.
Dude. So, okay. I'll say this because Nintendo made a power play, which was to say, console wars had become this thing where everybody was pushing to be the best console, right?
Yeah.
And that was a tough battle to be in, and you see what it did to Sega, right?
Yeah.
And then when you have somebody, and I love Microsoft. I'm always going to be a Microsoft fanboy for a couple reasons. I'll get into those later. But then you had Microsoft jump into the soiree, and it became just that much harder to actually make a standout console. So the likes of Atari, the likes of Sega, Neo Geo, all these other companies that came along, thinking they were going to, make a console and carve their path. No, they got carved out. So Nintendo did another type of move. They just said, no, we're going to make a different type of console. Just going to focus on what we do best and market to, quite possibly, the easiest to market to demographic, kids. So they made a slick transition and said, no, we're not going to make the strongest console. We're not going to make the most powerful thing. We're going to make something fun, accessible, and portable.
What I don't like is the Nintendo, that it's very exclusive, like the Mario stuff and all that. We still don't have a good Smash Bros for like PC at all, ever.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I'm missing. So like, I kind of dislike Nintendo for that, but at the same time, I do have a Switch, so I do like it. But I hate that it's super exclusive for its games. But yeah, that's part of it.
I get that, but like, Sony did the same thing, right? Like,
yeah,
they did the same thing with their games, and now Microsoft is out here trying to buy up some of these giganto studios, and they're not thrilled with that. But when it was Final Fantasy and everybody in the world was crying that Final Fantasy wasn't going to be on an Xbox console because Sony had bought Square Enix.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, okay, so it's fine when you guys do it, but when somebody else does it and you lose Call of Duty, we got a big problem, right? So it's kind of a mixed bag because a lot of the Sony fanboys and girls will all claim, oh, Sony has all the best first party games, their own games that are exclusives. Sony has the best exclusives.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Microsoft started buying up exclusives. That's not there. Wait a minute. Which is it? You can't have them both.
Yeah.
You can't have them both. So I think exclusivity ultimately is bad for gamers.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason I do like the way Microsoft has done a lot of their things. If it's on Xbox, it's on PC. Like, that's pretty much the way it is. And even Sony fanboys are like, well, I might not get an Xbox, but I'll still buy that Xbox title on PC. At least you have that flexibility and leverage. So that's nice. You don't get a PlayStation? Good luck. You just can't play those PlayStation games.
Yeah.
Unless
Bloodborne, I think, is one of them as well, since we talked about Dark Souls and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think, right? Bloodborne is exclusive, right? Pretty sure.
I think so.
And which one? Demon Souls also exclusive? Oh yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I kind of don't like that, but I mean, it's been part of gaming for so many years already. But what I like the most now is that we actually have a variety of games to choose from. Because like you said earlier, everyone had to play the same games when they were younger, right? That's just yeah, there just wasn't much out. Let's say relevant games out. No, I do actually feel, and this is very I feel like this is not this is kind of contradicting to how I hear a lot of people talk about games, but I personally feel that there is too much choice at the moment rather than too little. Because a lot of people say that there's just no games out. Like, I know there's a lot of games for sure. Yeah.
So many games.
So many games.
With games.
Yeah.
Not only are you inundated with games, you're inundated with games on every possible device. Whether it be your phone, whether it be your
phone games,
your Switch, whether it be your computer, whether it be your tablet. You can game on every damn device in your house almost. I could probably game on the little display in my kitchen, right?
Yeah.
Now, especially with the advent of cloud gaming, which once that hits full pitch, it is wide open as it's going to be, because if we get to the point where fiber is reliable and available everywhere, these speeds increase to where you can stream these games with little. Oh my god, you're gonna wake up gaming, you're gonna go to sleep gaming, you're gonna game on your break, you're gonna game in between this and that, and it's like, okay, where's the break point, guys? Like, because at the end of the day, it's all a business anyway, right? Everybody's buying for your dollar, so you kind of have to say, okay, well, where do I draw the line for me? Because gaming is going to be accessible everywhere. And like you said, there's so many games now. They're giving away the games so they can get you on either a subscription or B, some like DLC plan where you're buying all your characters and skins and colors and everything else.
Yeah. You can also talk about monetization. How do you feel about like subscription based or purchase or free but skins and so on and so on?
It's a tricky landscape right now with things. So like Exoprimal, I think we discussed that game a little while ago. And I was interested in Exoprimal. Fun game. I enjoyed the experience only because it was a part of Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
If I bought that game, I would have been livid, because you buy the game is not really a single player story as much as it's a multiplayer online game with a battle pass. So you bought the game, but you can't progress through the game because the game is just a battle pass. So why did I buy the game again?
Yeah.
And I think this came from a misguided attempt on the consumer side to maintain the pricing model of yesteryear, right? So at a time, games used to be $30 brand new, right? And I'm talking NES days, way back in the way back. And these games were like simple, 8-bit, like here's your cartridge, go home, $30, great. Now the price starts climbing up. Now the mark is $50, and the market is saying, hey,
70 even.
At the time, I'm saying the first stand was at 50 though. When people were like, no, you can't go over 50. And then it budged 60. Then it budged a little more. Now you're seeing $70 titles.
Yeah.
But the problem is, you're not giving me that same $50 game that you used to give me. Now you're giving me a portion of a game and then charging me for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So it's disingenuous on the developer side to say, oh, we kept our games at $70. It's only $70. Yeah. But it's a gutted out experience. I still need to buy your battle pass. I still need to buy all this. The best cosmetics used to come from playing the game.
Yeah.
Like, that's
challenges
concept.
and stuff. Yeah.
Man, challenges, dude. There was something about being in a lobby wearing the most kick-ass, hard to achieve, you had to grind accomplishment gear to flex, right?
Yeah.
Now that's gone. The most challenging, and I look at Darktide, with the stink finger here. Shame on you guys. all the penances and challenges and achievements you can complete in the game, they look mediocre at best. And the stuff in the cash shop looks way better more times than not, even though they too are underwhelming. So I'd like to see a return to playing the game. Like, I would like to see a return to the focus on playing the game. Let's play the game to get the best stuff in the game. Let's
Yeah.
actually encourage people to be in the game. One of my favorite games I grew up with wasn't that high definition, but the incentive was all in the community aspect, and that was so much fun because it was very big community building, nostalgic, kind of had this anime look to it. It was called Ragnarok Online. That was the only person I ever knew that played.
Ragnarok Online.
Yeah. Well, they turned that game into a straight up swipe your card. It's
Yeah.
you just, dude, buy a box, get your build. You're gonna spend several hundreds of dollars to build out a character, and then you're OP. That's really what the game has become, which is kind of gross. So monetization can take you to a place where a game like that, where at its zenith, was so community focused. So it was so good to play Ragnarok Online because you had guilds, you had groups, people were working together on different events, on different days of the week. I actually led a guild in that game. And hey, Decimus, yeah, we had those things. So when I look at what the slippery slope of monetization is, I think honestly, they're targeting demographics who can't really tell or don't really know. And they're not having conversations with people like, say, myself, who bridge the gap between the time where you didn't have all that nonsense. And then you look at games that come along and say, oh yeah, we're Baldur's Gate 3. Screw you, screw all that nonsense you're talking about. We're gonna deliver you that top tier experience, and we're not gonna do those creepy monetization games. Here is what we promised.
Yeah.
And you have those stewards who are, they're the last bastion, right? Like you used to think about CD Projekt Red in a similar vein where, oh, they're gonna really push the quality, right? Well, yeah, we see what happened with Cyberpunk, and it kind of just really sobers you up to think that, oh, there's really no guarantee that any of these things are going to hold true over time. But it is refreshing to see Baldur's Gate 3 come out in the way it is. And I also wanted to buy it just to support them, you know, just to say, hey, this is the way I feel about it, because I think when it comes to, and I'm sorry to be long-winded, when it comes to these type of things, you vote every day with your dollar, right? So if you're supporting something, you're showing that you're okay with that thing, whether it be good or bad. So I definitely want to support games and developers who prioritize giving that true gaming experience to the people who have loved, supported, and grown those type of titles to that level of clout and success.
About the monetization, I want to read through real quick. Stein said something for the free-to-play model for Conquer's Blade and some other stuff. He said, free games are difficult for me. When it's pay to win, then no, but what's pay to win? That's also a thing that I would like to talk about. For me, it's when you get exclusive items that are OP, but skins and faster progress are fine, but some people say that progress faster is also pay to win. That's what's annoying. In the game called Conquer's Blade, you can unlock everything for free, but you can pay to progress faster or get the skins faster. I see, that's a thing that I wanted to touch upon as well. I think also that there's a very big misconception, is that the word? Yeah. That pay to win has to do with skins and stuff. It's like how, for me, pay to win is truly if you are able to achieve, get certain things that allow you to be stronger than an opponent or thing, whatever, that you would not have access to otherwise, other than paying. That's for me is how pay to win is. I never really see the point of when like, for example, you have a bunch of skins and stuff and then people are saying like, it's kind of pay to win because fashion. I'm like, yeah, but like, it's just fashion, right? But then you have to ask, okay, what's the purpose of you playing the game? Do you want to look good or do you want to like experience the content? Because experiencing the content, and then of course having the pay to win aspect of like paying for stronger items and stuff that you wouldn't have access to otherwise, that's pay to win. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really see games with like skins and stuff being like a pay to win type of game or pay to progress. I also don't really feel that's like pay to win. It's pay for convenience is how I see it. It's not pay to win. How do you feel about that?
Real quick on here, because pay to progress is you have to dial that recipe in right?
Yeah.
It's like salt. It can enhance something or it can make it unbearable, right?
True.
So there were some instances where I think it was was it Star Wars Battlefront, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh
to
yeah.
earn the stuff in game, the time was
Yeah.
so freaking egregious versus what you would have to do if you just swiped, right?
Yeah.
So you could pay for it and be done in like a fraction of the time. But to grind in game, it was so absorbently out of scope.
Yeah.
It would take people years to grind and do, right? So
Yeah.
it was just like, no, that is pay to progress.
I forgot.
At the same
Yeah.
time,
I forgot that.
It's
Yeah.
forcing you out because the amount of time you would need to sink into it to progress is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
that, yeah. Oh, it's only a progression advantage. Yeah, but is it? Like the curve has to be not so steep, right? Like it's just 2 times experience, something like that. Cool.
Yeah.
But
No. Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
balloon it out of control just to make it impossible for non-buyers, it's still the same as a pay to win.
For me, the way I assess it, and I totally forgot about that extreme example because that is a thing that happened, of course, with Star Wars. But for me, it's always, is it at the level of Korean grinding or not? And yeah, that Star Wars game in particular with unlocking certain heroes and stuff, that definitely is up to like Korean game standard, yes. And that's a bit too much. I would say pay for progression is fine when it's like how you said, it's like, okay, you get double XP or something. And overall, it's like, it's a very minor thing, right? To unlock it a little bit faster. But yeah, if it gets to that level where it would take people months of gameplay, actual continuous months of gameplay, then that's a no-go too. But where do you draw the line? That's a good question. Yeah, where do you draw the line?
Play 10,000 hours or pay 10 pounds.
Yeah, so it's not okay. So it's not as easy as I made it out to be. I see my mistake there. Yeah, it's not as easy.
All of this stuff is it's not inherently bad, right? Microtransactions, I'm not against them. You want to sell some cosmetics? Sell some cosmetics by all means. You want to sell some other stuff, like some minor progression stuff? By all means. Color waves, do it. But then the greed is what really ruins it because they're not happy with making some money. They want to make all the money. So now I can't offer cosmetics in the cash shop. All cosmetics in the game have to come out now. Now we only offer basic white t-shirt, blue jeans in the game, and all of the cosmetics are in the cash shop. And it's like, I still pay for the game though, bro. I still bought this. I still pay for Dark Tide, right? Like, that's the mindset is I bought this game. Why do I not have cosmetics? We had those back in the day. And I remember Call of Duty doing a similar thing, and most people didn't pick up on it, but I did. They took a bunch of the flags and icons out of the game that you could get. And then they came back and it was like, all of a sudden, these were things you could buy in the cash shop. And it was like, what?
Yeah, that's...
You literally took content out of my game to sell it back to me, but you sold me the game at full price. So like, we're diminishing the core product, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like that shrinkage of saying, okay, now instead of getting 10 ounces of ketchup, you get 8 ounces of ketchup in the package for the same price. Well, you think the price is the same, but they shrunk the actual contents that you get. And that's the trick of shrinkification, is that you still think, oh, I got the big bottle of ketchup. Oh, it's big compared to the little one, but it's smaller than what you bought yesterday.
Yeah, so for games nowadays, most of them, I would say it usually comes out to be a case of they cut the game's content in half of what they already have, sell it as day one DLC even, right? And then on top of that, they've never really worked much on performance. So on day one, when it releases, it never tends to work either. So it's very, I'm never really too happy. That's also why I don't pre-order. I saw Stein mention that earlier too. I also don't really pre-order. No, I haven't done that for years.
I don't pre-order for the same reasons that Stein mentioned earlier. The games are coming out in beta test phase. When I hear a launch date, I add 3 to 6 months after that to check back on those games because honestly, Dark Tide was an absolute stinker on launch, right? But they've made some really great changes. I'm really enjoying the game. But as far as like pre-orders, there's also this other part of subscription services now. So you have to take that into consideration when services like Game Pass, and I know Sony has their own version of Game Pass, they're doing day ones as well. So games are coming out. So what they
Game Pass
doing is they go to these developers and these publishers, and the publishers are saying, hey, we don't want you telling everybody our game is coming to Game Pass because you're killing our sales.
Yeah.
So they say, okay, well, we won't tell. So now you have day one shockers and surprises, right? Where it's like, boom, this is on Game Pass. Wait a minute, I just bought that. But if you don't know, you've already spent the money, right? So that's where they're trying to help those publishers in some way recoup their losses. But at the same time, now it prevents you from actually being able to forecast whether or not that game is coming to a service that you already have paid for. And you definitely would behoove you to be checking those any day a game comes out to make sure you don't go over your return policy playing a game that's actually available to you on another outlet.
Yeah. And yeah, Alpha Drone in chat mentioned the new Naruto has 2 different requirements. One is same as in 5-year-old game a 10-year-old laptop can run. One has higher recommendation than Starfield Alan Wake. But what I wanted to talk about really is the requirements. I feel like I might have bought my PC at the wrong time, because it's now starting to go the next level with Unreal Engine 5 and stuff, and I'm noticing it as well that yeah, it seems to be that games that are coming out now definitely need a better PC for sure.
So I do feel that now is probably the worst time to get into the next generation of GPUs.
Okay.
Even if you were interested in the 4000 series from NVIDIA or the 7000 series from AMD, they're introducing new technologies right now, right? So they're trying to flesh out how those are going to work and better optimize those. I'd be interested in the 7000 series next year when it's old, right? Or whenever that next generation of GPU comes out, I'm probably looking at the 7000 and 4000 series, because then I'll have a good bang for the buck. The drivers will be mature, and those cards are not close to being out of like frontline contention. We're at a space where I don't think there's much more headroom to really gain from GPUs. So like, okay, great. Your GPU can now do 700 frames per second. Bro, you can only see 60. So, so your eyeballs won't even be able to appreciate all of the frames that you're missing.
Yeah.
Great. As far as like, dude, if you can get over 120 frames, I don't see the point. I don't see the point.
Yeah. People that play shooters apparently, like the professional ones, they say there's a difference.
You got ultra all settings, 120 plus frames. Your eyes can't even recognize like anything much more. Like you could sit somebody, and I don't care how good of a gamer you claim to be, esports, whatever.
Yeah.
Science is science. Your brain can only process so much at a time. So you're not even receiving that. It's like, I don't know. It's like buying a car that goes 800 miles an hour, but there's never a road you can go 800.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's also a thing that people never think about, that like when you buy a game off Steam, if Steam ever shuts down, it's gone. But what are the chances of that actually happening though? Like I don't think that's a very real chance to happen. But
you never know.
You never know yet.
So if you had to ask somebody in the 90s, what's the chance of Blockbuster going out of business?
Yeah, also true.
I would say
true, actually. Yeah, that made me think, man. That made me think now. That might just happen. You never know.
So
yeah.
I love physicals. I love physical copies of games, and that was probably one of my most difficult decisions when making the transition to PC. But there wasn't any. Like there is no physical, right? Like,
no.
It's all digital download. So for me, I loved having that thing in my hand. I could go to the store. Here, I'm gonna sell this to you. Or it become a collector's item. I still have this Nintendo game. Oh man, now it's worth $100, man. It was just sitting on my shelf,
Yeah.
aging over these years, and now everybody wants it. Like, there's no collector's PC game.
So I'm curious.
What do you collect?
I'm curious. So you said that you want to have a physical copy of things, right? Are you also the person that would rather not buy things online, just actual stuff, and you'd actually go to a store and physically see and touch the things that you want to buy?
So I'm a mix. I'm open to both. Like, I'm a hybrid person. I was there for the .com boom, right? Like,
Yeah.
I was there when the internet blew up and everything was available online, and it was so crazy. So I'm definitely open to the technology, but I still don't think it replaces the brick and mortar as much as some people may think. So let me give you an example. You want to buy a mattress. You want to go look online, or you want to go lay on it?
Yeah, that's a tough question, to be honest, because like
Exactly.
I can also see the online thing.
No. So you got to pay for shipping. That thing to
Yeah.
come to you, delivery, setup. Who wants to go through all that? Instead, you could just take a 10-minute, 20-minute drive, or catch a bus or a train over to the store, lay on some mattresses, and go, okay, all right. Now I'm going home. And like this Family Guy skit I saw once. They went to the mattress store. They're laying on all the mattresses, and he says, "Do you know which one you want?" She says, "Yep, I'm ordering it online right now." So, I mean, there is some validity to having those brick and mortar places, and I do like physical copies. But when I get physical things, you got things like Amazon that make both online and physical a very fast and real approachable thing. So 2 days to receive something now, and in a lot of cases, I'll go order something. It's 1 day shipping. Like, it's just that quick now. So I could order it even at 6 p.m. at night. It'll be here the next day. So for me, I love having that time back, but also I love going into retail outlets sometimes where I can try on things and engage with people. I went to shopping for clothes. I post some of the food stuff that I cook, and I've been cooking primarily to improve my diet and health, right? Well, I lost some weight, and I decided it was time to go refresh my wardrobe, and I went into some outlet stores. We have some outlets near us, brick and mortar. So I could have ordered it online, but I went into the outlet stores, and there was a lady assisting people at the try-on room, and I had on this fit of jeans. She's like, that fits you, but I think I know of a better fit for you. So she recommended some other types of fits of jeans for me, and man, I fell in love with those other fits of jeans. That doesn't happen online. That doesn't happen when I go to check out that cart, or when I'm in that store and I have those people who are in fashion, who are in retail, who have been handling these things, who know what's new and what's hot and what's trending. They're not online chatting with me as much as that little chat bubble of the lady in the corner saying, "How can I help you?" She's not going to help me like that. So I don't know. I definitely do still have a soft spot in my heart for brick and mortar, but also I love the convenience of online shopping too.
For me, a big thing is also like expensive stuff or not, because like you said, a mattress. I think it is mattress is a bit more, so it's really worth to check out to actually have a feel for it, of course. But other things like, I don't know, like for example, 2 years ago I bought an air fryer. I didn't really have to go check out like actually physically touch the air fryer, and I was like, I'll just order one online, it's fine. So it really depends on what it is, for sure. That's a big thing. And Alphadro mentioned there's so many stores closing in our city, we don't have a choice but ordering. That's also becoming a thing now. I don't know if that has to do with our city, with like if they're getting enough sales or not. I don't know what it has to do with, but I do think that we're probably gonna get closer to the whole idea of just like everything being online only and stuff, and that there's no longer going to be any physical stores to buy stuff. It's kind of it's getting closer and closer, for sure. I will say that it's not as fast as technology isn't improving as fast as we initially thought. Like by now that we'd have like floating like hoverboards and stuff and all that kind of stuff, but we are still
you don't have
growing.
Your floating hoverboard? I just cast mine up, buddy.
No, so it is getting scary, But you wanted to say something.
a lot of malls and stores in the U.S. are closing too. There's a couple of malls in my area where they just they couldn't weather the storm, and I think it's their inability to adapt that is their shortcoming. All things, change is inevitable, right? So it doesn't matter what the field is, what the topic is, change is inevitable. It's coming. Times will change, technologies will change. We have to change with them. We have to accommodate those new things. What you're seeing is those things that could not adapt, who could not embrace technology, they're suffering the most. So yeah, okay, people are ordering more online. You need to have an online presence. You need to have an actual system to shift the priorities of how you do business. So I'll take my local grocers, for example. People love shopping online because they hate shopping in store. Why do they hate shopping in store? Because the store was designed to make you have to walk through a lot of the store to get the key ingredients that you need. So they designed the flow of the store to make you walk past a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's a design that's meant to waste my time and expose me to more products to buy, right? So what you're doing now is you've indirectly incentivized me to order online. So now I'm going to save that time. I'm going to have some of your employees go do the shopping, and I don't have to waste my time walking back and forth viewing those products, right? Well, now what the grocer should be saying is, let's just adapt our policy to have more of those people who are going to pick those orders. Let's drive up that type of sale, right? And figure out how we can better monetize around that. So there are definitely things that can be done to streamline your shopping experience. Oh man, there was this one store, what was it? Lowe's. Well, not a sponsor, but anyway, if you go on their website, they'll tell you what aisle, what aisle and what shelf an item is.
Lowe's?
Which is nice. So like, if I'm going to go pick something up, okay, great, I know exactly where to go get it. But even then, so they adapted it, I think, quite well. Now when you order online, they have a cabinet up front. They'll put your stuff in the locker. You just come in, scan the barcode, the locker pops open, you grab your stuff and you walk out. Done.
Yeah.
That's the type of stuff that's going to keep you afloat. Investing in that technology and being at the forefront of being competitive, not just sitting around saying, well, this is the way that's always done it. Okay, that'll get you out of business.
Yeah.
That'll get you ran up out of here.
I noticed the really small shops and stuff, family owned and whatnot, they tend to thrive really well when they do something on social media. That's been a big thing for years now as well, where they blow up because of I don't know, someone reviewing a store or a restaurant. There's a specific person, Keith Lee, who does restaurant reviews and whatnot.
I've been watching.
Yeah. So you know. Yeah. And that's really becoming big. Or like,
you want to give the background of the story, so
for Keith Lee. So
I mean, we know, but they know.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, so Keith Lee is a person. I randomly just found him really early on, where he just reviewed some food he got somewhere, and people really liked his reviews because they were really honest as well. I haven't seen a Keith Lee video where I'm like, okay, he's faking it or something. Like, you can see a genuine reaction, and sometimes his scores will be lower than what you might be expecting, and that's a good thing for me, because reviews nowadays, like, everything is just either the extreme hype or no hype whatsoever, and there's no real in between with like honesty, with like, okay, it's good, but this could be better. And that Keith Lee is a really good example of how you can do reviews. He specifically does things for food, but the reason why he's one of the most well-known reviewers at the moment is also because he does a lot of reviews for family-owned businesses or just small startups and whatnot. And because of his presence now on social media being so huge, every single restaurant place that he visits or has a good review about tends to like thrive in success for months. I don't know for how long, but definitely the first couple of weeks are absolutely booming. Just huge queues of people all wanting to try out that specific restaurant he talked about and whatnot. And that's kind of what I was talking about for, like, in general. Most of those businesses now, like, if they're smart about it, they will actually follow and do the same thing with like getting certain people to review, or making their own memes and whatnot about their own restaurant and that kind of stuff, because people love it, and it really works on social media. Definitely helps get them up there.
Yeah, shameless plug. My social media is right here under me. So follow me on all platforms. And, I agree with you, Z. I 100% social media and the internet in and of itself has opened up so many avenues for advertising. And
What's else Bob said, yeah.
So it's sad that people want to. There's this African proverb that said the truth teller has no friends, right? So if you plan on telling the truth, plan on a lot of people hating you, right?
Yeah.
And I love the way he does his reviews. He doesn't even go into these places. He sends other people to get the food. So they don't even know they're being reviewed at the time, which is also really, really cool. It keeps the experience very authentic. I find it disheartening that these owners that have received negative reviews, instead of owning the actual issues and addressing them accordingly, they've responded so poorly. I think that's really the big story here, is that, yeah, you got a bad review, but you responded terribly. Like, you didn't own anything. You didn't come up with any solutions. One of the guys tried to make a mockery of Keith Lee and say that he didn't even know who he was when you guys are begging him to come review your place. But it's just disgusting. And honestly, with the internet giving platform to so many different people, like, you're sitting here we're having an exchange right now. Everybody can. I'm not gonna say everybody. A lot of people have access. A lot more than has ever had access. Have access to be online and be an influencer and speak to people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we see. I see Skink has entered the chat. Hello, Skink. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. But I mean, even better example to show you, although it's a bit more extreme because of course, you know, it's entertainment and everything. But Gordon Ramsay, when he tries to like renovate new restaurants that are doing so poorly and whatnot, you can always tell that the owners never really own up to making mistakes ever. That seems to always be the case for like bad businesses, where they just would rather blame something else than themselves for just managing it poorly. That's it. Yeah.
This is bringing on an interesting thing, though. I think in this coming generation, is that they're leveraging their dollar much more. I'll say, what was it? Selectively, right? So if you're not delivering the product, if you're not delivering the goods, they'll just stop patronizing you. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
No one should feel entitled to your money. You have to earn it, right? Like, I have to earn it. You have to earn it. So if you're going to expect payment from me for some goods or services, you need to be delivering top quality goods and services to ensure that you have continued business. Not, oh, you're going to have to come to me anyway. Like, that's the reason we don't want monopolies, is because if you have a monopoly, you don't have a choice, and that's bad for consumers. Competition is what keeps things at that bleeding edge of customer satisfaction. Yeah.
And the same thing with games as well, because a while ago there were only a couple of games that were kind of thriving, and that was really bad for the industry and consumers. Well, I mean, it's good for them, but bad for us, because then we don't really have as many options. But then again, like we discussed before, I do think that we have plenty of options now, and there's plenty of games. But there definitely was a phase, I would say, that was during the console wars and stuff, where like you didn't really have much of an option because PC gaming wasn't really as thriving. But yeah, we talked about that already, about like how games were before and how it is now. But yeah, but social media is definitely a powerful tool. Yeah.
I do find myself intrigued with what's the outlook for the future of PC gaming. I don't know.
I would love to believe VR, but I don't see it happening at the moment. But I would love to believe that might be expanded upon. And But I just, yeah, at the moment, it's like how many people are truly interested in VR. Let's be real. Like it's cool. It's a niche thing, but
Yeah,
yeah,
but things are gonna have to get even more cheaper and approachable. Right
Yeah.
now, income levels aren't rising.
yeah,
People are not seeing a significant progress in their wages. There are losses of benefits and everything else. And like, how do you continue to sink money into these hobbies when they're not like guaranteed things? So I think about my gaming PC and how much it cost me and how much it would cost me today or something similar now. You're talking like $1,000 to $1,500 cost of entry, right? Like,
yeah,
not everybody has that type of disposable income just to throw at a hobby, let alone something that can push VR and
Well,
get a VR headset and
that-
something like
that's the thing though. Like I don't know how much you know about VR, because
that. So much.
oh, not much, because the Quest 2, I'm not sure if it was the first one or if there was other stuff, but the Quest 2 is a standalone thing that doesn't require you to just plug it in or anything. So it's like basically a mini PC-ish, whatever, that all you have to do is put on the goggles and then you're in the system, whatever. So and that one, I mean, I can even check the price right now. It's not expensive, but that was supposed to be the VR thing that is accessible for everyone, kind of Quest 2 price. So this one would be I'm just gonna go off the first couple things, but 350 euros. So I don't know, it's probably roughly the same dollars probably. And that is actually not too bad for entry of VR, and you don't need a PC, nothing. It's just its own thing. So that definitely is. I have a Quest 2 actually. That was very interesting. But however, after having tried out the Quest 2, I will say that there's just not a lot of interesting things for me to really want to do VR with, because the games are also like, they're not really at a level where it's really that believable. It's fun, but it doesn't make me want to play more of it. However, what was cool is I visited Gamescom this year, and there was a tournament there with people doing a shooter game. So it was like a big arena, and everyone had VR sets on as well, and they had like a gun and stuff, so that they would play a VR game that way. And it was a complete open area, and then the ground would have this podcast is brought to you by Lowe's. I still have that on. Hang on, let me Oculus Quest 2. Yes, okay. So the tournament was just a big open empty area where the ground had squares and stuff, and then a square would be a wall or just an open space basically, and people would navigate with their VR headset on, and then they would be in that universe of the shooter game, and they actually played the tournament like that. Now the thing is, I don't see that being that relevant for us normal people. Like, we're not going to have access to that much space where we can have a VR set and just run around and stuff. It doesn't make much sense. But the idea is there though, and that's really cool. But like I said, basically the conclusion of what I'm trying to say is that I think there is definitely something in VR gaming that is very fun to do, and there might be a future in it. But I don't think we're at the stage yet where I think that everyone should be playing VR as we speak right now. That's basically all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things I would have loved to see them do with VR, and unfortunately I haven't seen that take place, is VR experiences. I think are where VR can really excel. So when I say experiences, I think about type of events that people would want to go to, you'd want to be a part of, or you would want to experience that thing as though you were there.
Yeah.
So say, for example, you wanted to go to a theme park and ride some amazing amusement park ride that either A, you couldn't afford, or B, the lines are too insane for you to stand in for 2 hours or pay some exorbitant fee for a skip the line, right?
Yeah.
Like, now I can pay $60 and do a virtual ride at Six Flags St. Louis, or I can do a virtual game and I can sell each ride at the Disney World park, right? Where you're sitting there and you can watch all around and look at those things. That would be pretty cool. Like, those are the type of experiences. Or hey, in theaters right now is Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. Well, you're basically sitting there watching her tour, right? Like, if that was a VR experience, that'd be pretty freaking awesome because you'd feel like you were there in that moment, moving around or looking around at stuff as it was happening in your experience. So I think honestly, those non-gaming experiences that
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
in something where it can feel real and feel 3D and you can be there because you're not rendering game real time, right? You're rendering what they're looking at, but it's already you've already known all the angles, right? So I think those type of things could really set VR off, but I hope that I see something like that down the line because I am afraid of heights, and doing something like skydiving out of a plane or riding a roller coaster or even doing a tour of the Grand Canyon in a helicopter would be amazing. I've seen the Grand Canyon several times. I know what it's like. It's amazing. But being able to introduce people who haven't seen things like that, or you can ride a raft over Niagara Falls or some shit, that would be cool, right?
What's interesting about that is I wanted to bring this up. Experiences, right? So the cool thing about this is everything that you've talked about, that I have actually seen that myself, like roller coaster rides and everything, mountains and all that. But the coolest thing to me was actually when I first introduced my grandpa, and I think he's like 80 something or whatever. He's really old, he's ancient, he can barely walk, right? And I introduced him with VR, and he didn't know, he couldn't even comprehend what VR is like and like how to imagine what it's like. So we put it on him, right? And I brought him back to places in Indonesia, where he kind of grew up and stuff. And he was like, wow, like it feels like I'm there. And it's like it was a beautiful moment to see someone else like from that age enjoy that type of technology, because he was now able to just have those experiences. I also brought him to Jurassic Park and that kind of stuff. But
wait, how did you take him to places in Indonesia that he's been?
So there are things like I don't know how aware, like again, like I don't know how much you know about VR, but there are definitely apps and videos and stuff that basically puts you in there.
Really cool.
So that is a real thing that already exists. What you're talking about, like, so that doesn't have to be like a future thing. That's already currently what it is. So the roller coaster stuff too as well.
The expansion is what needs to happen, right? Like you need to expand that experience and that awareness, because I'm a gamer. I have a system. I could easily get a headset. I have the disposable income, but this stuff isn't being surfaced up to people like myself. So I don't know. Yeah.
And the cool thing about that Oculus Quest 2 as well, like I'll be honest, I only know much about a Quest 2. I don't know about the more expensive models and whatnot, what you can do with that kind of stuff. But the Quest 2 also has built-in audio as well. So you only wear the goggles, and everything just is fine. Like you can hear the audio around you as well, and it truly is that like you see something in front of you, but you can go as far as doing a 180, and you just actually see behind you too. And it's not like the old VR that we know, right? Where it's just like, okay, you just see a 3D image like this, and you can't move or anything, like, and that's all. So definitely, the technology has definitely been improved for experiences, and that's a wonderful thing. But for gaming, however, it's just VR for gaming. It's just I don't know, man. It's just not it right now, for sure.
The thing is, I think my problem with VR is the limitation of standing and sitting, right? So if you wanted to turn around and you have a full headset on, like you have to turn with the joystick. You can't be standing and turn around. Like I don't think you could.
You can.
Safely. No. So I'm not saying you can't physically do it. Yes, you can. Do it. Would it be a safe thing to do? I don't think so, because as the action gets going, or you fall down some stairs, or you go over a cliff, or there's some light introduction, or something like that, people in real life are falling over left, right, and center. Because they're adapting to the input they're receiving from that VR, because
that's the thing. Immersive. So I'm gonna hit you with this type of information right now. There's a technology within the Quest 2 that allows you to draw custom borders, or even automatically detect it. So if you're not happy with how it automatically detects it, most of the time it worked for me. But if I'm in an awkward spot where, like, I don't know, there's like a small table in this area, like you can draw while you're in that. You can draw it, because if you get too close to the lines of what you draw or what has been detected before, it automatically shows you the image as if like your normal camera. So it's no longer the VR, but it switches so it's like imagine just like doing this with your phone with the camera, right? And then also just having the VR, and it switches the view if you get too close to the edge of something. So you can't use your whole room with a really weirdly arranged setup and all that. Like there's tables and chairs, and you can manually draw it out if you don't trust the automatic software. And if you get too close, then it will swap to that real view, and you see like, okay, oh, I'm a bit too close, and you move away. So same thing with the stairs. I think that's a really good safety measure for sure that I did not know existed before I had it. Yeah.
Kenmu says also Skyrim VR with AI NPC is insane.
AI in general.
That sounds really interesting, and
Yeah.
I think AI is one of those topics I do love touching on. But
Yeah.
so this is the next technology wave, in my opinion, is AI. AI is going to be at the forefront of so many things, and good, bad, and indifferent. It's coming. Me personally, I'm not a fan.
No?
No. I understand a lot about technology, and I understand a lot about what it can accomplish. And that's frightening. So that's frightening for me to
Very much so, yeah.
the level of displacement that can take place as technology and industry advances. So if you think about how the Industrial Revolution took place, we became so much more better with building and doing things, right? But then the technological revolution took place. A lot of those mechanical functions were obsolete. A lot of those jobs and a lot of those functions were lost. Now, when we have a technological boom and then an AI boom on top of it, not only do I not need the person to build it because I have a robot to do that,
Yeah.
I don't need a person to run the machine that builds it. Now I have an AI that will run the machine that builds this thing,
Yeah.
and that creates a serious area of concern for me when it comes to people's place in this world and what functions we can then perform to have value, right? So if all we do is spend and we can't accumulate wealth through viable means anymore, because the AI is now doing a lot of those base core functionality, the algorithms and everything that they figure out to actually do a lot of the functions, man. I don't want to be a tinfoil hat person, but the writing's on the wall, right? Like, AI is spooky. AI
It is.
spooky.
It is. It is. Like the age-old concern with movies and stuff, where the AI takes over completely, like a whole world. That it's always a possibility. Yeah. What is AI?
Auto blow. I don't know.
I don't know what that is. So I'm too scared to Google that.
I know, right? It's going to be involving some type of blow up doll.
Yeah.
But no, it should be interesting. We're going to see where it goes. Hopefully, they don't hook AI up to something that, oh my God, please don't put AI on a quantum computer or give it full access to the interwebs or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't want to make Skynet just yet.
Yeah, Skynet. Yeah, that is a bit spooky. No, I just in general as well. Like, it's even getting to the point where AI streams are also becoming a thing, or I've already been a thing actually. Yeah, and I mean, I enjoy, the human authenticity of streams where like you can tell that there's an actual human being behind the screen, but it's getting a bit spooky, man. It's getting very spooky.
AI, influencers.
Yeah.
Only a thing right now. So, people you think you're talking to, you think you're having interactions with, it's a bot. It's a sophisticated bot.
I remember when we were younger, chatbots, but they weren't as developed. Yeah. They weren't as developed as it is now. But yeah.
We're gonna see where it goes. I'm excited to see what happens with AI. I hope that we handle it with the necessary protections to safeguard humanity.
Yeah.
But also, not shock people out of their sources of income, and
I think that's just not possible, to be honest.
Way of life.
I think with AI has to come that they have to eventually replace jobs and whatnot. It's inevitable because people always want cheaper solutions for their businesses and whatnot, and that's just how it is. I really don't think that if AI improves, that we can maintain the level of humanness in terms of jobs and stuff. Like I don't see it happening.
So what happens then? Everybody loses their job?
Yeah. And it has to get to the point where there's probably some kind of rebellion or something, where like some people are not happy with it, because like
this sounds like so.
Yeah, it sounds super movie like. Yeah, but that's the thing is like there is no other solution, because just like the current machines that we have right now for to build stuff for us, right? It's the same thing as it was a long time ago, where there used to be humans actually making certain products and whatnot, and now it's just fully automated and whatnot. I mean, it's the same thing. Like people lost their job, and it's just it sucks, and there's nothing we can do about it. So what makes AI so different that it's not going to happen there, right? It is a cheaper solution to have an AI.
So like there are people who are CNC operators, right? So they come up with the best possible way to make particular things with. So I do 3D printing.
Yeah.
And a CNC machine is similar to a 3D printer. It can fabricate different things using the CNC machine, and it uses some complex construction. So you have these people who are tasked with optimizing those builds. So let's say this machine kicks out one widget every hour, right? So now you got this engineer who's going to figure out a way to kick out one widget every 45 minutes. So now I've increased productivity.
Yeah.
Well, that's as good as a human can do, right?
Yeah.
It can do as good as a human can do. But if you bring along an AI that can actually run that through all the rigorous scenarios in a fraction of the time and come back and say, oh, I can make a widget every 3 minutes now. Yeesh.
Yeah.
That guy's obsolete. Like, he's gone. You're out of here. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's rough. That's rough. Like, I don't know. We'll see. Again, change is inevitable. So people are
self-driving cars. Self-driving cars are a thing even.
Boy, that's so scary.
It is scary, but I mean that is a thing. And then like that's already a job of like a taxi driver or delivery person, whatever. It's like already gone, basically. Right?
I have a newer model vehicle, and it's got all these sensors and assisted parking and everything.
Yeah.
And everyone that I've had, they've at some point in time gotten it wrong. Like always.
Yeah.
I've never had a vehicle that never gave a false reading. They always gave a false reading. That's why I was like, I don't think the technology is there. So,
but it'll get there, right?
Maybe.
Eventually.
Maybe. But I was backing up, and my vehicle has assisted braking. I'm backing up into the driveway, and it just registers there's something in the driveway, like with the curvature of my driveway, it trips it every time.
Yeah.
And it's hard emergency brakes. Hard emergency brakes. Slams me into the seat, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, right?
Yeah.
It did that probably like 4 or 5 times before I just turned the feature off, because it was so jarring and upsetting to everyone in the vehicle and myself as well. I can't imagine that vehicle going down the road and false registering something.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking me every time it did something like that.
Yeah.
No.
And also, the example that I know of is like optimized roads and specific conditions where they have done that kind of stuff. So not for the everyday use in anywhere. But I do know that they're working on it, and then that's mostly what I was referring to for like the future. I could see it happen where like the roads are properly, or the technology is there where it doesn't matter what type of road it is that they can take over for sure. But not at the moment. Not at the moment.
I wonder, like, is that something we even like? I don't know. Like, there are better things I think to spend cycles on.
Well. I mean, yes and no, because like, for example, you have to pay for drivers for like so many different jobs, right? Like not just delivery and stuff as well, but I mean mostly delivery even. Like imagine no longer having to you know actually there is a thing you can order a dinner. I don't know which city it is in the US, but a little robot will pick it up, or maybe the human with the robot, and then the robot just goes to the place. And they're very fortunate that nobody steals it, because that's very easily, people can steal from it because they can see it's there. But yeah, that is a simple thing.
I hate delivery services.
Oh, you do?
I don't use them.
Okay, yeah.
I had some of the worst experiences with these delivery systems because they were so scammy and scummy. And, again, not to show my age, but you used to call the pizza shop, right? And the pizza shop had a delivery driver, and they would bring the pizza, and you give the pizza guy $5. And guess what? The pizza guy got $5. The pizza shop just got the money for selling the pizza. That was it, right?
Yeah.
So there was none of this extra stuff on top. So now they have delivery fees, and convenience fees, none of which goes to the driver somehow. The driver's still using their same old personal car, so you're not helping them with anything on their car. That's all just money for you. And then on top of that, you have special menus now for these delivery services. There's this place that I used to go to that was local. They'd have a wing special on a certain day of the week, or the wings were like 50 cents or something, right? So they were super cheap. And not only was the online order not the special price, which I guarantee you they were going to pay the special price when they ordered it, but they had a special menu with a jacked up price beyond regular price. So you don't think you're paying extra because you just selected a menu item. They didn't spell it out that there's an extra fee. The hidden fee is in the price of the item. So let's say you're ordering a cheese pizza. If I order cheese pizza for pickup, that pizza is $15. If I order cheese pizza for delivery, they have a special menu on top that now that pizza shows up as $20. So now you're paying a hidden fee inside of that, and then they're gonna slap a delivery charge on top of that, and none of which is going to the driver. Yeah. You wonder why these drivers are so pissed, because these establishments are getting all the money and they're scamming out their staff, but then they're blaming the customer for being cheap. Well, no, you just scammed your driver out of their tip money.
Also, it's a mixture of a lot of things. I think the biggest issue for us as well, like we only deliver food if there's like a special going on. It's just everything is too expensive nowadays, man. That's the basic thing. Like it's unreal. Like I used to be able to buy like a very simple burger for like €1 or something, or $1, whatever, right? But dude, it's like that shit is €5 minimum now. Like what the hell? Or even more than €5. If you want to deliver, if you're gonna get a burger delivered, it's like 9 or 10 already. It's like crazy, man. It's wild.
So like it's crazy. They used to have. So I was just talking to my kids about this the other day, and how outrageous these fast food prices are.
Yeah.
And when I was a young man, McDonald's used to have this all-American meal deal, and it was $2.50. Okay. Yeah. You got a cheeseburger, order of fries, a soda, and an apple pie, and it was $2.50, bro. Yeah. And I was like, oh my goodness, now that same crappy burger by itself is $3. Yeah. Like just
it's crazy.
One crappy burger, $3. Like,
you know how much a Big Mac is?
I see now.
Yeah, that's how much it is for us. $6.20 and €4 delivery fee. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Dude, it's crazy. So like DoorDash, they got me good one time, and I had like well, they didn't get me per se. I received a gift card from a job I was working at. Anyway, they who taught me about their special menu, because I have ordered from some of these places. Yeah. Like all the time. So you know the price, right? So just like you know that a Big Mac is $6.20. If you go to the DoorDash site, the Big Mac on theirs is $8. And it's like, wait, when did the Big Mac become $8? I know it's $6.20. Oh, that's because we're using our special menu to hide additional fees. And it's kind of scammy. It's very scammy to me. Like, dude, y'all are hiding fees into stuff. It's just, I'll pass. Yeah. It feels like an unscrupulous business practice. I'd much rather give a better tip to somebody an actual person who's actually doing work, who's actually, and not just throw money.
Yeah, and they don't get paid a lot at all.
Third party
Drivers, they don't. Yeah.
That's why now we're seeing a rash of people who are having their food eaten or not delivered.
Yeah, that happens to me. Yeah, all the time.
Because these people are like, screw it, I'm getting screwed anyway. Let's spread the love, right?
It's crazy.
So they're spreading the screw job over on some of these other people. It's
yeah.
I don't know. I don't like the delivery scene. I don't like what it's become. I love the way it used to be, and honestly, even if the delivery scene was just simply, hey, we're here to get our fee. We're gonna get our $3 to actually have the platform available and make our profit, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Now you want to change the price on every menu item to be $2 and $3 more than it is. So now that, I don't know, that normal $20 order I used to have that was 4 or 5 items is now $30 to $35. And then I need to pay your delivery fee on top. And then I need to tip this person. So now the true out-of-pocket cost of having that thing delivered, I would have paid $20 at the store. Now, true out-of-pocket expense, $35 to $40.
Yeah, it is that crazy.
Double the cost. I could have had that same meal twice.
Yeah.
I don't know why I would do it. Like,
yeah.
I don't know why I would do it.
Yeah. Yeah, everything is everything's super expensive.
When you have specials and all that other stuff, and you have good deals, and it works.
Yeah.
In different areas, different things. I get it. I'm not shaming anybody that uses them. I'm just saying, be aware, because, like you said, money is getting hard to
crazy.
Come by, man. And people aren't making a ton of money these days. So
yeah. Really, delivery it definitely isn't the same. What I do like with food apps and stuff are the ones where you can save money. Like, I don't know if you have Too Good To Go, but it's an app where stores will just give you a surprise bag of stuff for very cheap. Oh
wow!
Cheap cost.
That's really nice.
Yeah, and then it's all stuff that like they can no longer sell because of expiration date soon or something or whatever, or a bakery, that kind of stuff. But it's all stuff that's all good. That's still good and all that. So for the cost of I don't know, let's say let's say you get a surprise bag of like €8 or something, you can easily get a value of like 20 to 30 just because it's stuff that would have gone to waste anyway. That's why it's called Too Good To Go. So I really like that. Actually, I'm gonna show that app on the stream even. Yes, not sponsored or anything, but I think this is a really good app.
I'm actually like, I've been curious about your streaming history. Like,
yeah,
I know you've been streaming for several years now, right?
Yeah.
And there was a time where I won't call it you were at your zenith or anything like that, because I think honestly, like right now, you're probably the best at doing this as you've ever been, because you have so much experience and knowledge about how to do it and how to actually proceed with those things. But like, what are those, if you had to say, hey, these are things I would definitely be aware of to kind of keep an eye out for in a sense, and
that's streaming advice.
Key opportunities.
Yeah.
Key opportunities where it's like, hey man,
oh man,
this will probably help you go from here to here a lot quicker, because it'll help you avoid some of the pitfalls I made. Get on my pen.
The biggest pitfall, dude, I cannot stress this enough, because I was stubborn enough to fall for this so many times, is do not think that Twitch is the only platform that you should use. You have to expand and use all the platforms available to you. Even now, like I'm not even doing Instagram and stuff like that, or Twitter when I should. But at least focus on YouTube at minimum. Like if some people feel like iffy about TikTok, okay, whatever, don't use TikTok, but at least use YouTube for sure. Because Twitch, I've noticed, is really awkward. There are certain factors as to why my channel had ups and downs and stuff. It mostly had to do with the wrong focus of things. So like you said, you know specifically that you want to have a community where you play games together and whatnot. So if your focus is that, then you should actually focus on that type of content too. The mistake of mine was that I was very focused on, I'll just say it, I don't mind, but Elder Scrolls Online PvP content, where most people would primarily watch for the gameplay of that game. And I didn't really have a focus of like, hey, I want to have a community where people are more social towards each other, or like a hangout and all that. Basically what you want to do right now, that's what I know now, that I should have been doing it, how I said, with like more focus on that type of stuff. But I didn't know that back then, so I grew into the wrong community. And I always say that the foundation is always the thing that you have to work on. The foundation being know what your goal is with streaming. Because if you're, for example, let's say you want to make a career out of it where you get money, then you actually have to stick with treating it like a job and not like as a hobby with like, oh, I just happen to want to play this game, but I want to play that. It's like, no, you're playing it, you're doing this as a job. You're not doing this as a hobby. So being very clear with what you want in streaming, and also doing that the right way is very important. So if you want to do community-based things, then you have to play community-based things. Like, it's just that simple. So even if you feel like, man, I want to play single-player games and all that, like if you're in limited time and all that, just ask yourself like, okay, but what's the original reason why I'm streaming? Is it because I want to play with other people? Then do that. Don't stick with that. Stick with that. Don't make the mistake of doing too many things at once. That's definitely one thing that I've done. It's too much focus on different things. So the other thing is, if you want to maintain a community, I'm gonna have to tell you straight up already, because I don't know if you have this, but Discord or any other platform where people can easily interact with you. Even if you have no one in your Discord, you have to start somewhere. We all start somewhere, right? So Discord is very important, especially if you want to do community-based things. It cannot be just Twitch. It's like if people can be successful and then they don't require a Discord, but then they're already successful, so they don't need it. But if you really want to start out, you want to have a community that ends up sticking with you. So you need to have some kind of platform where people can continuously interact with each other. And Discord is the best platform for gamers, of course. So that's definitely one big thing that I can say. And yeah, a way to maintain people's interest is YouTube or TikTok or whatever, Instagram, whatever, just so that people can see what you're up to, see the content, and find out about you is also a thing, because Twitch discoverability is almost non-existent. The only good thing about Twitch is the fact that you can use Twitch as a platform to make content, and then you split the content over YouTube and all the other platforms that you can, do videos with and all that. So Twitch is basically a platform where you create the content, but it is not the end game of the content that you then show to people. Because even with a podcast like this, there's almost no one on the planet at the moment that will watch the entire thing unless they really like you or me. Like, that's just honest truth. So people want to see the highlights, and so
basically you're saying everybody's gonna watch the whole thing.
yeah, the whole thing. So people that don't know you that well, or me or whatever, they would maybe be interested in highlights if you give them into bite-sized pieces, right? Like if you give, that's another thing that I've learned with my random videos that I've done in the past as well. I'm not nowhere near like big success or anything, but I kind of have an idea of what I should do now, and it's really brutal with keeping people's attention and interest. So YouTube Shorts are one way, but YouTube Shorts are also kind of forgettable, because like YouTube Shorts, same thing as TikTok, is just short form content where, oh, haha, it's funny, let me put a like and then forget about it next video. That's kind of the thing with that. So if you want to do that type of content, then you need to spam that content. With the longer videos on YouTube, I have noticed that if you just make a well thought out video or an interesting video, you still have to maintain there's a specific word for it that I can't think of at the moment, but like, for example, first 10 seconds, if there's nothing interesting, then people are not going to continue watching the video. Like, they might scroll through it some, but most people won't even go further than 10 seconds. So you need to be interesting within the first 10 seconds. Now you need to keep that up. You need to keep that up and up for the entire video if you want to do long content type of stuff. But if you have long content, that tends to draw the more the people that are most likely to stick around and be a part of your community as well. So there's a difference between long form content and short form, I guess. Short form content is definitely like the quick hit, the quick fix that people want, of like, okay, this is funny and all that. And then maybe subscribe to you on YouTube. Long form content definitely gets you the more stable community, I guess, for sure. And then never see Twitch as a as the only platform that you can use. Twitch is the platform where you create content from, and then you then edit that content and then post it to others. I think that's basically it. Yeah, those are the most important things. Yeah. Well, any questions?
all really good advice, honestly. Also, I do have a Discord server. It's
You
on
do?
my
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's on my actual my profile in Twitch. You'll see
Okay.
a link there.
You can link it here if you want to in the chat.
I'll have to go.
But yeah.
I'll grab that link in just a moment. But yeah, absolutely hop on over to my Discord. I share some things here and there. I just started posting more to the void. So like, yeah, there's not many people. I have a friend IRL that joined my Discord server. He games as well. But I started the Discord server and I was like, okay, I got to just start putting stuff in here, even if I'm talking to the void, start filling it up, putting in some of those same type of content things that I put into other channels. I mean, into other Discord servers, like things I'm sharing with whether or not I'm 3D printing or whatever the case may be. So that when people do show up, it's not an empty void. There is content for them to consume. So when they go in, oh, look at that. He has all these cool photos from the Pennhurst Asylum. I know you wanted to ask me about that. We'll talk about that in a moment, too. So those are the type of things I really kind of want to put more into. I do love 3D printing as well. So I'm going to put more information in there. There's a free games channel that'll give you guys alerts every time a free game is put out. So those are cool type of things I try to keep going. I'm going to try to grow the Discord server with more and more stuff. There's soundboards with sounds you can use. So definitely check that out. And I'll give the link here in just a second. But yeah, I do have a Discord server. I've made some long form content.
Yeah.
So that game I told you about, Ragnarok Online, I used to play that way back in the way. So they used to have this competition twice a week. So we have it on Wednesday and on Saturday. You fight for territories, right? And it was a 2-hour fight. Well, I'd record those and make like clips and content, and this is, I think, before it was even cool. But I'd put those together and make long form content videos of the highlights from those battles, which were quite fun. Then I ended up just goofing together and putting together some ESO BG PvP build type videos where it was pretty much abusing the crap out of all the proc sets in the game. But it was fun just putting that type of stuff together and like, experimenting with it a little bit more. I don't know about long form content so much as snackable short form content with maybe some long form content here and there. Probably be uploading some of my Twitch streams and stuff like that to it. So if anybody prefers viewing it on YouTube, I know there's a lot of people that do have YouTube Premium. So you don't have to suffer through all the commercials. If you did want to go back and watch the VOD or listen to the VOD, you don't have to do it on Twitch. And no, I don't feel like Twitch is the only outlet. I am looking into multi-streaming at the same time. So I haven't built that together. Here's the thing, it's been a lot. Like, it's been a lot since I've started streaming. And while I have a lot of technical experience, so it's not that difficult for me to grasp concepts like adding visualizers and like scrolling text and icons and stuff like that. And I enjoy doing it, but man, it takes some time, and I'm not looking to be like some overnight celebrity or anything like that, or even a celebrity at all for that matter. But it would be nice to, grow my audience a bit more. I'm still on that first 50 follower grind. So go ahead and try to get to affiliate and enjoy some of the benefits of all of the work I'm putting into this stuff.
Yeah, it's rough, but you definitely learn a lot as you go. That's like that's also something I told you before you streamed. It's just you just gotta do it because there's so many things that you end up learning that you wouldn't have thought of beforehand. Like you can't just perfect it and just have a perfect stream from day one. It's really rough. There's so many minor things. Like even all the stuff that you have right now, for example, that you like the background and whatnot. Like who would have thought of that? Like all that before day one, you just have to do it, and it just gets better.
Glad you said something. My Discord server invite has expired. I thought that thing was good forever. How often do they expire? Do you know?
By default, they have a certain time period, and then you can set it to permanent. So if you just made an invite link just by itself, then that would have been one that expires. But yeah. So streaming has a lot of things that people don't really know about, I guess. That's what I like about my stream sometimes too. I've noticed this because some people talk about it. Whenever I do, because I start my, like, okay, I'm also kind of unprepared most times and sometimes lazy. So people saw me set up this whole Twitch stream together earlier before this stream. And that's also kind of interesting. And it's also something that I find interesting too, because at the end of the day, you know, like, watching someone do a perfect run on whatever game and all that, it's all cool. But I like to see the human side of things, you know, like hey, I'm also learning, or I'm trying to grow, and to see that whole journey. So for me, it's really interesting to see how people do that. So I love showing people as well, like how I, for example, have the music player and how to set that up and all that, because I'm not saying that mine's perfect or anything, but it's all improvisation. It's just, I started off with nothing, and it's really interesting to see how you can curate your stream, because all of this started with nothing. Like, I can show you real quick my first beer back scene. This is from like day one, beer back. This was my beer back scene. It was really bad, of course. It was just kind of a joke kind of thing, but now I've now grown out to having multiple windows, maybe a fancy background, some visualizers. I have a box here that originally was for donations, but I removed that because I don't want that anymore. Music stuff and all that. Now we have seen on this stream, is also thanks to JSlayer, how Twitch guests work as well. So yeah, like, you know, just if you're interested in streaming, just do it. you'll learn over time. Yeah, but the foundations is for sure the Discord link. Discord link is in the chat right now. For the people on YouTube, if there's someone on YouTube watching, JSlayer just posted a link on Twitch, which I will post on YouTube then, because I'm also live on YouTube. Yes. Aha. Okay, that should work. Yeah, it's been sent.
Yeah, so I was looking at getting a link for my server. I think the only one I could make was the one that expires every 7 days.
There's no
a custom. Are you
there's no way.
Like a custom invite link?
Yeah. I joined your server. Invite people. So if for me, if I click on the top left, right, JSlayer server, whatever, it's invite friends to JSlayer server. All the way on the bottom, you have the blue hyperlink, whatever. Edit invite link, and it should say you should have options there of choosing when it expires and maximum number of uses. Which I'll show you a screenshot on Discord.
Oh, edit invite link. Okay.
Oh, you see? Okay, found it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's do that, because I don't want this to expire. I'll update the link on my channel now as well.
So I just joined as well. I need to set everything up. I do this for every server. Like, I think I'm not the only one, but I always mute every server with everyone pings. Else it goes wild. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Remove this. Yes. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Yes. So Discord. Yeah, Discord's important for sure. Community. Oh, you know what one thing that Twitch is good for, because you have to make the most out of every platform, of course, is rating. This is also the one tip that I cannot stress enough, but whenever you end stream, just raid someone. Doesn't matter who. Like, raid someone, even if you don't end up talking, whatever, because even if you have one viewer, it still shows that you put in effort into trying to find someone else. Maybe they'll return the favor. It's not always guaranteed, of course, but that's one way where you can get a little bit of additional potential reward out of Twitch, because Twitch by itself doesn't really have much discoverability unless you're playing a game that isn't as popular, so that you're a bit higher on the category. But if you end up raiding someone, then you have a chance of maybe also getting them to be a part of your community. So that's also a big thing.
Sure. I do try to raid every chance I get. Sometimes I'm ready to end the stream and there's only one viewer.
Yeah.
You have to have, I think it is, at least 2 viewers before you can raid someone.
Oh, you actually? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a minimum
Okay.
requirement, so you can't just raid out with your one buddy. That's
Oh, okay.
but
Yeah.
yeah, there's a minimum. But yeah, it's I definitely try to raid people. And speaking of raids, I've even set up custom raids for incoming raiders. So if any of some of my favorite known Twitch streamers should raid me,
Okay.
they will get a custom made surprise.
Okay.
Wink, wink.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, if you're not live right now, you said, but otherwise I would have, yeah. I would have. But yeah, it's also for me also, like, yeah, I've had other people talk about this as well, but like, oh, like I'm doing this and that. I'm like, yeah, but I don't know when I'm going to end stream, dude. I never have an end time of when I end stream. But sometimes I can end really short, sometimes I end really long. So I can never really promise, not about the raid in particular, but just to be anywhere. Like, or someone's like, hey, do you want to hang out? It's like, yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to stream. I don't know.
I say I've been exploring the alerts that they've brought to Twitch.
Oh,
and
Twitch has alerts?
I love them. Yeah, they have alerts now.
Oh,
I love them. So they actually. So here's the thing with alerts.
Yeah,
I'm not the type of person that already has a backlog of little gifts or things that already you can use, or music and stuff like that. Of course, I still have like some of the clips of other stuff, but like I don't have a lot of that stuff built up. So when I was using things like Stream Elements, they didn't have anything in a library where it was like, hey, choose from these. We already have these here. No, it was upload what you have or you got nothing.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, okay. But when Twitch did theirs, they're like, hey, here's a library of stuff. And even some of them are seasonally, relevant. I was like, oh, that's really cool. I can add this to my channel for the seasonal relevance. And I had like, unfortunately, nobody followed after I added these alerts, but I had some Halloween-y themed things that would have popped up on the screen and everything. So it was really cool that they actually included that and made that available. And it's like, wow, they're really trying to become their own full-fledged platform.
I think that's good. Yeah. Like you mentioned as well. I don't know if it was you or if it was someone else, but someone mentioned that you can just stream with Twitch just by itself already. Like you just have a base. Well, actually, I think it was Admiral Crunch Guy. Like it basically gives you a webcam block on the bottom left, and all you have to do is just go live, and then you're done. Like obviously edit your title and stuff, but you are able to stream with very very minimal things, and it's good that they do that. Yeah.
It's been really sobering looking at some of the streamers who have very minimalistic setups, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm talking game, no cam, just voice.
Yeah.
And they do fine. Even then, so some of them, thousands of followers, they don't even talk. I'm like,
we're going for that. We're going for that topic.
Like, how, bro? Where you? Come on.
It's a little bit of the.
Sus.
Yeah, like I don't know how much I can really talk about that topic, but I've noticed this with some people that I know as well, that I know normally like wouldn't really, like they wouldn't get as much viewers, and then it just bumps up to 50 for no reason, let's say, right? And it's just a consistent one. And then like the thing is, I'm very curious, right? Like I will never ever call someone out for that, like, because the thing is, if it's legal, then why not, right? If it's a gray zone area with for say embedded viewers and stuff, then why not? Then I should also use that tool myself, right? Until it is no longer legal. That's how I feel about it. Because if you can do it, then why not? But I'm also naturally curious about like how people progress in things, not just streaming, but also in life in general. So I always check for details and all that. I did notice that actually like an overwhelming amount of streamers that kind of like do either go that way of the legal embeds, or they do the hard illegal view botting straight away, because it is very noticeable in people's Twitch trackers that it's public access, anyone can check it out. You can check out exactly how, for example, my stream has been doing over the last couple of years, and see the details of every single day and all that. And sometimes, most of the time, you're going to see some shady shit, man. I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna see some shady shit. Like some people that just jump up from like having 2 viewers that suddenly have 50. It's like that doesn't make any sense. We're like, where's the growth in that, right? Like you can't just have consistent 50 viewers out of nowhere. Plus, people don't even talk in the chat. So like that's also a very bad thing. I think. Yeah.
It's been enlightening for me because like I'll see these people.
That's how it is. Yeah.
It's like you have 15,000 followers, right?
Yeah.
Prime time of the day you're streaming and there are like 20 people watching that particular streamer. It's like
the follower thing I can understand though, because
those 50,000 people, like what?
Yeah, because like I had this talk about with someone. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but this touches a really personal thing of mine. Like for example, I have 3,000 followers, right? That's just fact. So how much I have right now, I don't know if it's like a little bit more than that, but it's 3,000 minimum. I also don't really get that many views. But I know from the choices that I've made for streaming and all that it slowly went down over time because I just happened to make the wrong decisions. Like it mostly came from streaming one single game, and I no longer really stream that game, although I am returning to it now, but that's besides the point. So I can easily see people that have those type of amount of followers to not have as many active viewers in their chat that like end up with like also like 5 or 10 viewers, even though they have like thousands of followers. I actually do. That's pretty legitimate, I would say, because the follower count doesn't really describe much of how active your community is at all, I feel.
Right. While I do feel like it's legitimate, I'm not saying there's there's something sus or spooky going on here, but I do feel like it's a huge disparity when it comes to what advertisers come to expect when you say I have this level of followers.
Yeah.
And I think honestly, it's really driving the market for streamers and the like down a peg. So I recently read this article about how Twitch was getting out of the business. Twitch and YouTube were getting out of the business of bidding and competing for these top streamers who had these followers that they were expecting. I saw a spider a while ago, so I'm spooked out right now.
Yeah.
But no, it's nothing good. But like they're getting out of these multi-million-dollar deals, and they're not doing that anymore because they're not seeing the ROI. So these advertisers realizing you're advertising to bots, bro. You got scammed, right? Like you're showing your commercials to bots. So where's the return on that? So when they look at other advertising avenues and they're seeing greater returns there, you drift and you shift away from the legal view botting. Whether it's legal or not doesn't change their profitability to those that you plan to make money off of. So it's legal, but fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So they're not going to come back around to get fooled twice with that nonsense. So it's like, no, we're not. You're not selling anything here. You're not really giving me that exposure that I need to take my products to the next place. I think that's where Twitch and all platforms are ultimately going to have that come to reality grounding moment to say, okay, we got to do something because we're going to start seeing advertisers block out or lower their prices and be like, hey, this is all we're willing to give you guys.
But I think on another big point to never forget as well, that like for people always talk shit about streamers doing these things for like more viewers and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's also in Twitch's best interest to have these bots watch the ads and stuff, because they also make money off this as well. So like there's nothing much is going to change, but nothing much. I feel like nothing much is going to change unless there's a reason for Twitch to actually not hunt is the word, but like to change it so where they can get more out of a situation where these are legitimate views.
Bots don't buy product though, and that's
true. That's true.
Advertisers who are paying the bills are going to say, this isn't helping us. We sold 100,000 units without advertising with you. With advertising with you, we sold 101,000 units. Like the return is not there. They'd be better suited in putting that money in other areas like R&D or other forms of advertising. That's where like you have something like say television or radio or whatever the other avenue is that may be able to gain some more traction, or just advertising on websites that are popular because of little side banner exposure, right? Or Facebook or TikTok or whatever the platform is. Long format content may not be the future of what people are looking to consume. And I think honestly that is the truth. I think with the lower emphasis on long format, very short, quick to the point type of content, I think the masses are definitely gonna blow things like TikTok up. And right now, I think I just read an article that said TikTok is the #1 search engine for the youngest generation. So when people go look for information, they don't go to Google anymore. They go to TikTok. It's crazy.
The thing is, you know, like, cause I'm also a TikTok user myself. You know, like obviously there's two sides of what type of person you are, if you like TikTok or not, right? That's how I feel with it. Either you like it or you're completely against it. Or like, okay, whatever, half in between, but that's not relevant for this. What I will say is that there are good things about TikTok, but it's also very much the wild west when it comes to information and everything. Like, yes, you can get really good tips or like sort of information that you wouldn't have found otherwise if you just did some random Googling and all that off TikTok. But at the same time, you don't really have a lot of sources that you can look up after that video to really see if it's true or not. So you kind of have to take everything with a grain of salt, but sometimes you can get really valuable information out of it, or just entertainment as well can be a big thing. The one thing, sorry, what?
No, go ahead. Oh. I thought you were
done. For creating content though, I've noticed, and I looked a bit more into it myself because again, like I'm very curious as to how things work in general with everything. I noticed that in TikTok, you kind of get put into a creator hell, let's say, where you will only get a maximum amount of views between 200 and 300, and you can easily look this up for most people. I didn't know that this was a thing until a video enlightened me on this, and then I just started looking at other people's videos that claimed they had the same thing. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm not the only creator that's stuck at 200, 300 views, because apparently what happens then, and this is where, like, I don't know if it's really true, but it kind of does make sense, is you get put there because what TikTok then does is spam you with advertisements of like, hey, have you used our TikTok promote, or where you pay us and then we push it out to more people, right? Now most people's advice would be to just ignore that, just keep making content, and eventually it'll go past it. I don't know how long this TikTok jail is gonna last, but that's really bad when that happens, because yes, I am noticing this with my videos too. YouTube, I feel like it's a bit more, it makes sense that sometimes I get good videos, sometimes I get bad videos, right? I don't have over the top success or anything, but it's just it's enough to kind of see and learn from like what should I add in my videos and that kind of stuff. TikTok, however, is as much as content as there is, which I think is good, is also there's a lot of things that I'm not really sure about, of like how like if everyone gets treated equally and stuff, because there's also been creators, for example, that have complained about signing up for the long form content contract, whatever, where they get paid more if they do long form content. I don't know exactly how the thing works, but then basically they sign up, and then the moment they sign up for that, they end up actually getting less views and less reach and everything, and it's just they get paid less too, even though it was supposed to be better for them, because TikTok kind of like outplays them in a way. Like it's straight up they just outplay them to get more money for themselves. That's one thing that I do not like about TikTok, because it's definitely noticeable that if you're trying to break out in the entertainment or whatever side of TikTok, that you can actually it can work against you, and it's really hard to get yourself out of it. But YouTube is a bit more organized, I guess, with that, and it's like it makes sense as to why some of my videos don't have any views or why some of them do. Yeah. Sorry, that's I don't know where I was going with this, but yeah.
LeVant says, "What's a TikTok?" So, it's interesting that you say this, LeVant. I have another question.
Yeah.
If the site was Twitter.
Sorry, you cut out for a second.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
If the site is called Twitter, well, it's X now, but it was Twitter.
Yeah.
why is it a tweet and not a twit?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things don't make sense. Let's be real. Yeah.
I saw this short the other day. He was like, if what was it? Vegetable oil comes from vegetables. Sunflower oil comes from sunflowers. Where does baby oil come from?
Yeah. I have to get more into YouTube Shorts, man, because I'm still at the part of YouTube Shorts where it just recommends me very generic, random broad things that are not of interest to me whatsoever. I've used TikTok for so long that it's very refined videos that I know that most of the videos I'll probably like. I'm not yet at that part of YouTube, but I've also not really focused that much on YouTube Shorts. But it's the same thing anyway. Both TikTok and YouTube do the same thing with like refining the taste of videos and just giving that to you.
Yeah, I think I do want to do more with the shorts, but I don't think I want to do much with the long form content.
No.
I just don't know that that's the wave. I think honestly, and it
Depends.
has to do with, I think a lot of people struggling with attention, retaining.
That's the word.
For an extended
Retention.
period of
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
So yeah, like there are a lot of people out there who have been underserviced as a community that needed that short burst of here you are, boom, 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 right? And that's really good for them. Like for me, don't get me wrong, I love attention, retention, deficit. Say that 10 times fast. But yeah, there are people that have really been underserved as a community for needing something like that that's snackable, that they can get right to the point.
Yeah.
30 seconds to a minute, consume and move on with what they want to do. Also for people who are short on time, like time is talk about how much time you really get to game. And
Yeah.
somebody like myself, who's I'll say I'm a casual gamer because I don't get a ton of time to game. So yeah, for me, watching streamers game is also satiating my desire to game because I don't get to focus fully on it, but I do get to have that experience as well, sharing what they're doing at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned short form and long form as to like what you think is the best. It really depends on what you do, because I feel like if you want to do long form content, you have to work a bit more on the quality side of things. Whereas with the shorts, the short form content is really just how much shit can you throw out there. That's how I see it. Yeah.
It's really, but the ROI isn't there in my opinion for those long form videos. So it's better to get. Well, I won't say better. It's probably easier to get 10,000 views on 10 videos than it is to get 10,000 views on one long video.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
even then, so
Too many risks.
watching that video through till the end when it's beyond 30 minutes? Like 30 minutes is probably a hard cap for a lot of videos. When you get into that
Man.
hour plus long video, ooh,
Minus 10 at most.
yeah, you're in like a rough space, right? So I was
Yeah.
looking at this Dark Tide lore video earlier today. The
Yeah.
video was probably 50 minutes long. Dude, probably about 25 minutes in, I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to finish this later. But it's too long in some
Yeah.
regards. Like I get it, they all have their place, but it's too long. But it
Yeah.
does make me wonder what the future entails for society when we have a society that is a microwave society and they need everything right now. They can't wait. They have no patience. And patience is actually quite a lucrative thing to have. So
Yeah.
I remember my entrance into IT was just based around the fact that I could read the instruction manual, right? So I could read the instruction manual.
Yeah.
All I would do all day was explain to people who didn't want to read what they needed to know. So it was weird because it was like, dude, all you have to do is read the quick start guide, but cool. I'll take this, what was it at the time, like $15 an hour just to tell people how to install their printers. easy peasy job. It shouldn't exist, right? It shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Only thing that we should have really been doing was helping people who had broken stuff, broken equipment, stuff that arrived defective. No, people just couldn't read. I mean, people wouldn't read the error message on the screen. This printer doesn't print. What does it say on the screen? Out of paper. Put the paper in the printer, bro. Like,
yeah. It is sad, but true. Yeah.
Making this stuff up, but it's very basic.
Yeah.
So like, I honestly think about the shape of what humanity is maybe facing in the future, and with there being less of a drive for skilled and knowledgeable people, because AI will be filling a lot of that void. What can you do?
Yeah.
Like, what can you do? I don't know. What do you have to offer? Well, I can't wait on anything. I can't do anything long form. I don't have the attention span for anything. Like, what can you do?
It is definitely, it is a skill that is very difficult to master, that I am nowhere near at all, to make long form content, man, because it's hard keeping people's attention all the time. It's really hard. You know who I watched about that, and he had a talk about it, a short talk. I can't remember where exactly, but it was actually Mr. Beast, like a very normal source of entertainment, right? I was like, it makes sense, because he was also talking about like, oh man, because I think it was a podcast episode of, I can't remember, but he was also talking about like, what we're talking about right now, like it won't keep people's attention, that kind of stuff. And it makes sense, because if you want to really live that life of YouTube and everything, you have everything you say has to be of interest, where you can hook people into to just keep listening more and more and more. And there's so much thought that goes into it that people don't understand, because anyone can make a gameplay video of like, oh, I got 10 kills in this, and then like that's that. But like, how interesting is that really? Like, but if you really put in the time in mastering, like even the way you present yourself, or like the speech that you have, the pauses in between. And then you have to think about the topics and all that. You can't just stutter your way through. You can't do the ums and all that kind of stuff. There's so much that goes into it that most people don't actually realize. So it's definitely a skill that is very hard to master, for sure. Short form content, however, that's when you don't have to deal with as many risks, because it's short form content, right? A long video, like, you have to be able to maintain people's attention at all times. That's rough. Short video, not so much. So yeah,
part to me is like, how do you push that envelope? Because everybody wants to be that next new thing, right? And
dude,
you can
that's the thing.
Push and push and push and push,
yeah,
until it's like, what do we have left? Like, what is Amaranth not already doing? Like, what is
yeah,
what are these people not already putting out there at the most extreme levels, right? So now that new and edgy thing might just be some dude being on the internet talking like a regular person, because everybody else is wacky and zany and over the top, doing all this out of the world bizarro stuff for attention.
Yeah. I have something interesting to tell as a short story. I was talking about this with Paige, who I often talk about for stream related stuff and all that, and it really got me thinking, because I was already aware, of course, and like most people as well, that let's say you play Warzone, Valorant, or whatever, and you make average videos, that then you're gonna get average results, right? However, what the trick is to actually grow, which I have to focus on a lot more when I play games, and I've been trying that a little bit more yesterday, for those that remembered me playing Elder Scrolls Online, because I tried to like bring out a lot of random topics to talk about. But it's like, I am not going to be an esports person, so I will not be able to give the gameplay that people would come to watch for like that type of quality. What I can do, however, is to shift the focus and to talk about other things that might be interesting to people. So like, for example, I was playing Elder Scrolls Online. Now, how many streamers, including myself, have played Endless Archive? A lot, right? How many people are interesting to watch? That's another. And what is interesting to watch? Then you have to ask yourself, well, gameplay-wise, there's only so much variety that you can have, right? So then it is very important to talk about other random topics or stories that you've come across. And that's also a skill kind of that you have to learn, to just socialize and just talk to people and talk about whatever, which is also hard, because I also didn't really start off being very social. So she gave me an example of a streamer where there were multiple channels of this person, and it's a well-known streamer, but not well-known that everybody knows it, let's say. And most of the clips were really just random moments that happened that have nothing to do with the game whatsoever, where it's basically just, it's almost like a talk show where he plays a game, but it's people are there just to hear him talk kind of stuff. And that sets you apart. So like if you have videos where you just get like, oh, look at me getting a kill streak in Call of Duty or something, it's like, that's not as interesting for you to stand out. Like you'll get average results because it's an average video. So if you want to stand out, you need to make outstanding content, which is do something else. And that's a risk to take as well. That's a risk because, you know, if you're not really confident with what you can do, then you'll fall in that trap of getting average results with average videos. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I honestly, myself personally, I don't have grandiose designs for, like, I don't know, running away with Twitch as a career or whatever. But I do like sprucing up and trying to make my stream my own and create my own little lane because I feel like I'm in an underserved community myself to some extent. So to give some background on myself, like it was weird growing up in a time where technology was still just kind of new and coming to the forefront, and to be in like impoverished area, to put it nicely, right? So like it wasn't really cool. Like there was nobody to talk to. There was nobody that liked anime with me. There was nobody that liked technology as much as I did, really. And the only person that really kind of helped drive that passion for me was the teacher at school that I had. So now it's like, man, I really want to connect with people who are in a similar vein of just, you know, hey, we want to have fun, we want to have a good time. I don't want to be vulgar, I don't want to be over the top with, you know, like all this other stuff. Like, yeah, there'll be some slight tongue-in-cheek joking, but like ultimately I want my content to be approachable to all the people and
yeah,
have everybody enjoy gaming together. I just hope that, you know, like with all the slippery slopes of generational combativeness between like boomers, zoomers, millennials, gen this, gen that, all this, it's like we're all gamers.
Yeah,
have fun. Who cares how old you are or what you did when you did what? Like, just have a good time. Like that's what I'm here for, and that's what I want to do with my channel, and that's kind of the community that I want to build.
Yeah, I would like to kind of wrap it up here.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I just looked at the time and everything. Yes. Normally the goal is 1 to 2 hours ish, but but we are having a really good conversation though, I think. So I did have a really good time.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, super random, but I just got reminded of the time. So real quick as well. Yeah, any last words? Where can we find you? What can we expect and so on? Anything you want to say?
As usual, all the socials are here. You can see my Twitch, my YouTube, and my Twitter. I'll be posting more on Twitter in the coming days, and I want to actually try to expand some things. I do have the Discord link on the chat here. If you haven't joined already, come join the Discord. I'd love to have you guys chat around, contribute to the community. We're just looking to grow a good group of gamers who want to have a good time and play some good games. So definitely enjoyed being here. Thanks for having me on your platform, Z. I know it's kind of a thing to introduce someone to your community. You know, it takes some effort, and I appreciate you taking the effort. And
thank you.
Be here, especially while we're trying to figure out this new string together technology.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think we did all right today.
Yeah. All is good. Everything works. Although I will say there's sometimes a little bit of hiccup with the thing, which I think I've never had that with Discord, but I had other issues with Discord, of course. Will I use this? I think actually it's pretty good for a guest feature on top of the thing that is very important that nobody should forget. But Jay Slayer mentioned, I don't know if it's true, but I believe him, that but if a guest messes up by like doing some outrageous stuff and all that, that Twitch will go after them and not after the streamer. That's because that was my biggest concern before. Like I wouldn't just have random people.
I'll send you a screenshot. They actually mentioned it on the.
Oh, they mentioned. Okay.
Yeah, like it's spelled out clearly.
Okay. Yeah. I actually want to pull that up before I end then as well.
Okay.
So let's do that right now.
Go to the creator dashboard and you see on the streaming together section.
Oh.
They have 1, 2, and 3, and it's like, yeah, you may know.
Oh, you won't be. Oh yeah.
One stream and 2. You see it?
Yeah, I see it. Okay, so I can't show this because this is on my dashboard, which I'm not logged in for the stream browser. But it does say, and I'll read it. You won't be banned for guest behavior. Your guests are on the hook. Sorry, a little bit of beer. Your guests are on the hook for their own behavior, not you. Every guest has their own phone verified Twitch account and are subject to our community guidelines. So yes, I'm actually thinking like, I might as well do more guest stuff then, because why not? Might be fun. The thing is, it's gonna show up weird right now, but actually I'm not gonna show it. But I have scenes for multiple people as well. So if you would like to do this in the future, we can also do that. But we'll talk about that in private somewhere. But yeah, then like it'd be really cool to have guests. Although I don't know who would be interested, but we'll find a way, and we can have multiple people because now this is a really good way of doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe if we have another one in the future, I can tell you about Penhurst Asylum.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, keep that one. Keep that one.
That
Yes.
story it's a legit story, and I don't know if you can tell from the photo, but I was dressed as a priest too, so I went as a priest, and it was fun. It was fun. It was absolutely a blast.
Or how about this? What I think I know what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna end the stream, but if you would like to tell the story, I'm gonna keep it up. But I'm gonna say goodnight to my girlfriend real quick. So I would end the YouTube portion, but we can still keep on talking, and we can consider this exclusive content. Yes. And I don't know if you want to post this somewhere or whatever. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right. So for the YouTube people, I'm gonna set it to end now. Yeah, and thank you so much for being here, and we'll be right back then with some exclusive content. Yes. Wow. All right. Be right back.
Mm-hmm. Send some pictures over to the Discord. If you're on Z's Discord server, you'll be able to check out some of these photos from my time at the haunt. I did post some already.
Yo. Yes. Okay. What's up, peoples? J Slayer's currently. How do I hide for a second for him? Turn off camera. Okay, if I hear his mic, then I'll. Although actually he has his banner on, so maybe I should turn it on. Wait, I just pressed turn on, but it doesn't. Is it broken? Did I break it? Where did I break it? I don't know. Yeah, welcome to the exclusive section. The first time ever, where we. Yeah, I don't know. Huh? Interesting. Never done this before. Yes. Maybe I should have like a. Dude. Why did I not think about this? I should just have people that come here also just tell a short story of something that they would like to talk about. Anything fun or something in their life. Yes. Why did I not think about that? Like, we talked about everything. Is this the shirt off part of the show? Dude, in the link tree, there's a link that you might like. It's all about mans. Oh, wait. I just turned off his mic as well. Okay, oops, my bad. Yeah, mic is on, at least. Yes. I don't know how to... Okay, whatever. No, was not enough. You clicked on it. Funny mans. Yeah. Man, dude, I am so hyped. It's all about, would you like to do that too or not? Like be a guest at random times. Because I kinda enjoy this hangout stuff as well. And I have scenes for multiple people, even. Or I can... You know what, dude? I can make a separate scene so I can have infinite guests. Because I just show the group output. So instead of where the browser is right now, I would just show the Twitch thing that has the stream together with all the guests and everything. And I don't have to worry about like editing it because it'll just be that. That's actually a lot smarter, I think. Yeah. But yeah, would you be down, Zalzapap? I don't know anyone else in chat. Doesn't matter who you are. If anyone wants to join for that as well, you can. Yes. Sure, got some time off starting Friday. Okay. Wait, starting Friday until when? Or is it just for the Friday? Yeah. Or just for the weekend? Yeah, because here I can resume it. You can apply for it right now, right? It should say somewhere that like, oh, I have the requesting for guests. And now if people have bad behavior on stream, right, it's not my fault. Like then it's all good. So now I'm actually excited. Well, I can actually have people on my stream all the time, even if I don't know them though. Because right now I'm obviously only inviting people that I know. But I could invite people that I don't know as much of and then just wing it then. You get me, fam? You get... Wow. Yes, I don't know. Hola, como esta? Yes, hello, sir. Wait, oh, is the mic?
I'm not
there we go.
anymore. Here we go.
Well, hi.
Okay, hello. So I went and got a couple of the props for my costume. I think it'll help with the storytelling part of it.
Okay.
So, while you were gone, I also uploaded a slew of pictures to your Discord.
Oh.
From some of the decorations that were outside at the Penhurst Asylum. So, the Penhurst Insane Asylum used to be a real asylum, from my understanding, and they used to have mental patients there who were really, really at the edge. Well, some sus and shady things were rumored to have happened there, and long story short, it became like this horror destination choice in the area, and they started building all of these haunts and attractions in this place. So it was really quite cool to see it in the flesh. So my wife had wanted to go see some haunts, and she's a big horror buff. I am not so much. I'm much like Z when it comes to horror. not my preferred cup of tea, right?
Yeah.
But I can power through. So we go to this haunt, and I bought the pass so we could skip the line. And I did not. This is my first time going to a haunt. Like I said, I'm not big of a horror buff, so
Yeah.
I don't have a clue of what to expect. We get there, and because we're on the VIP, they skip us straight in, and it's like a roller coaster, but on steroids. The worst part is to be the first in line, right? So, like, you're front seat for all the majority of the scares.
Yeah.
So, we're walking through, we walk in, so, like, they start you right off. We go right into this haunt. And, I mean, the ambiance and setting is spooky. They've decorated this thing inside. Like, these are pictures that I posted of their outside decorations that you could actually take pictures of. They wouldn't let us take pictures of anything on the inside because it spoils the haunt. If you share the experience and show people what's going to happen. But
yeah,
I guess retelling it isn't that bad. So we're going through this place, and the first one was like this underground tunnel, and then it turns into a cave, and you have all these cave creatures and ritualists doing prayers and holding candles, and then they have like some of these ritualists that are dummies, right?
Yeah.
Then one of them might not be a dummy, and you're thinking it's a dummy, and it scares the crap out of you. So I'm walking through there, and I'm dressed as a priest, and you probably see my picture if you pull it up. But I had this little cross on. I'm like this, holding my cross, walking through the thing.
Yeah.
And I'd pull up my sweater like this to cover my face a little bit, but they were scary.
Yeah.
Man, these decorations, these costumes they made were next level. Like, so once we pass through that, it goes from being a cave into being a dank, dark sewer. And like they have this like walking through like an underground sewer. It felt like you were actually in the sewer. It was crazy. And so this is just the first haunt, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, man, this haunt, like, we walked through that thing, I'll say probably 7 to 15 minutes of walking, just walking through all the scares that they had in that one. This is the first one. There are 4 haunts there.
Yeah.
So you go from one building to the next building to the next building. But once you come out of this one, it's a walk path that you follow to the next one. And that first one was, man, it was explosive. So all these people are allowed to touch you, by the way.
Oh,
you can't touch them, but they're allowed to touch you.
Yeah.
So all the jumpy, creepy, and all the other stuff, all of it. So people were complaining a while ago that, COVID restrictions had really driven the experience down. Well, now COVID restrictions are off. So it's full on, like, in your face, scaring you, engaging with you. Oh man, it's crazy. So that was the first haunt, and it was awesome. The second haunt is like we're coming up to the main building, and while we're at the main building waiting in line, they have this ghoulish woman that's on your screen right now come out in this costume, and she's doing the fire dance.
The purple one?
No, the woman on your screen now doing the fire dance.
Oh, this one. Oh yeah.
No. Twirling the fire.
Yeah,
The fire. Yeah, so we were standing in line and she was doing the fire show, and that kind of gave you something to engage with and watch while you were standing in line, because it was also kind of crazy to see, wow, this lady's over here really twirling real fire right now and could actually burn herself.
Yeah.
Bad if it goes wrong. So, but they're trained professionals. They had like a full setup and everything out there ready to hose this lady down. I'm sure if she managed to catch any part of herself on fire. But that was really cool to see. So we walk up to the front steps, and the front steps are, so there's the picture with me in it. Behind me is the front steps of the main building. And that main building had this creepy looking nurse who was giving the instructions about no vaping or anything in the building.
Yeah.
So if you go in at like no vaping, like if you nothing, if any of that stuff was caught, you're immediately escorted out of the place. Also, no touching the staff. If you touch any of the staff, they could escort you out of the place. So, and I get it because it's a scare, it's a haunt, right?
Yeah.
Don't touch the staff. They can touch you, but don't touch them. So it was cool. So we go through this haunt. That's why I walked left first.
Yeah, it's also about.
So we go through the main building. Like I'm going up to the main building. We're in a separate line, right? So I don't know if they did like a special experience for us because they separated us off. Say we're gonna call you in as group 2, and my son is freaking out right now. Right? He's like, "Oh my god, wait, are they gonna do like extra scary stuff to us? Oh no, oh no!" He's like, hyped up. But there's these 2 girls with us too, right? My wife's niece and her friend. So he's trying to like machismo and look, not so scared, but he's shaking in his boots.
Yeah.
Which, it was hilarious. But we went through, and man, they had more amazing decorations. And they had these monsters that were, so to give it scale, it was probably 9 feet tall and maybe 8 feet wide, right? And they were animatronics. So when you walked up to a certain point, there was this cutout, and this giant monster comes at you like this, moving his hands to grab you.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it scared me so bad. I didn't see that one coming. So and it had these glowing eyes and everything. It was amazing. So we go on, and they have all these different type of effects. They had this one room where there was these test tubes with all these different species of monsters and stuff in them, and they had this green lighting, laser lighting going across, but they had a fog underneath it with some watery like sounds that made it really feel like you were walking through some type of watery atmosphere. It was really well thought out and done the way I think they did it. So we progress on, and there's this room where this dude is getting electrocuted in an electric chair.
Yeah.
And he's flipping out. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was animatronics, but it looked so real, so lifelike. This dude just flipping out in the chair, and I'm like, oh my God, it's insane.
Yeah.
So your attention is immediately drawn to this dude flipping out in an electric chair. Meanwhile, there's this lady behind you.
Jesus.
Scared the crap out of me. Oh my God, dude. Walk through, I'm having a good time. I'm smiling at the same time, but a lot of this stuff is really quite creepy and scary. And we get to this other room. Now, this is something I had not experienced before, and my everybody I was with was telling me it's just an optical illusion. It didn't feel like an optical illusion. So they have this bridge, and the whole room appears to be spinning because it's a tunnel.
Yeah.
And they have this effect going around. Well, the bridge isn't secured to be steadfast. It shifts based on the shifting of your weight.
Yeah.
So the room is spinning, and then you're falling off. It felt like I was gonna fall off into this void. I kid you not. I was like, oh my God, what is this? So I'm like, I'm stuck, right? I'm thinking, oh, how am I gonna get up out of this thing, right? So they're telling me, it's not really real, but the bridge is tilted.
Yeah.
I have to tilt the bridge back and then stumble. Dude, I came out of that thing. I was so dizzy. And disoriented from all of the motion of the room and not being able to catch your bearings very good going across this wobbly bridge. That is something that really sets up the 1-2 punch for the rest of the haunt. because now you're dizzy and disoriented in a dark environment that you can't really see all that well. A lot of flashing lights, fog, and people popping out of nowhere. Some people were like, and they have holes in these haunts that are like along the walls and the floor where people can grab and touch you, and like they can reach out and touch the top of your head. There was this one where like after I came through, I had on a hat. So as you can see in the photo, I had on a really big hat. But one of the girls with us, no one else had on a hat. Let me just say.
Yeah.
They reached down from the top and rubbed across the top of her head. Oh my gosh, she freaked so hard.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, I'm walking through. I got my little cross up. I'm like, oh my God. Oh no. And the guy goes, that's not gonna help you here. So that was really cool. Like, the more I went through it, the more people were like, that's not gonna help you here. So, it was fun. We had a good time. And that wasn't like, that was really awesome. But then like, that was just the second haunt. There's a third haunt and a fourth haunt yet, right? We haven't even went through those. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So we go through the third one, and it was this basement-like area, but they made it smell like a actual damp, dank basement. And I was like, man, that actually smells, even though you know this is just decoration, right? Like they're not having any true rot or anything like that. They somehow are kicking out a smell to make you feel like you're in this dank, really moist, and I'm not talking about the good kind of dank you were talking about. So we proceed through that, and it's really quite cool. So you're like in this underground morgue almost, where they have all these chopped up bodies and everything, and rotting people, and you go around this corner, and they have this giant table with this giant prop body, but this body looks real. Like it looks like a real giant fat dude, and it jiggles and it moves and everything just like a real body you would imagine. The difference is he's got a giant slash across the guts, and there's this lady who's a real lady on top of him, like playing in the innards and stuff and screaming and being wild. And it's like, oh, geez Louise. So we go through there, and there's this one, we end up in the room with this mad scientist, and he's trying to get everybody's brains, and it was just crazy. So that was pretty cool. And then we come to the last haunt. I'm gonna skip ahead. We're at the last haunt.
Yeah.
And the last haunt was particularly interesting because they introduced some long hallway paths. And these long hallway paths had some really, really interesting and dynamic characters in there. Particularly, one was this crazed girl in a what do you call those, straight jackets, right?
Oh yeah.
And she had this awesome mask on that it looks like a pilot's mask. You know, those brown leather masks where they have the goggles on the pilot's thing. But she had like 8 goggle lenses on this thing. So it was like covering the majority of the face. So you saw these goggle lenses on it and all the leather strapping and the leather strapping of the straight jacket. And she breaks the straight jacket open to, you know, have the flapping hands with the leather things and everything. And she's like crawling and slithering up along the path next to us. And I'm trying to run away from her. She's touching my shoulder. I'm like, oh, it's so gross. So I hid behind my wife like any grown man would do. So that was pretty cool. And then I was thinking, okay, all right, we're about to hit the exit, right? Yeah, so I get around and there's another hallway. This one, it's very underlit along the floor. And you
Mhm.
can see the fog along the floor. So you can see a minor light at the base of the hallway. So you kind of know where to go.
Yeah.
But all you can see is an outline up ahead. And if you've ever watched the X-Men and you've seen the Juggernaut, you kind of know what that looks like, right?
Yeah.
That outline. Well, this guy had that outline. And he was just as freaking big. I'm 6'5", 300 pounds. I'm a big dude. This guy made me look little. And
Yeah.
he was freaking huge with a laser red cyborg eye and the jacked up Juggernaut collar. And he's just colossal coming down this freaking hallway. Like all the little cool outfit that they had put together on him looked really dark, had a dark coat on, like trenchy style coat and jacked up muscles and everything. I was like, oh no. So I hit my wife again. And I'm holding up my cross. He grabs me, he grabs the cross out of my hand like this and goes, ah. And I took it back and I ran down the hallway. I was like, I'm out of here. So I ran down the hallway and that was cool. Then we come into this other hallway and this one was spooky too. So right now at this point, you're used to jump scares, right? So you're on the edge and there's like all these ghosts lined along the side of the hallway. So think of like a ghost type of sheet costume, a person under a sheet type of deal. And there are several of them all along the sides of the hallway. You're just like, oh, where's the jump? Where's it coming from, right?
Yeah.
So you're just in suspense the whole way. I don't know if they just got somebody that was behind us or not, but there wasn't a jump in that one, which was almost as bad as getting a jump because your anxiety is through the roof, anticipating a jump that does not come. So I was like, oh my God, they hit the brakes on me that hard and just really. So I had my smartwatch on. And I checked my heart rate after several of the haunts. Dude, I was pumping like 105, 110 beats a minute. It was insane. So we're wrapping up on that one, right? And I see the door. I'm like, oh, good. Here's the exit. It's over. It's over. And right at the freaking exit, there's this giant freaking one of those 8-foot, 9-foot things I was telling you about. There's another one. Like, oh my God, who put these in the budget? And it comes out and it's like, it comes at you really fast. They have this thing on a really fast extension. So it's like, woof, right into your face. And it's the size of, man, it's really huge. It's really dang big. It scared the bejeebus out of me. One for the road. And when you come out of there, you go up some stairs and it leads you to an outside picnic area where they have like all these carnival food and picnic tables and basketball game and the area that I took pictures of to the right where you can go and walk through and take some pictures. I took some pictures with my family and stuff, but I'm not gonna post that. It was really, really nice to actually go through. And if anybody's ever interested in a haunt, Penhurst Asylum, man, it was an amazing experience. Absolutely.
I would never.
So you see that photo with the orange pumpkins?
Yeah.
That's the one I took a big family photo on there. And it was so cool. It was so cool.
Yeah, it looks really cool. And it looks believable too, because I went to a Halloween thing too at the local zoo, but that was not very believable. Like, it was all right, but this actually looks proper decoration, everything.
Oh, it's believable, buddy.
Yeah,
it is 100% believable. Like I said, that I thought that dude was really being electrocuted.
Yeah.
It was so for me, as far as like that type of experience, that was a 10 out of 10 experience.
Yeah.
And the only recommendation I would have, unless you just have like a bunch of friends to go hang out with, get the skip the line pass, man, because I can only imagine if we had went during a time that was peak. So we went after Halloween was already over. So I just we went on the 3rd. So that was this Friday. If we had went last week, oh, it's a zoo. It's an absolute nightmare because there's so many people. Even with the skip the line, you're probably going to be there several hours. We got there at 6:30 and left at about 8:45. So it was still a good time. We had time to eat thereafter, but we skipped a lot of people who were still in line. And my wife says before that, at some of these places, they wait in line for an hour and a half per haunt. So yeah,
that's long.
So that can definitely change the scope of your day, right? So there are 4 haunts. If you spent an hour and a half in line for each one, that's already 6 hours added to your day.
Yeah.
So if you get there at 6:30, it'll be 12:30 at best by the time you leave.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of
much.
Be fully aware that when these things are in full swing and at the top of their excitement, they're tough to get into.
Did you know? Also, not kind of related, but not really, because we're talking about spooky things and all that. Yesterday, I watched a horror movie with someone else because I suggested it for once. Now, I am never much of a horror person at all. Like, I am scared to death. But the movie that we were watching was The Pope's Exorcist with Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
So I watched it. Now,
I've seen it.
You've seen it. Oh, actually, what are your thoughts on it? Because I honestly don't think it was that great of a movie.
I did not think it was good at all.
No. It's horrible, right?
Yeah. I want my time back.
Yeah. Same.
That's how I rate a movie. Do I want my time back or no?
Yeah.
If I want my time back, it's really bad.
It's really bad, yeah. There's one other movie that I watched recently was 65, I think, with that dude that plays Kylo Ren for Star Wars. Which is supposed to be a movie roughly around the time of the dinosaurs and stuff, where like shit goes to hell. Also really bad, and I would like my time back too. But anyway, The Pope's Exorcist though, The Pope's Exorcist, dude, I wanted to watch it because like, you know what, I have to get over my fears, so I watched it with someone, and it's not scary at all. It's laughable at most. Like everything is so predictable.
Get over your fear.
Well, maybe not entirely, but for that movie in particular, like the demon or whatever, it wasn't scary whatsoever. Just
so there are different types of horror films.
Yeah.
Horror isn't the same across.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. So, my wife loves the serial killer horror films.
Oh God. Yeah.
Like this really happened, Texas Chainsaw Massacre type of stuff, where this person really was out there killing people, and this is how they did it, and it's like, that's scary. I don't like gore. I'll say that. I don't want a film where it's just chopping up the human anatomy in a million ways.
Yeah.
That's not really, I'm not really into human dissection or whatever. But I do like some scary films where it's like more of the thought and suspenseful, right? I think is the word. Imagination can concoct and everything.
Yeah,
suspenseful.
Yeah.
I do love suspense.
Yeah. The gory movies for me also are. I mean, I wouldn't mind watching that either, but not that I would want to, but I wouldn't mind because it's just about the gore. The jump scares are always predictable and stuff like that.
You could watch like a Hellraiser movie and be completely cool with that.
I think I could. Yeah. The ones that get me the most are like the supernatural ones, the ones that take their time with spooking you, where like they build up so much suspense. It's like, and then it just happens, right? That's when it gets me. But the cheap ones, it tends to be the cheap ones that I can watch. Like The Pope's Exorcist, for example. It felt so cheap throughout the entire movie that I wasn't really bothered at all.
So if you're talking about like stuff that really scares you,
yeah,
I think that there's this film it's a documentary in theaters right now called After Death.
Yeah.
and it's talking about people who had near-death experiences and stuff and what they experienced. That stuff's spooky to me because it's so real. It's like, I don't want to think about death or anything like that. But like, just people sharing their experiences,
Yeah.
and what that was like and what they saw, and it creeps you out, man, because everybody has we all share one thing, and that's mortality, right?
Yeah.
Like, we all have a finite amount of days. So
Yeah.
spooky stuff like, oh man, and space stuff spooks the shit
Space stuff spooks
out of my wife.
Really?
No, not me. I love space stuff. But
yeah.
like, it reminds you of how tiny and insignificant of a speck you kind of really are. It's like, not that we're insignificant. Like, you could do some stuff as a human that could cause catastrophic events to take place on our planet, and thus in turn affect the solar system, and thus in turn affect the galaxy, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can be one person and still have that much of an effect, but you can also just be one person amidst all of the dust and particles of even just our galaxy. Is so, like, screw galaxy, just the solar system is so humbling, right?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. The space stuff is, I like space stuff. Yeah. The fear of like there being a hole in the ship, whatever, and then suddenly like you're just in space and like you can't breathe and nothing, and you always see an explosion inside the suit. I don't know if that's how it really would go, but yeah, I like space stuff. What gets me the most is supernatural stuff and all that, like demons and all that. Like I can't cope with that.
Oh, I can deal with that.
Yeah,
but because it's not to me real. Like,
yeah,
space is very real. Like.
Yeah,
that's happening in space is very real. So that's where I felt like, especially with games like Starfield, where I felt like they had a tremendous amount of opportunity to get creative with those worlds and expose people to some of those absolutely insane things that are going on in space. We are familiar with like lava volcanoes on Earth, but there's actually ice volcanoes in space. And most people don't know that there are actually volcanoes that spit out ice particles on, I forget which moon it is, but it's for one of the larger planets in our solar system.
Yeah.
But there's so many crazy cool things that are out there, that leaks of methane and all this other stuff, where it's like, man, it's just crazy to think about, you know. We're around here passing methane gas as farts, but on another planet, it's actually the majority of their surface is liquefied methane because of their harsh conditions. Some, it rains lead, you know, like, it's so cool, all the different types of places you could expose people to. But I don't know that they really hit the hammer on the head with that exploration.
I've always liked space games, but I just don't think that there's a space game out there that like really does it the way I want it to be done. I say, like, for the exploration thing that you mentioned as well. Like, I don't really feel like there's a space game out there that really shows you how much variety there is in the universe, because it's just too much. Right?
So, again, I think maybe this goes down to what people have the attention span to discover and explore, right?
Yeah.
So are we making the content that we want to make, or are we making the content that people want to consume? So, like, you're talking about a type of game that you would like to make, but you're not really concerned with who is going to consume it, because you're making it to cater to your taste, which is ultimately should be the driving factor, in my opinion, when people are making anything. Make what you want to make what you want to put out into the world, and let the people who are consuming it decide whether or not they want to take part in it. But at the same time, be true to your vision, be true to what you want to do, because that may be just what we need, the hero we needed but didn't want, right?
Yeah. The thing is, for the space thing, right, is my issue is just like, let's say it's a shooter game, right? Then the it would be more so just focus on the shooter aspect of it rather than like the space aspect of it, where like this entire story could have happened on Earth or something and it would have been the exact same thing, but just, you know, like they try to advertise it, but like, oh, but it's in space. But it's like you don't really get to see much of space. I know there isn't like much to see because like it's just all, it doesn't look as colorful really from I's perspective. But that's kind of my thing. It's the same thing with certain fantasy thing too, where like there might be a random RPG or whatever, and they happen to have happen to have special races like an elf and an orc and then all that. But like that could have been just any other human being too. Like, where's the emphasis on showing like, oh, what's really special about the elf thing, or what's really special about the orc? I would like to see more detail with the surroundings in games. Like, for example, let's say if it's a space shooter, then like have more interactions with the environment of space. Yes, rather than just it being a shooter that happens to take place on the space station. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's what I would love to see. Yeah.
I love to see environmental interaction.
Yeah.
With video games that really makes you feel like you're a part of where you are.
Yeah.
Not that it's just a backdrop to whatever event is taking place in front of it. You're actually plugged into that space. Those things are actually actionable. Those things can actually be knocked over, or that debris can go flying here, or that barrel can be exploded, or that computer can be manipulated in some way.
It's only, I think it's only a handful of games like that. For me personally, like Kenshi is one that really wants you to, really just encourages you to find out more about the world. Have you ever played it?
I could not. I wasn't a Kenshi fan.
Oh. Okay.
When I looked at it, I was like, looks boring. But like I watched some of it, and it was like I'd see you take your tribe of warriors and do your thing and fight other stuff, and it was like not my style, right? Like I'm more of, especially when it comes to what I put on stream, I want it to be more high octane, or something that's going to be really provoking as far as like its look to an audience, right? So there are games I want to play, and you said this sometimes too, that there are games you want to play off stream that aren't necessarily stream worthy. Yeah, but for sure there are games to me that I'd like for something to be going on the majority of the time. So when people do come in, they're not really just watching me fumble through a menu or something like that. They're actually watching things occur, and they feel like that there's something to be engaged. So I'm trying to keep my gaze more towards up-tempo games or popular games that will draw people in, especially in this crucial phase of newness, where I do want to grow up an audience, and I do want to be seen more by different groups to say, oh, okay, this guy's putting out content and doing this and that. Yeah, for sure. I definitely like the slower paced games like that, or a random strategy game. It all falls on the same thing, where like there is a certain community for it, but every other community is not necessarily okay with like going into that directory, because it is really boring because nothing much happens. Now, I'm not really a strategy gamer. Like for example, Kenshi, right? The only way that I've tried to have like a workaround where it was kind of nice for people to watch was I would create characters after my viewers, so then the people can look at their character and be like, oh, that's me, you know. That kind of stuff. That's the only way that I could make that really interesting, because by itself there's only so much you can do. Again, there is a lot of freedom. Like, it's a good game in general, in my opinion, but like slower paced gameplay is really hard to grow on on Twitch for sure. Darkside is pretty much always action. Something's always going on. The only sucky part though is it's so expensive as far as the materials you need in the game that I was working towards a build and learning some blessings and stuff. Found out that build was going to be trash. It wasn't going to work. Now what? Now I have to start over again. And collect materials again, to buy weapons again, to test again. Either that or I go watch a bunch of videos. So that was something else that like I realized had changed in the way consume these video games, right? Like everybody say, yeah, you can go explore and figure these things out yourself, but the amount of man hours that would take you to do of your own is insane. Especially if you plan on playing any other games this year, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you can go and unlock every weapon and try to figure out how they function and go test and see whether or not this would be, or you can group think, which is actually the system in which these games are designed to be consumed now. So back in the day, you'd go and get a game like Shelby or whatever. You can jump on it and play it, and a lot of the builds were viable right out of the gate. Now, so much nuance. There's so much minutia with the details of these games. They did themselves a favor by, for the most part, predominantly using the same control schemes. But at the same time, it's like, I have to learn so much about your game.
Get your clothes on. You're getting out of here.
Yeah.
How are we, Johnny? Oh,
Yeah, Dark Tide for me though,
Not we.
I guess it just came at the wrong time. Because it's I did enjoy it when I played it again, but I also feel like there's other games that I would want to play too, because I don't think it's that bad of a game. If in the beta even, or whenever we played, I remember what it was, but early access, I don't know what it was, but it was cool, but it didn't have enough yet for me to continue on. But when I last played it, I did notice that there was a lot more added to it, and it's actually a decent game. But yeah, again, because there's so many options for different games, that like it's just not hitting that spot at the moment. But it is a game that I would maybe consider playing in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, it's don't get me wrong, it's a good game, and I've been enjoying it. But I'm gonna ask you about something else, because I think this is also something that's possibly hindering my stream.
Yeah.
And that's me gaming ultra wide.
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
I know the elephant in the room is like, oh my goodness, ultra wide gamer.
Yeah.
So it's so weird, the thought that, man, I gotta do 1440p to maximize the screen so that everybody can see more on their devices versus the extra stuff underneath, and I see less, right?
Yeah.
So there are some definite challenges that come with gaming ultra wide. A lot of the times these games, they put their UI elements at the extreme corners of the screen. Well, that's not directly in your field of view when you're gaming ultra wide. You're here. So all this other stuff is in your peripheral as far as crucial gaming information. So unless you have a customizable UI, it gets kind of tricky. Now checking your health goes from a little nod here to looking over there, and then looking back. And now you've lost focus on the middle of the screen, and the far right of the screen is even further out of the question. So like, I do love how immersive it is. And if you've ever ultra wide gamed, like, man, you feel like you're in that thing. And now I just kind of confused sometimes, because I do love ultra wide gaming. I do love my setup, but it's like, well, what do I do? Do I do what's best for me, or do I do what my community would prefer to do so that they can see the
age-old question? Yes.
Yeah. So like, I'm having a hard time reconciling that. I predominantly watch Twitch from my PC.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't really care if somebody has something like that going on. I'm watching from a big enough screen, right?
Yeah.
For somebody that may be watching from a mobile device or a tablet, it might make the experience just that much more undesirable that they would not watch.
The thing is,
to me, because I've seen some people with their cams,
and
they're covering like a giant portion of the screen because they're trying to smash their cam onto the gameplay
Yeah.
and then the text overlay on top of the gameplay, and then you got all this stuff on top, and then they have banners and everything. It's like, well, is that really better? Because it looks in some ways worse and more crowded to where
Yeah.
you have all this stuff, banners on the top and bottom, and then you got your alerts and everything, and your cam and all this stuff. And by the time you get done with it, the box in the middle is like, that's all you got. Like,
Yeah.
I thought it'd be a better end user experience to be able to see all those stats or not having to worry about what UI elements I'm blocking for my viewers. So yeah, you can see the ammo at any time. You can see my health at any time. You can see
Yeah.
all those things at any time. So it's definitely like some pros and cons back and forth considerations.
So the thing about that is it really depends, because you can get away with anything as long as you do it smart, right? With how you set up your stream. So with how I know that you have it set up, which is just ultra wide screen, and then you have a big bar on the bottom basically, right? And there's nothing else there other than your name, right? For as far as I remember, I don't know if there's anything else added to it.
There's a follower goal. and
Yeah,
my
that,
name.
yeah.
There's my cam, my heart monitor, and then on the far left is the chat.
Yeah. So for that, I would say that opens up options for other stuff that you can put there, like interactive mini games or something that people like to play, because actually the younger generation, they love having extra distractions, like the little miniature characters that
Yeah.
each viewer, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They love that kind of stuff. They love other type of mini games, or like if you do Stream Raiders, by the way, I could also recommend that for you if you're starting out. Stream Raiders is a mini game that you can play, and you can have the Stream Raider box somewhere in there, and then whenever it's ready to pop, you just press play. But just look into Stream Raiders and you'll probably see more and stuff. But Stream Raiders is a mini game that you can also get new viewers from, because people will randomly find you and then they'll check out like, oh, what's the stream like or something, and then yeah. That's something that I used to do while growing ESO as well. I would have Stream Raiders up, and then sometimes I would get follows from that too. So, okay, how do I explain this short? Let's say every 15 minutes or something, there's like a mini game where you just press play and then a battle plays, and anyone in chat or whatever that is also on Stream Raiders, they'll just drop a character there that participates in the fight, and then every 10 or 15 minutes there's a fight, and then you show it, like it auto plays, and then that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
Yeah, so Stream Raiders, so like that kind of stuff you can add to it because you have the space anyway, you know?
I noticed that like you're doing really well with your YouTube videos and increasing your level of exposure. What's the goal for Z and
The goal?
your Twitch channel? Yeah, like what's the push? I've been talking about what I'm trying to build with my
Yeah.
channel, but I'd like to hear has there been an evolution in your channel?
Yes.
And direction and what your plans are?
I've personally evolved so much over the years. Now, to someone that is outside of my circle of peoples, let's say, it doesn't even have to be like close friends or anything, but can definitely tell that, like, yeah, viewer wise, it's not going as great as how it used to be, right? Because it went down. And that's very clear too. But what I have learned over the years is very relevant information as to what I need in order to get what I want now, and I'm going to try my best to do that. So, like I said, for example, I always wanted to like have like a community that's tight, close, whatever, hang out and stuff, just basically friendship and all that. That's what I wanted. I still stand by that. Always wanted that. However, when I first started streaming, my focus was more on player versus player experiences within Elder Scrolls Online, and I attracted mostly the wrong audience for that, because that's the reason why my channel went in decline, is because I wanted to focus on more of the things that I enjoy doing and sharing and all that. I do believe that now, with the knowledge that I have of like, okay, I know what to do. So if I were to play a game, I need to have the focus on more casual things, like, hey, what did you have for dinner? Or like, I don't know, but or like, let's say you had a Halloween thing, right? Like I would just randomly ask in chat, like, oh, what did you guys do for Halloween? And then just actually end up talking about that kind of stuff. So that would encourage more interaction with not just me and the viewer, but also with everyone in the chat too. So I've learned that now. So whatever I do, I have to focus on actual conversation rather than gameplay, because the focus on gameplay is what basically killed my channel, because that wasn't supposed to be the focus of my channel, and it became the focus of my channel. So that means that if I'm no longer playing the game that people come in for, then they will not, you know, they're just gonna go if I'm not playing that game. And that's just that's just how it is. It's rough, but if I manage to attract the people that are there to get for like a cozy environment and stuff where we can hang out, a safe space, then you know, I will attract those people, and those people will then form a community with me.
Yeah.
And the reach, however, this is where it's a bit tricky with the reach, because initially, you know, I thought that Twitch, I could just get away with just doing Twitch, but as you see now, like it's my channel was in decline. Twitch that's the worst thing that's the worst decision I've made, and I've learned from that now. So that's why I'm trying to do YouTube and TikTok as well. Now the thing on YouTube though is I'm more so interested in YouTube and how everything works with the algorithm, and like what hits and what doesn't hit, certain titles, certain file names and stuff, because everything matters. File names, the way you upload things, do you upload over phone or do you upload over PC? Because there's been theories about like there being differences in results with phone and the PC kind of stuff. Positive versus negative impact videos. So like, are you a positive person or are you a negative person? Like, let's say you just complain about a lot of shit in a video, you can get a lot of views from that. But you can also do a positive video, and how many views do you get from that? So I'm really interested to see what I can do with my YouTube and like how everything works, because I just want to figure things out. So I'm trying to like reach out to more people through YouTube and just basically experiment a lot. So I don't really have a stance on like what do I want from YouTube, but I know that I just want to learn how to get certain results from YouTube, mostly. So my goal for Twitch is very different than what I want from YouTube, but they still intertwine, because let's say I do happen to stumble across a better formula of how I can get more people to interact with me from YouTube, and that will carry over to Twitch eventually anyway. So like, it works either way. Yeah.
So, do you ever have the conversation with yourself as to what it would look like for you if your online presence was to catapult to an astronomical level? Is that something that you would even be open to, or would you then kind of recoil away from the online presence because it's bigger of an ask on your personal life than you want?
That's the thing. So I've given that much thought, because that's kind of what I went through with music in a way, with the attention that was given to me with music, where at first it was nothing and I was just at home, and then next thing you know, there's a lot of people that want to work with me and all that. So I have my separate stories for that, but the same thing for streaming. This is why I personally believe that as long as you have a good foundation, it'll be okay. Like if you, like for example, if you did some fucked up shit years ago and you suddenly catapult, that shit is going to come to light 100%, and that's gonna hunt you, and people are going to hate you for whatever you did the last couple years, and that will just not, it's not going to stop. So as long as you have a solid foundation, which I do believe I have at this moment, like I've even in the previous years of me streaming, there have been some things that have happened, but I've always made sure that everything is like fine on my end. Like there's nothing I can do to change things. Like things have been the way they are, and I've always made sure to explain myself proper if there was something that goes wrong. So in that department, in terms of drama, I don't think that's ever going to be a case for me, because I don't really have outstanding drama or anything like that. And that's added to the whole foundation thing. So it's the same thing with the focus. I have never once said on Twitch that I want to pursue streaming because I want to have money and I want to be worshipped and whatnot and all that. So at the end of the day, I've always said that I've wanted a community. So if my Twitch suddenly catapults, I've never said anything bad. So I think my foundation is solid enough where I would not be hurt to a degree with other people, with like once they blow up, then people find out all kinds of shady shit in their past, because I don't really have that. So I do think I have an edge there that some streamers might not have, because you know how, for example, let's say you're an intensive Call of Duty gamer. There's probably a chance that at one point you said the hard N word, let's say, right? That can hunt you down, dude, for the rest of your life and career. You know, it's over. But I don't really have that.
It's weird. I think the tide is shifting on the N-word, unfortunately. I think it's going to be at a place where everybody's saying it. I've listened
Yeah.
to music now, and it's like, wait, you guys are overseas. Why are you using it in your music? Like, what are you
Yeah.
doing? Like, what is going on here? Like, everybody wants in. I went to the barber shop. I was the only black guy in there, but guess what? There
Yeah.
are several Hispanic people using the word, and I was like,
Yeah.
like, I don't use it. I don't use it in my life, and my family doesn't use it. I detest it in every way.
Yeah.
I do feel like we're in a space where, like, and it's becoming so ubiquitous that how can you continue to police who can and can't say it?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think I know of another word that is so accepted and so rejected at the same time. Like,
Yeah.
it's universally accepted, but also you can be counseled for using it.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, which one is it? Is it acceptable or not? Because every other word is only acceptable or not. It's not both.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, that's a deep can of worms to unpack.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, and also because you mentioned the thing about like, what if I start suddenly blow up and all that? I think, of course, I'm gonna go through the same emotions as anyone would if they were to go viral and all that. But I also know that I now have enough experience to. I'm not saying that I'd be perfectly okay with dealing with it and everything. I'm gonna have my issues, of course. Same thing as if you win the lottery. Like if you suddenly win the lottery, you're gonna be in shock and like you're gonna have to deal with a lot of things, or like people around you that suddenly know that you have so much money and shit. Yeah, you have to deal with that. But I do think that foundation-wise, that I've learned a lot over the years, where I think I would know what to do. Like for example, for if I had money, let's say, right, I could easily mix that with streaming content as well. Where you know how certain people do like charity stuff and all that. Like you could say like, oh, you're doing it because of the views. Like, does it matter whether or not I'm doing it for views? I'm still doing a charity. That's the whole point of it, right?
Right.
Yeah. So then like you can do that kind of stuff too. And as long I've always felt for streaming and friendship in general that I have to try my best to make situations into a win-win situation, never a win-lose situation, because that's the one person is going to feel bad or someone's going to get hurt or whatnot. So as long as I can make a win-win situation, so if I get success or anything, you know, as long as I don't fuck up and just be the way I am, I think things should be okay. Yeah, I'm not too worried.
I've had to have that conversation with myself as to whether or not I would like it if I went viral or something.
Yeah.
It was ninja, not ninja. But like, I think to myself, like, I really have to have a serious conversation again.
Yep.
I don't know whether or not I want it to have that level of place in my life, right? Like, this has a purpose, and career path wasn't really it, and it's hard to marry up the amount of work I end up putting into my stream to improve it to the purpose of what I'm looking to do, right?
Yeah.
What I'm looking to do is grow a community and have some like-minded gamers.
Yeah.
But what I feel like I have to do to get to that point is more of the professional side of things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Get up all the attention and have everything, like all the socials and all the stuff connected. It's like, oh man, like,
yeah,
this is a strange place to kind of be, to marry all these things together. I don't know. I'd really have to like take a step back and say, okay, this really was the whole platform.
The thing is, a lot of people, if you are in a position, for anyone, right? If you are in a position where you are in a Discord and you play with friends that you've known for so long, that I would consider that to be a very lucky position to be in, because if you don't know anyone, getting yourself into a position where you have a trustworthy people around you, where you can I don't know, share your feelings and also play games with and all that, that's actually very difficult. It's very, very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I've not really like over the years, of course, I've met so many people, but the people that I feel comfortable talking to about whatever and all that, that's actually not as much as a random person might think, because like it's easy to come into the stream right now and be like, oh look, he knows he knows Jay Slayer and there's like some people in chat and all that, so he probably has it covered, like where he probably has life together. No, it's just like the behind the scenes of everything. no one has shit together. right? It's really difficult to actually have a community, a proper community, right? It's easy to call something a community, but yeah.
When I think about the whole community aspect and your viewership that you end up having, it kind of does make it feel a little weird sometimes, because these viewers are also the people that are supporting you, whether it be through subscriptions or bits or donos or whatever it is they're doing. Like, it does kind of put the situation like a little weird, because like, would you normally just do this for a friend you were interacting with in person?
But that's the thing, though. Yeah,
these people like regular friends that you interact with in person, right? So
yeah,
like when I interact with somebody like Mashp or something like that, it's like the homie, right? So
yeah,
it's like, you know, what's going on, Levant? What's going on, Cass Brown? But like, these are also the same people that end up throwing bits your way or the other thing, and it kind of does remind you, oh wait, we do kind of have a somewhat different dynamic in there, but you're also still like the homie, you know?
Yeah. It's Twitch, because you mentioned like it's kind of weird to like get to how to react to subs and whatnot. But this is a thing that you go through when you're new to streaming. I know that as well, because at first I was also like, this is so weird to like have people come in and just support me and stuff like that's. But over time, it's just it's very normal. It becomes normalized to just it's a thing in general in life that you have to learn to accept. You know, like learn to accept things, basically. Yeah.
Oh man, dude, I know you were the worst. Like I'd do a few things and send you a few things where you're like, oh man, you didn't have to, I refunded.
Yeah.
You just say the word, and it's like, dude, I didn't get a refund. Like, just say thank you and go on. Like,
it's the same thing with donation goals and stuff as well. Like I'm now okay with it too, because at the end of the day, man, like if you as a person are bothered that I am accepting a sub or donation, then that should not be the person that I should be hanging out with anyway, because that is by no means any focus of mine that that we should care about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
That's why I was like, for you, dude, a dono goal for like a Game Pass membership or something is way more approachable every month to have, you know, your stream help out with that, if that's something that is going to help you provide that level of content and be engaged with them in those games that they want to see you play.
Yeah.
So these are like costs of doing business, right?
Yeah.
But I think everybody kind of get a Twitch Prime too.
Can I get a Twitch Prime too? Levant. Yeah.
These people are really awesome people to know, and like I said, it takes some of them out. Like, what am I talking about? I haven't gotten any donos or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. But like, I can understand how that would make a person feel a little like, I don't know, like weird or iffy about it, and I see how you felt the way you felt when, you know, people would do things for you or give you some outrageous donation or something. You're like, oh. I think I remember I gave you something to like take Alpha out or do something nice for Alpha or something, and you're like, oh, that's a lot. It's like, nah, dude, really in the scheme of things, I look at it like, what would I pay for the level of entertainment that I've received? So if I go to a movie and the movie is an hour and a half long and I paid $20 to go see that movie, if I've watched your stream for over 20 hours, over 50 hours or whatever, why can't I pay you the same I paid to go see a movie? You know?
So
if I've enjoyed your content enough to enjoy watching for that long, I think everybody should feel that same. Like, if you're enjoying the content, dude, do what you can. Twitch used to have this integration where you could get bits by watching ads.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Yeah.
Yeah, like you could,
oh yeah, no, I do remember. Yeah.
You could watch ads and they would give you bits.
Yeah.
And you could in turn then use those bits to tip some of your favorite streamers. I used to do that even when I didn't have like money. I'd still watch some ads here and there to get extra bits to tip some of my favorite streamers, which was thinking about it in retrospect, like how far we've come, man.
So with I just wanted to talk about something. I just forgot what it was. I read Levant's messages and I forgot. Levant said, I'm outside where I try to spend $0 on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like it's not a must for you to subscribe to me or whatever.
anything. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah, to not make it about my stream, but just in general. That's also how I think that if like for a video game versus like doing something like going outside or something, like sometimes you can get like, I don't know, 40 hours out of a video game. It's like $20. It's like that's worth way more than paying like $200 for like 1 hour somewhere outside, let's say. Also depends on what exactly you're doing, but I also think about it like that, like how many hours can I get out of this, and then if it's worth the money. Yeah, I would rather PayPal if I was Sedona, so it goes to them 100%. Yeah, I've had the funny thing is I've had that happen once where someone actually donated the sub amount rather than doing the sub itself, and then I was a bit confused because I'm like, this feels super random. They said like, yeah, I'd rather give it to you because then, you know, Twitch doesn't take the other half or whatever. And I'm like, wow, I've never thought about it like that. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That brings up another interesting possible. Well, unfortunately, this isn't open to you.
Yeah.
I was looking at Discord and all of the stuff you can do with the Discord store if you're a U.S. Resident.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, that's pretty cool. But their subscriptions, they give 90% to the Discord owner. So 90% of that goes to that actual content creator's channel. So like it's quite the far cry when you have like, oh, okay, somebody got a Prime sub, you get 60% of it or whatever the case may be, and then Twitch gets the other. It's like, dude, you didn't.
Not that much, yeah.
Yeah, like, well, I don't know what the actual cut is, but
yeah,
like, it comes out to being less than impressive, I would say, for those people. So I wonder if you're going to see more of the people pushing for support in other areas. Like,
but you see, this is why people went to Kick.
You know,
this is why people went to Kick, and like this is why people are really crying for like alternatives, because it is way too crazy now that like for most of the services that we use, that a large percentage doesn't even go to the creator. That's a big thing.
It's also curious too. So like, I'm not gonna say it's completely unwarranted because it's worth what you'll pay for it. Let me say that. Whatever it is in life is worth what you will pay for it. So
yeah,
if I'm selling a ham sandwich for $200,
yeah,
and you buy it,
yeah,
it's worth $200.
Yeah.
If you don't, it's not. So like, if we support something and we take that cost, then we're saying, okay, we're okay with it. But I think Twitch has established itself, even back in its Justin TV days, as the go-to source for gaming streaming, right? So now you have alternatives that are surfacing, but they are not as deeply immersed in the scene and have the technology and the things available that Twitch has already integrated. So is it worth that extra loss to have access to those extra features, like some of the stuff where you can just get up and go to streaming immediately and have alerts built in and all the other things that come with stream content managers? I don't know.
On a lower level, you can even think about 7TV versus Frankerface and Better Twitch TV, or even like Frankerface into 7TV, because 7TV offers so much more, so many more emote slots and stuff that the others do not really cannot really compete against and stuff for absolutely nothing, basically.
Does that not integrate well with YouTube though?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know anything about YouTube and like 7TV and or what are you talking about? You're talking about 7TV and stuff, right?
7TV and YouTube.
Yeah. I have no idea how that works, or if that's a thing or not. I'll be honest with that.
So that would be the only curiosity for me. So the thing, I think ultimately YouTube is a better streaming platform for my preference. I have YouTube Premium. I would love watching every streamer that I want to watch commercial free.
Yeah.
It's nice. It comes with so many other benefits. Like I have Google Play. I have all this other stuff. YouTube Music, rather, that I listen to my music on. So I don't have to pay for stuff like Spotify or all this other stuff. So like, it's nice to have that consolidated into one big streaming service bundle. But at the same time, it's like, now I have these other things on Twitch. I don't spend so much on Twitch anymore because I just, still throw my Prime subscription out every here and there. And I might do some donos, but like, I moved away from the bits and stuff, and I moved away from the in ecosystem Twitch purchases because it was so jarring for the content creators to get that $10 and know that they're only going to receive 6 of those $10. And
That's a lot.
I want to.
That's generous.
I want to ultimately support those content creators.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it makes me feel away. So
Yeah. No, it's like I do have to emphasize, like, it's really crazy how, like, I can't talk about specifics legally, right? Like, I just cannot. But I can say that I really do feel like the content creators, they deserve a little bit more than that, than what we're getting right now.
yeah,
It's rough, man. It's rough. You know, most people that stream, and like, even if they get like continuous amounts of subs and all that, most of their money still comes from other sources. It's not even Twitch itself. That's crazy
Yeah.
to think about.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Affiliate links I saw in one video are like
Yeah.
huge. People getting tons of kickback off affiliate links. That's why even when I was buying games and stuff, I'd go to Humble and buy games off of your
Humble.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Humble's good. Yeah.
it was definitely my preferred go-to to save some bucks and support the streamer. They'd even tell me how much they were giving you, so I know it's like, oh man, that's cool. These guys just got
Yeah.
X amount of bucks for just me buying the game I was already gonna buy. That's cool. It's
Yeah.
like me buying a game and them tipping you. So that was something that I think
I definitely feel like Humble Bundle is still an honest service for sure.
yeah,
Whereas
more
with
people
Twitch,
should
not so much.
leverage those type of supportive links
Yeah.
when it comes to supporting content creators. So if you're gonna get something anyway, get it through a link that'll help them out. Why not?
Yeah. Also, Levant mentioned issue with the alternative so far as the all gambling sponsor is some racist cesspit. Yes, and sucks all the negative content streamers were the first to migrate to Kick. Yeah, so I did bring up Kick, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I think that Kick is amazing or anything. Like, it's just an alternative. It's just an alternative for sure. Like, yeah, the issue with Kick that I feel like, right? I could be wrong, right? But I've also done like how I look at streamers on Twitch and stuff, and I kind of want to find out like what makes them grow and stuff. I did the same thing with Kick. Like, okay, what is really good about Kick? What can you get out of it and whatnot? The thing is, like, yes, you can with this the same amount of viewers and stuff, you can get more money out of Kick than Twitch. However, Kick is a little bit shady for me, because when I've seen certain people stream on it and all that, I kind of feel like people are just getting boosted at a certain point, because it's not an accurate representation of what they would receive if they were on Twitch versus Kick. So I actually feel like that maybe Kick just kind of boosts the numbers a bit for actual affiliate or partners or whatever, rather than like real views, because Kick feels a bit too easy from what I've seen, which can be good, but I feel like it's also kind of a trap, because it's the same thing with like, just imagine it like this, right? I'm used to streaming for like 10 people, with maybe three active viewers. That's how it is. Now I feel like I could easily swap over to Kick, and let's say I would bring my own community over. I feel like the numbers would then be 20 to 30. But then I would also feel really awkward, and it's the same reason why I don't really do the whole legal view botting with embeds and everything and all, or just view botting in general. It's just I feel a bit awkward, because then that takes away from like your stream quality, because someone will probably come in and be like, why is this chat so dead for like having 80 people? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? So I don't think it's worth for that reason. So yeah, I feel like Kick is a bit shady with the view numbers, but I have no evidence to back it up. It's just based on my own viewing experience as a user. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I don't know. I think I would like to see more of my shift towards YouTube audience, and honestly, now that you're going to be not going to be, but are multi-streaming, I may be watching your stream more over at YouTube. But here's here's the catch though. Like, does multi-streaming hurt you in some way, right? So if we think about the ecosystem and how it's set up, there are only two ways to really go commercial free, and that's either through a subscription or through buying Twitch Nitro, not Nitro, whatever Twitch is, Turbo or whatever.
Yeah.
Which also doesn't help the streamer, right? So you pay Twitch to avoid commercials, and they don't help any of the streamers. They just take the cash. Now, it almost directly incentivizes somebody like myself who has YouTube Premium already to go watch a stream over on YouTube and stop subbing. So if I stop subbing, now the content creator is losing out on even more subs because you're multi-platform, and I actually have another benefit on that platform that helps me circumvent being inundated with ads, right? So it's kind of a catch-22, but kind of not, because I don't think the use case is that huge. I don't know that many people are buying YouTube Premium. But I do know that for somebody like myself, if I were paying for a subscription out of pocket, I use my Twitch Prime subscription on you. So if I were paying for a subscription out of pocket, it almost incentivizes me to lower my level of support, if that makes sense. So now I don't pay for a sub anymore. I can just go watch a commercial free on YouTube. But awesome.
The thing is, right? Like, it's good that you mention that, because we also have to think about the fact that, like, is this relevant income that I'm making? It's not. It's really not. Like, if you start subbing to me or not, that's still like, it's not gonna budge much. Or let's say 5 people stream less. The money is so little compared to like what you need to actually live off it, that it doesn't really matter whether you go to YouTube or Twitch. And both cases also doesn't matter for me without the money, but just let's say in terms of views, because I'm not at a relevant level where it matters, where like if I have 60 Twitch viewers that then drop to 30, because that is a significant decrease for like certain categories, you would notice it that much. Like, I'm not at that level at all. So right now, if you were to swap over, it wouldn't really affect me that much, other than like the small amount of money of a sub. But that's like what I can't go over specifics, right? It's also a region specific, so it depends on where you live and how much it costs for a sub. But I'm just gonna throw a random number, and whether I can't say much about it, but just a random number.
I'll throw a random number. Let me throw a random number.
Yeah.
$3.
Yeah. Let's say is that right? Let's say I get that for sub. That's really not that relevant for the total income, because my total income, which I can also not talk about, but let's just say it's somewhere between 50 and 80 a month. Yes.
And so from what I understand, you also have to reach a certain threshold before you can even get the payout for the money you got anyway. So
yes, that I cannot talk about either. But
well, no, they're clearly listed on their affiliate thing.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know.
That's where I looked at it at, where they have anyway. So I'm not asking you to talk about that part, but all I'm saying is, like, even when you get, let's say, 5 subs or whatever the case may be, times 3, that's $15. Let's say your threshold was $100 before they pay it out. You still have to get to that before they pay it out. So that's just money sitting in their account, in their hands, until you reach that threshold to pay it out.
Yeah. But I think it makes sense though, because like there's like, I don't know how to say this in a nice way, but there's a lot of like irrelevant streamers that don't really make enough to really care about, where it would just cost them a lot of money to like give them like $5 worth of a sub or something, like that's just, they're gonna have to pay for service fees probably. I'm assuming, I don't know how it works. So I like, the reason why they made that limit is because of that, because there are a lot of Twitch channels that just don't have anything at all, and it's a lot of work for them for sure to automate and everything and to monitor. So it would make sense.
I do think Twitch has a really strong stranglehold on the gaming streaming space right now.
Oh, for sure, yes, for sure.
Not that is to change in the near future. It remains to be seen. I looked at Kick and it looks very familiar to Twitch to me.
Yeah,
it seems very much.
That's the thing. Yes,
with the Flavor Aid of Kool-Aid, they copied everything they could, and it's a very similar experience thus far. But,
yes.
I don't know, like, where does YouTube fit in that whole scenario, and how is that going to play out?
That's the thing. Here's the thing about like. I
think what YouTube needs to do is have a different URL for their streaming instead of youtube.com. Like, if you go to Twitch, you know what you're going. You're going to go see streaming. If you go to YouTube, you might get live streaming, you might get regular stuff, but like, it's kind of nestled in with everything else, and you have to go and look for live content. Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? My whole thought, because I've given this so much thought of how I feel about Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. So hear me out. Here's the thing. The thing with Kick is it tries to appeal to people of what they're familiar with. However, Kick does not offer the same functionality as Twitch, therefore it automatically loses. There's so many things that YouTube has that Kick just does not have at the moment, including this feature that we have right now. I believe I'm pretty sure that this feature does not exist. This whole Twitch stream together. Other things as well. The whole emote integration and all that. Although that might be upcoming, I'm not sure. There's just so many things that Kick does not have. Then there's just no reason to go to Kick really, other than like if you like a specific content creator. As a newer person for streaming, right? Like yeah, your option is Kick or Twitch, and Kick would do a better payout if you're trying to do something. But then for the amount of growth, you just have to just think and just realize that like a lot of people are not really moving from Twitch because like what does Kick offer that Twitch doesn't? It's just only the content creators. So if your content creator is yeah,
That's money.
like there's no real incentive for someone to watch, for someone to swap over to Kick, because Twitch offers the exact same thing. Provided if you do not know any content creators and you have just Twitch and just Kick, why would you pick Kick? There's no reason. Twitch has way more. Now for YouTube, oh sorry, yeah.
Yeah, feature parity is definitely a big thing. If you don't have the same feature set as Twitch, you can't ask for the same money. So you have to be cheaper. But I do feel that once Kick gets up and rolling, they get to that Twitch-esque level, guess what they're going to do? They're going to be charging the same stuff.
Yeah.
Because they have to pay for the same R&D.
Yeah.
They have to pay for the same advertising. They have to
same
pay
thing.
for the same stuff that Twitch does. So, like, you're just kind of, I don't know, moving the goalpost on yourself at some level. Like, we're really going to end up in the same thing at the same time. Twitch being bought out by Amazon was, it was kind of nice in some ways to me, because I did enjoy giving out my Amazon Prime subscription and actually feeling like I had a chance to support some of my favorite streamers. I get that it's not the greatest amount, but every little chip in I think does help, and I've never felt like anybody was unappreciative of a Prime gaming sub versus a normal sub. But to speak real quick to Stream Together on Twitch, this is a copying of a site that already does this. So Twitch took this from somebody else. So this wasn't something they came up with. This was something that was already in use and you could do it for free. So you don't necessarily have to use Twitch for this. There was a site I was looking at through one of the videos, the tutorial videos I had looked at, and they went over it in great detail on how to use it. And I had already been playing with something like this. So when I saw it come up on Twitch, I was like, holy cow, Twitch has built it into their own system. So you don't have to go outside of their ecosystem to do this type of thing. And also they did one step further to say, now we can give your guest accountability for their own actions.
That's huge.
And have all of that go against them. So they added their own flavoring to that to say, okay, now we'll give you another incentive to use us instead of those. Even if it runs better, even if it gives you more options because they've been around longer and we're just getting started with it, we can give you protection against those guests and give you a peace of mind to know that your channel is going to be safe, which is huge.
Yeah, that is huge. And the last thing that I want to talk about is the YouTube one. So YouTube streaming. The issue with YouTube is that YouTube has the people for it to where they can build upon focusing more on live streaming if they wanted to. I don't know why they haven't already, because it's really not that difficult. There are so many people that use YouTube since like before Twitch, right? The issue is discoverability. Like I opened this website. This is what you see, right? As a YouTube viewer. Oh, you actually have live now. Before, it's really awkward. Like there should be a category, just like how Twitch has it. Well, let me open Twitch as well. Why do we not have this? Different categories. Why is it not a thing? Instead, we have streams.
Absolutely.
Like if it's that easy, like it's really that easy. Because a normal YouTube person would never ever think of like oh, let me check out a YouTube live stream. But if the option is there in their face, like, hey, these are the possible categories of what you could potentially watch, Yeah, it's like, okay, maybe I will do that. Yeah.
They also have that live tab on the left you can click. I don't have a live
Yeah.
up top on mine. Let's see if I go.
Like, this is so bad. This is so bad.
That's so bad. So like
Yeah.
the ability to actually oh my god, dude. First thing comes up for me is your podcast.
Oh, oh yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like it really is very difficult to find what you're looking for with what they have and the way it's set up.
Yeah.
Even if you click on the link for live on the left,
Yeah.
it's a hodgepodge of live content. All you have is like view all or show more. Well,
Yeah.
they do have one that's general gaming, right? Like, bro,
They do?
I need more than just, yeah, it's like live now, gaming.
Oh yeah, gaming. Right,
There's
true. Yeah.
only well, no, there's view all. View all. Oh boy. Just a general menagerie of people playing various stuff. You don't even know if it's
Sorry.
something you want to.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even know that this existed, but that shows you that they should work on like making it more accessible, because I didn't even know that this category thing was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's really sad, no? Like and that's the thing. Like, I would be considered an average viewer, right? An average user of YouTube. Now, I have not for years known that. Yes, I could go into categories like this, but then it's like it's too many clicks already. It takes 3 specific clicks of you knowing what you're doing in order to get to that category. Whereas I feel like if you have live, you should just already have categories there, bam, done. You can even, if you want to, have what they have right now, like most watched channels, that's completely fine. Same thing how Twitch homepage has it. But there should be an option with categories right below it to make it really easy for people to see.
These are their categories though. Live now, recent live
Yeah.
streams. Oh, scroll down.
Yeah.
And you'll see
Gaming, yeah.
Yeah, you'll see the gaming section. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, so I'm just in a general
Yeah,
gaming section.
that's bad.
and people just have to fish for random gaming. And it's like,
Yeah,
guys, help us out. Help people be able to find us and find our content. If you're looking for somebody playing Darktide,
they probably spend millions on like recoloring YouTube, making buttons like a slightly more fancier, but something as this, which I think is crucial because there's so much money to be made off live streaming. It's crazy. Like it doesn't. They already have the service available, right? Just make it more discoverable on your page. That's all. Because the thing is, right? People might not know this, right? For if you're not into YouTube streaming or anything. But yes, you can also do the super chat stuff, which basically, like, let's say, gifts or donations to your favorite content creator while they're live. You can do that. So yes, you can actually still do the same thing as like bits, but then on YouTube. And so they are missing out on a lot of money by just not having this easily accessible for everyone. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's a lot of like big channels like these news channels or VTubers and all that YouTube is their main platform, and that's fine. But for everything, for like the mid-tier or lower tier of levels of streamers, they could have so much more.
you don't have a category for your live stream. You're not in gaming. When
What?
I go to gaming for live, I don't find you. I scroll through all of the channels in the gaming live
It should be
section.
people and blogs, is it not?
Why are you doing people in blogs? You're a gamer.
No, but like this is just a VOD type of thing, or VOD. Sorry,
The
podcast.
podcast?
Yeah, podcast. Yeah. If
You
Huh?
stream gaming? Do you put
yeah,
in the
gaming. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah. And music for music. Yeah. But yeah, it's really strange.
Live,
what
I
is-
see recent live stream. Live now news, live now gaming, live now sport. Oh boy, oh no. I don't see a live now for the category you're talking about.
Really?
So
That might be an issue with the restream then.
is this on the left? So I see explore. And is this also another one?
Yeah, you're right. Why am I not in the category? Huh?
So if I'm looking on the left, I see explore. There's trending, shopping, music, movies and TVs, live gaming, news, sports, learning. If I click on gaming, these are all pre-recorded videos. These aren't live events. The live events section, where people are actually live streaming right now, it doesn't have all
Dude.
the categories. It only has 3 of the categories: sport, gaming, news. That's it.
Yeah, so okay, this might be an issue then with the thing that, because I'm using Restream within OBS, separate thing that I added to OBS, and then you can restream, right, for multiple things.
Yeah.
These ones, the categories that they have for YouTube is like film, animation, auto, vehicle, music, pets, animals, sports, blah blah blah, so on, so on, so on, and they also had video blogging people and blogs. So I would assume that I could just go there, but now I'm seeing this now myself as well on YouTube. I actually do not have a category. That kind of hurts me, because then there's absolutely zero discoverability with no category. But then I'm also thinking, okay, this is an issue for off stream. Figure it out. But
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, that's
Got off
interesting.
on a tangent.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know how much longer you anticipate on going, but I think I'm kind of
Yeah.
ready to go ahead
Yeah.
and go relax a little bit.
I'm A-okay with that.
This Sunday evening, get some food in my system, have
Yeah.
a little tasty beverage. And,
Yeah.
Man, I can't thank you enough for having me on your channel and on your platform.
Oh, thank you,
all the
dude.
help you've extended towards me to get my stuff up and running, and it's been great, man. Your community is probably a lion's share of the people who've come out to support me. So it's a great.
And that's what I'm trying to grow, man. That's what I'm trying to grow. I'll get there eventually. Yes.
great testament to you and your community as a whole, man. They're really great people. I enjoy.
Yeah. The only thing that I wish, real quick, only thing I wish is, but it's also myself, I need to be more active on Discord, and I need Discord to be more active, but it's really rough to do because I'm just not much of a person that shares a lot, I guess. But yeah, I'll get there eventually. Yes.
Yeah, you are kind of shy, but
Yeah.
So I thought you guys going to the zoo and live streaming that was super engaging and fun. I saw you did the cooking the other day.
Yeah.
You were cooking at home. I saw you took everybody to Gamescom this year.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm trying my
I
best.
wouldn't be too hard on yourself because you're making some really good moves, and the Gamescom was really quite good. I was glad that you guys were able to do that. Dude, I had so much fun. I had to end up watching the VOD because unfortunately I can't catch everything.
I didn't save the VOD.
as it is.
It's gone.
See, this is why I want to put my stuff on YouTube. I was
Yeah.
just telling you, this
Yeah.
is why I want to upload those VODs to YouTube so that they're kept. And
Yeah.
I get not a lot of people want to go and watch a 3 or 4 hour VOD, but who knows?
I messed
My
up.
son one day will go back and look at my old videos, and they'll be
Yeah.
a treat for him or some friends or whatever. So I'm definitely going to start putting those things on YouTube and making sure they last.
Twitch VODs stay for like a very long duration, but I always thought to myself like, I'll do it some other day, and eventually it's now at the point where a couple of weeks ago I was like, let me check if the VOD is still up for the Gamescom, and no, it's not up anymore, man.
Yeah.
I messed up. But yeah, anyway.
Good experience too.
Yeah.
Especially when you guys were at that claw machine. Not to stress
Yeah.
this out anymore, but the
Yeah.
claw machine drama was.
Oh my god, the kids.
Oh boy,
Yes.
y'all had me so heated over here. I was like, man, I gotta tell that kid to get the hell out the way.
Yeah. Damn. Good times. But I've learned a lot from these situations because every IRL stream I know there's something that I can improve upon. Yes.
There's all types
That's
of
good.
different types of people, man. It doesn't mean you're right or wrong or for whatever you.
No, I mean like for example,
are as a person.
the Halloween stream, for example, like I can't stream in the dark. There's no point. It barely works. Like I need lighting. Yeah.
Dude,
So-
speaking of needing lighting, dude, your camera looks so good. Mine looks so
Really?
whitewashed.
Mine is cheap too now. It's a pretty outdated model. I can give you the thing.
I bought a $100 webcam that's supposed to do 1080p at 60 frames per second. No, it costs most people $100. I didn't pay $100 for it.
Oh yeah.
I bought it from a guy on Facebook, but
Yeah.
I bought it for $50. But yeah, it's a top tier Logitech Stream Cam C920E. So yours looks clearer and warmer to me, and mine looks white.
This is keep in mind that this is also basic for me right now, like because I don't use the OBS filters at the moment. That was my first complaint for the stream, but
So I didn't put any OBS filters on my camera either. And I need to know, like, do I need to be putting OBS?
there's also another thing. What's this thing called? Logitech. Also Logitech G Hub, I think, where you can have some settings if you happen to have the same one.
G Hub.
Yeah.
Logitech gaming mouse. And
You can set the priority to frame rate, because I don't know I don't know what your settings are and stuff, but there's like some basic settings that you
1080p 60 for my webcam.
Okay.
Yeah, and right now that's the whole scene is at 1080p that I'm outputting. So
Yeah.
I don't know, like maybe.
Could also be the lighting maybe, because like you know how it auto focuses and stuff. Like I do have a really big ring light here as well.
Oh, so yeah, that's gonna help you a lot.
Maybe
All of my light sources above me. And you can
Yeah.
see my head here, so I don't
Yeah.
have anything.
So it's not going to be clear then.
Light
Just-
right onto my face, so that's probably what it is. It's hard for me because I don't necessarily want to play like. Oh man, everything I have is on dark mode. I don't necessarily want to play with a light shining in my face. Oh god, look at
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to play with a light. Like I feel like it'd be so flashlighty. I just, I don't
You
know.
get used to it. You get used to it. It's okay. But it also depends on like how much do you care, right? Because it's the same thing for me. Like I think a background, like it's either you choose what you do, like with the green screen, or you go for a background. It's also really important to me that like I went for the background thing because I know that if I have a background, I can have stuff that people can relate to or talk about. Like, you know, most people they'll come in, and if they talk about the background, they're like, oh, that's a fat Pikachu, ha ha ha, and they're like, oh, you can talk about Pokemon now. So like a conversation starter. But on the other hand, the green screen is more clear as well, of course.
I'm not using the green screen.
No, I know, yeah, but
yeah,
but the idea of a green screen, let's say, yeah.
Yeah, the idea of a green screen. But my background isn't as cool as yours. It's just a dartboard and a bed.
Yeah.
So, so you can actually see my dartboard right there. But yeah, like, it's like there's nothing really interesting and cool back there. So until I come up with something else, maybe an actual green screen, I toyed around with the idea. But
there's some small details too there's some small details, because I know you have I've also looked into the same thing that you're using at the moment. This will be really short, really short. Need to find my video capture filters. Oh, I can't show because I'm on stream with the Twitch stream. I'm not. Okay, but anyway, there are certain settings with. I'm assuming you're using the same thing with the filter. What's it called? Image mask. No, background removal, whatever. Right? I think it's called. Yeah, use the same thing. So with the settings, you can also set how smooth it is for the capturing, so it doesn't have the snappy thing that you have at the moment, but you can really smooth it out proper.
I've been playing with it, and this is where that's why I know what you're getting at.
Oh, okay.
I even played with this some on stream.
Yeah.
I went for a higher number than a low number, so this is 1. And this is where I don't want it to be at 1 because it was so fast.
Yeah.
So fast that it's flickering and triggering probably me more than anybody else. But this is at the fastest refresh rate for it. And I didn't like that. So I ended up increasing the refresh rate a bit to something that was going to slow it down a little bit more. And then I did it like a little more, and it got a lot quieter, not so noisy, but it wasn't so accurate. So then it ended up being a situation where, it's not as noisy now, but it is choppy and it's not as accurate. But if I did something in between, which was where the happy medium ended up being was 10, it actually ended up being better for me, I think.
Like you see,
because
I'm not like, if you have the stream open, then you can see as well.
Oh, hold on.
Like like smoothing the edges is you know what I mean? So like it's not so you don't have like a triangle hat, which you sometimes have, you know, like a triangle above you. But there are some things that you can change the settings with. Anyway, yes, yeah, something
I'm
like
gonna
that.
have to filter.
So you're gonna have to check out some stuff
I
then.
have smooth silhouette all the way at the top. Like I have it at max, maximum
Okay.
for smooth
Yeah.
silhouette at 1.
It could also be the segmentation model that also sometimes has a small difference.
I'm using media pipe. I switched through a couple of them, and this one actually was the better of them. Maybe it's
Oh,
just my
but
weird
no, but
shit.
also don't forget, it has to do with your lighting as well, of course, because like with me having the lighting on me makes it easier for the filter to do what you just saw as well. So I think also the biggest thing would probably be the lighting, actually. Yeah.
So I was kind of disappointed with the camera because I wanted it to be infrared. Actually, I think
Oh.
there are a lot of cameras that are on the laptop that are infrared enabled cameras, and you don't really think about it, but the infrared actually is what's picking up the heat signature from your body, so the camera knows exactly where you are. So if my camera actually supported infrared, to have crisp, clear takeaway. But
Yeah.
even then, so if I get like a green screen or I don't know, a cool chef with
Yeah.
I might be able to.
But for sure, I think I just I have to say it again. But the one thing that'll help for sure is the ring light in front of you, because that helps most cameras focus and whatnot, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's annoying to play with. That I understand the frustration.
So like I don't know, like again, it's like how much of this am I gonna let really invade my gaming experience?
Yeah, that's completely up to you.
I do want it to be comfortable for the viewership, but at the same time, I do want to enjoy
The game too.
the
Yeah.
system that I built, right? So I built this ultra wide gaming machine that's supposed to give me a fully immersive experience. Now,
Yeah.
I have to cheat my experience to satisfy others. It's like, is that
Yeah.
the trade? Is that the move? I don't
That's hard.
early
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out for sure. Finding the balance between you versus what the viewers want. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
look at certain game categories as well. Like there were certain game categories where I didn't have as many people. It's just not worth streaming at that point. But I was enjoying it. So like, yeah. But you live and you learn. You'll find out. You'll find out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Let's wrap it up now. Keep talking. But no, it's really good to have you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna give you another shout out. Oh yeah. Any last words before we end again? Yes.
Just know, thanks for having me, man. I really appreciate it, and everybody that's shown so much love since I've started streaming. It's really been like I said, humbling, and I'm really grateful. Follow me on all my socials here. I appreciate you guys stopping by, hanging out, and we're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, that's what.
When you guys hit my stream.
Yeah, I can't even give you a shout out. That was bad, man. Which making me wait 49 minutes. But anyway, thank you. I'm gonna hop off here and take care. And yes. But thank you. And stream together. There we go. Okay. Good. Let me hello, it's me again. Young Snack Man. Young Snack. I just call myself Young Snack Man, dude. Oh, oops. I don't know if I even have the... Did they even do background removal? No. Yeah. Oh, hi. Hello, peoples. Hello, peoples of the Twitch chat. Yeah, that was the exclusive after podcast session. I didn't think that would last that long. That's funny. Yeah. Here I was thinking like, okay, we're gonna listen to Jay Slayer's story for the Halloween thing, right? As an extra kind of thing, and then we ended up just extending the whole podcast. But I didn't mind. I had a good time though. It was fun. It was good. I had a good time. Yes. Now with that said, I'm also gonna end. Yeah, I'm gonna end. Need to go to the bathroom and whatnot too. We are going to raid into. I don't know. Oh, we're gonna raid into. Who is this? Oh, never mind. I was wondering who this is. Okay. I'm gonna raid y'all over to Skink. Y'all have a good time. I'm not gonna raid someone new because I'm gonna end up raiding ESO people and stuff. Starting tomorrow when I do ESO stuff again and all that. So yeah, let's raid someone we know today. Raid command. Oh, that's not the raid command. This is also not the raid command. This is the raid command. There we go. One for sub, one for non-subs. We're gonna go show Mr. Skink Olaf some love. He's playing New World at the moment. His title is Dex Rat Baby Seal POV. Yes. And have a good night. Thanks again. Bye bye. Bye bye.